She'd been in the gym and everything. She'd obviously, you know, got a bit excited and that. He was fired up and that, ready for some more action and that. He's trying to have a go on this woman's breast, right? She was like,
have a go.
She was like, no, you're not doing that. Pack it in and all that. The boss who's running the place was like, come on, let him have a go.
No, right, you're talking shit.
I'm telling you what, I know sometimes I step over the mark and they made
Right, so where is this place where... Well, one, where is this house where chimps are allowed to do what they want? And two, where is this place where one of the bosses, one of the human bosses, suggests to the other one, oh, and if the chimp wants to play with your tits, love, let the chimp play with his tits.
I've said before, Rick, will you please stop interrupting
this news? No, but listen,
news?
it's all right, Steve, because what I'll do, I'll bring the link and you can put the link on the website and people can have a look at the proper story. I'm just giving it them in a headline form here. They can read the full thing.
No, you've only read the headline form.
I haven't read it. I sort of read like the first.
It was probably Monkey feels a right tit, and you've extrapolated all this from that.
So anyway, right? So he's there, and
so the boss says, "Yeah, you can have a group."
The boss is saying, "Let him have a go."
Come on, Rita. If Monkey wants to play with nipples, let him.
So she's like, "I'm not happy with this," and he's going, "Come on, you know the rules here. We've got to cheer these monkeys up."
This is absolute.
We've valued it.
Actually, no, and in the end, because she didn't allow it to happen, the fella bloke sacked her, got someone else in. This isn't made up. I will put the link on the website and everyone can have a look at it. But basically...
I want to see the advert he put in the Guardian media page. I love that. Woman wanted to let chimp feel tits whenever it wants.
Well, it's all up there.
You're talking absolute shit again.
Well, we'll see.
That is no way that happened.
The Ricky Gervais Show on Guardian Unlimited.
Do you know the other week when I came up with like a different idea of how we can sort of make the world run and that?
Can we just have a quick recap of that? Because I seem to remember it was a load of old arse.
It was ridiculous. It was he was saying that the world is overpopulated, so the system would be where people were living too long and stuff. So what happens is people live till 78. I don't know how you can enforce that, right? Yeah. But when they die, they've got a little baby in their stomach, like a pip in an apple, that then carries on when they die. Right. It wasn't a theory. It wasn't an idea. It was the ramblings of a mental case.
You're saying it's stupid, but someone's emailed in and said, "Oh yeah, that's pretty good."
Yeah, and okay, I'm asking you again. Was the letter written in shit?
Anyway, listen, right.
Did it say the mental home, Mars?
I've been thinking about it, right, and if we can't do that, right, if that's a no to that, right.
Well, it's not a question of whether we can do it or not.
Just saying, if that's a no, right. I've been thinking.
It is a no. This is going to be brilliant.
There's a lot of weird. I mean,
you could win the Nobel Prize for this.
But listen, there is a lot of ways in the world that some creatures and that go about sort of moving on. If you know what I mean.
Evolution, you mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of like on that David Attenborough programme that he's doing at the moment. He's always showing you little insects and what they've got to do. And there was one about a wasp, right, that had to fly about, right, for ages, looking out for a certain type of spider, right.
It lays its egg in the
spider.
When
I saw it, it whizzes down. It lands on its back, so that he's got to get that right. It lands on it. I don't think the spider's up for anything. That isn't even aware of this is how things move about. He's not going, I've got to look out for a wasp. So all this is like, it's got to be perfect timing. So this wasp dived down, right, sat on the back of this spider, it injects it or something with a maggot or something, right? And then that maggot then lives off the spider for a bit. The spider knows it's got a maggot in it.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
And it's making a web for it. It goes, I've got something to look after here now. I've got responsibilities. It makes a web, right? It sort of reverses into it and puts the maggot on the web. The maggot sort of clings onto the web. Spider's there. Maggot eats the spider, and then it moves on. If I came up with that idea for like a method, you'd say that's never going to happen.
Never wake up! It's not the fact that you came up with the idea, right, for an old lady dying at 78 with a baby growing in her that then lives on. It's nonsense. It's no idea. It's how can it be enforced? It's like, so even if scientists thought that was the best idea in the world, how would they enforce it? Who's going to go, that's a good idea, we've never thought of that.
Yes, but what I'm saying
Get in Elsie.
Who told the wasp to look out for that spider, to go on its back, to do,
What do you mean who told the wasp?
It's
evolution, it's natural selection.
Yeah, but I can understand, we've chatted about it before about giraffes having a long neck, but you're talking about a wasp and a spider who...
That's because you're attributing thought and will behind their behaviour. behaviour in humans is linked with a free will.
Yeah, but most of what we do, say like how we have a kid at the moment, you don't just jump on the back of a woman and go, there you go, love, and then a baby pops out.
You do if you come from Bristol.
No, what I'm saying is, right, it's all, you build up to it, don't you? You have that bit of a chat and you go, right, how's it going? Yeah, and you get on and that, and then a little baby will come out.
This is the most...
Wait. Well, I'm going to go back to the dating procedure there. You have a chat, you go, all right, and then a little baby comes out. That's extraordinary.
This is amazing.
No, I'm
Man alive.
This is incredible.
I tell you, two-bit radio's gain was secondary school's loss. It really
What
was.
I'm saying is...
This is my first Pilgrim book.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
What I mean is, we all get on. What I'm saying is, at what point is a wasp ever going to have a chat with a spider or meet up with it?
I don't even understand where we are now in this conversation.
What point is a wasp going to ever have a chat with a spider? No. What world do you live in? What's in your head?
No, but...
I can't believe it. Carl, what point is a wasp ever going to have a chat with a spider?
So in some kind of weird insect nightclub, these wasps and these maggots are meeting, they're getting on. Is that how you're imagining
it? That's what I'm saying to you. What are the odds on that actually happening?
But listen. You're thinking because behaviour in lower forms of life is purely chemical. It's purely, it bypasses any form of consciousness. Right? There's a parasite that's like a flatworm, a platyhelminth, or it might be a nematode. It's some sort of invertebrate. Yeah, that it lays its egg. The beginning of its cycle is in a stickleback. Okay, and it literally has to change the stickleback's behaviour. Okay, because it has to get into a warm-blooded animal to complete its cycle. So what it does is this parasite makes the stickleback not flee from the shadow of a heron. So it makes the stickleback get eaten, right? So it then is in the belly of a warm-blooded animal and it can complete its life cycle. But at no point is the nematode or the platyhelminth, whatever it is, going, slow down, there's a heron coming, stay here. And the stickleback going, why? I don't want to stay, there's a heron. There's no conversation. It's not they get together and go, listen, I've got something that might be mutually beneficial to both of us. I need to get into a heron. You like to be eaten by a heron? No, I don't. Where's this conversation?
Yes, you do. It's got Jedi powers.
Yes, you do.
No, all I'm saying is, you know, the idea that I came up with, you're sort of saying that's a crazy
idea.
It's not an idea. It's not an idea.
How many times have we heard all I'm saying is, and then such a stream of nonsense that it's blown our minds?
No, but that's all I'm saying. That, you know, what you've just explained there with the heron having to knock about and for a flea to be sat in the shade and that.
Now see that is incredible. That translation of what I said that sums it up for me. Yeah. He sees the headline, he reads a book. It then goes through this weird filtering system with, I imagine, the music in his head is boop beep boom discordant piano.
I think the noise in Carl's head is like a fax machine. If you've ever got that at full volume.
I think it's like a Czechoslovakian cartoon from 1963.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like noises like woks being hit and pianos just being hit by the elbow.
He's the only person you can give him a body of information and he strips away the facts.
But the way he said that, I talked about clearly talked about some sort of parasite in a stickleback that makes its behaviour change so it doesn't flee the heron's shadow. He said, so there's an heron with a flea who doesn't like the shade. How did it come out? I mean...
it doesn't matter, forget that, right?
But What's your theory? What
I'm saying is I've come up with something else that I want to run by you then.
Go on then.
So you've sort of boo-booed the idea...
Boo-booed. We've boo-booed it. We have boo-booed it.
He chose a completely different bear. Yeah. It was originally Poo-Poo the bear, but now it's Boo-Boo the bear. Brilliant.
So you've said no to, you know, the old woman having a kid before she dies. What about if we do it the other way, right?
Ah,
go on.
Somehow, I don't know how.
A kid has an old lady?
That's what it's going to be, isn't it? A child gives birth to an old man.
No.
Right.
What I'm saying is, right?
Go on.
Work the other way round.
Come on then.
So if somehow we can inject something in like a body that's just died, right?
Listen to this. Imagine this is notes.
So-
when he hands it into the Nobel people,
Yeah.
and they go, if there's a way that we can inject something, and they go, well, what? Well, I don't know the chemical formula, but something HO2.
Right. So anyway, so you inject it in the temple.
He's narrowed it down to the temple.
Well, that's
Fine.
right.
Yes, we inject something.
So you inject it in.
What are you? Who are you injecting?
This old woman who's she's been ill and that, she died.
So she's dead. So
Yeah,
we're bringing old people back to life. Okay, fine. That's step one. We just got to sort that out first. But fine, we'll crack that. Go on, next. So we brought people back from the dead. Fine.
Yeah, but
And
this is a way of controlling population. Remember, they can't be having it away and having kids. This is just the way we're going to
Okay,
work
so
from now.
there's an old lady. So we start now. We start now as the world is now. So what happens?
Right. So you get like an old woman.
Who's dead?
Yeah.
Yep.
Injector and that.
Injector.
And then what happens is she sort of wakes up.
Amazing.
Right. And she works the other way. So like she might be 77.
Yep.
And then she'll have a birthday. She's 76, and she's working that way.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Okay.
Are you with me?
No, keep it.
Because the thing is, you've got.
I no
I'm
idea.
really scared.
Yeah.
I'm really scared. This is the maddest thing you've ever said.
Yeah.
This is madder than the old lady with the pip like an apple in her belly.
It sort of did work.
This is
No, it didn't work. It worked in your head. It's like a dream that you wake up and go, oh, I've got a great theory. And
This is it. Let me just tell you the
Go on,
ending, because the endings works out a bit better.
Go on.
What I'm saying is, when you die at the age of
78.
9 months,
What?
at the age of 9 months, because that's when you come out,
What do you mean when you die at the age of
you're
9?
not scared of dying because you're now a baby, so you don't know what's going on anyway. So there's no fear.
So you've missed out a bit here. So this woman, literally gets younger and younger?
I think
Yeah.
when she's in her 20s, she's in her old age, Rick.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, because that's the fun part of your life, isn't it? When you're 20 and you've got all your energy and that. So before you die, you're actually having a good life, rather than it being the other way around.
But does she do different stuff than she did on the way up? Because she's already lived 78 years, hasn't she? Don't forget. She was a baby once, and she grew to 78 years.
Yeah,
Then someone
but
someone stuck a needle in her head and said, right, back you go.
No, but forget all that bit.
I'll forget all that bit. How do we forget that bit?
What I'm saying
So
is...
she died and she doesn't remember all her... This is a new life, is it?
Let me just leave you with this.
Right, you're talking shit. Explain yourself.
What I'm saying is, old people are scared of dying. When they're 77, they're going, oh, what's going to happen to me? Little injection in the head. When it's a baby, when it's like 1, and everybody around it's going, yeah, it's going to die soon and that. Baby hasn't got a clue. It's happy. It's playing about with its rattle or whatever.
So it
It's
loses
not
all
scared.
its... So it loses all its memories.
That's it.
And then what happens? So when does it die? When it gets to 0? When it's 0 days old, it goes
Yeah,
through.
it just dies. People know it's almost like a countdown. So the family's aware of it.
But aren't the family getting younger as well? What's happened to the family?
Forget it then. We'll leave it as it is.
No, leave it as it is, shall we?
Shall we? Can we all agree on that, guys? Now, should we agree to leave it as it is? Is that all right? Because I don't want to hear any more from the diaries of Charles Manson.
No, it's. I mean, you're a fucking maniac.
If you're a maniac and you'd like to get in touch, then please email us at podcast@rickygervais.com. Doing a bit of Christmas shopping, Rick, the other day, and I was travelling around on the tube, the London Underground, the subway system for our American friends. And, as you know, but people around the world may not be so familiar, there's a recorded voice that you sometimes get on the tube that says, mind the gap.
Oh, yeah, before you open the door.
Yeah.
Mind the gap.
And the reason is that sometimes in some stations there is a gap between the train and the platform, and obviously, theoretically you could fall down
And it's
there or
different
whatever.
sizes, so just that little reminder, mind the gap. You look down, it's safe.
Just makes you stop. Seems to make sense.
Yeah.
Saw a teenager, wearing a t-shirt, don't know where he bought it. It just said, fuck the gap.
He was tired of it.
Yeah,
He
but-
didn't want to mind the gap.
But what I like is, what's he protesting about?
I don't
You know what I
know.
mean? It's not the police or the man keeping you down. That's just good, sensible health and safety information.
That's like
You know?
saying fuck looking both ways before I cross
Yeah.
the road.
Screw penicillin.
I know.
No, do you know what? I'm going to drink and I am going to use threshing machinery. And I don't give a damn. I love that about teenagers, that kind of screw you sort of mentality, but not, it's kind of blind, isn't it? It just, anything's a target, anything's valid.
When I was a teenager, I think maybe 17, I had a T-shirt. I was rallying against just stuff, really. It was slightly more abstract than the Gap. I wasn't specifically against the Gap. It just said bullshit. Just in general, bullshit.
You were raging against the machine.
I would just go, yeah, people say, hey, what are you... I just open my... I go, bullshit, all right? Just bullshit.
But I assume that these forms of protest have never made any dent in anything in the world. Because I remember against the war a couple of months back, and there was one guy, so there was a huge march in London, as you know, and they did these all around the world, didn't they? But there was hundreds, thousands of people in London. There was one guy, he was riding around on a 3-wheeled bike, wearing a jester's hat, blowing a horn. That was his form of protest against the war.
Was it like, what sort of horn was it?
It was one of those sort of hunting horns.
Well, he was showing him. He was saying, "This is what I believe."
Yeah.
And if that doesn't change people's opinions, I don't know what will.
But I like the idea of Bush, just about to invade Iraq, and just the news comes through from his chief of staff.
And Bush goes,
George.
What is it? What is it? What?
No, listen, seriously, we've got some information coming in from London.
Go on.
I know you're thinking of invading Iraq.
Definitely,
but,
yeah, why?
Well, let's just think about it, because there's a guy riding around on a 3-wheeled bike.
Oh.
He's not got the regular 2, he's gone for 3 wheels. So...
Okay, well, listen, what's he wearing?
I don't want to tell you what he's wearing. He's just.
What's he wearing on his head?
He's just wearing. He's not. He's wearing a jester's hat.
Okay. No, well, calm down. It's not that bad. It's not going to change my opinion about.
He's blowing a horn.
Okay, get the troops out. Get the troops out now. What do they think they're doing?
You've got to get involved in the. I saw a girl once again, a teenage girl. I was behind her on the tube, and she had this bag, like a rucksack, and it was kind of black, and it had painted in Tipex, it had a picture of George Bush, but he was kind of in the sights of a rifle, you know, and it sort of said "Stop the War," and it had a Barbie's head, but it was severed, and the hair was scraped back, and she'd been made up to look kind of devilish, and there was sort of CND signs, and there was, you know, "No to war" and all this, and and I sort of wanted to tap her on the shoulder and say, are you actually getting involved in stopping the war, or have you been working mainly on this bag?
Yeah,
because that must have taken you at
time.
least a couple of days. Where you could have been writing emails, you could have been getting a petition going.
Oh dear,
Carl, have you ever been into that sort of teenage rebellion, teenage protest?
Well, to sort of stop stuff going on and that.
Yeah, or just making your views heard.
I don't really like people knowing what I'm thinking and that.
Right.
There's no way anyone can know what you're thinking.
No, but
even
is
with
that why you're doing a radio
experimentation.
show where you spout off your nonsense ideas every week?
No, but what I mean is...
A team of surgeons could fiddle around in your head for a couple of days and they still wouldn't know what you were thinking.
No,
I know what you're thinking. Exactly. You're thinking of... you're thinking, could a monkey ever be president? At this moment, aren't you?
But I don't like anyone... like, all those badges that you're talking about, like, you know, Save the Whale and all that... I don't like the idea that when I get on a tube and someone sees that, they sort of know that I want to save the whale. I don't like people knowing, even to the point of...
It gives you a disadvantage in life, doesn't it?
But just knowing stuff like when you get on a tube and say if you've been shopping, right, and you've had to buy an ironing board, I hate it that people sort of look at what you've got and go, oh, he's doing some ironing.
Right, okay. That's got to be rare. I mean, you can't have bought more than 5 or 6 ironing boards in your adult life.
I don't mean just ironing boards. I mean, like, anything big where they can't wrap it, so they just put a carrier bag round a little bit of it, and everyone can see what you've just bought.
It's weird, because I bought an ironing board last week from Argos, and I did feel a little bit self-conscious.
There you go.
Because I thought people thinking, he's 30, why hasn't he got an ironing board yet?
Yeah.
No wonder he's a scruffy bastard.
I pretend I'm going surfing whenever I buy an ironing board. I just make sure I go in Bermuda shorts and sunglasses, and I just walk down the street and I go, surfing USA, and they think, hey, there's a dude going to the beach. I pop on a bus, go home, do some ironing.
Yeah. Wait a minute, what's that on his t-shirt? Bullshit. He's radical. I get still faintly embarrassed buying toilet paper.
Yeah. I always have to buy something else to go with it.
Yeah.
I don't like, because if you just buy that on its own, it's obvious that you're dying for one, and it's like, I haven't got any in. Yeah. Whereas if you just chuck it in with a pot noodle, it's like, well, he's eating and he's thinking about later. Whatever. But
if you buy it on its own, you know that you've got none in the house and you've just rushed across the street to get some. Especially if you're still in your slippers.
Well, that's about it for another podcast. And a new one in a week's time after Christmas. So, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Have an absolutely blinding Christmas.
or a lovely whatever festival you celebrate in your part of the world, from Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant and Carl Pilkington.
If you want to send us anything, as ever, the email address is podcast@rickygervais.com. You can email just your thoughts on the show, if you've got some monkey news for Carl, or anything you think might intrigue Carl, or indeed maybe just some Christmas wishes. Then that's the email address, podcast@rickygervais.com.
I would like to wish a particularly Merry Christmas to those guys at Positive Internet for all their genius input and good work hosting this podcast. Goodbye.
Merry Christmas.
The Ricky Gervais Show on Guardian Unlimited.
Hey guys, Steve here. You are listening to one of our original 26 episodes. If you've listened to any of our new episodes, you're going to notice that we're sounding a little different in these ones.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
There is.
They've been remastered.
They have been remastered.
Because they had a really annoying hum.
Yeah, I mean, a huge thanks to listener James for doing almost all of the legwork on this
Yes.
thing.
Yeah.
You'll also notice if you had listened to what we're calling the Lost 26 episodes before, and you're re-listening now, the music and sound effects are gone.
Yes, we've gone back to straight audio. So be warned, we sound a little different today than we do in what you're about to listen to.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Uh-huh.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
What? Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
So, hi everyone. This is Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I'm Devin,
I'm Steve.
I'm Joe.
and we're going to talk about a mystery.
Woo! An unsolved mystery?
An unsolved mystery.
Oh, those guys. I like those kind of best.
Woo! I know. And it's actually my favorite kind of unsolved mystery, it turns out. I'm seeing a pattern in the unsolved mysteries I bring.
You like the ones where people die.
They're all cases where, like, apparently healthy middle-aged men die under weird circumstances.
That's really disconcerting.
So I don't know what that says about the future of your guys' lives.
I know. I know when we run out of story ideas, you know, you're going to have to mysteriously murder one of us.
It's going to be like, oh gosh, we have a perfect story because Joe disappeared the other day.
I know.
It's so weird.
He was found hung from a tree, but there was no rope. Yeah.
Well, how did that happen?
I know.
Okay. Anyways, we're going to talk about the lead mask case today. We're in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in 1966. It's August 17th, and two TV repairmen tell their relatives that they need to go buy supplies for work. And some accounts say that they also mention they want to buy a car for work. And they're close friends. They travel a lot together. They're always seen together. They had money for a vehicle maybe, but they definitely had money for the supplies with them. The men, who are Miguel, Jose, and Manuel, later stop at a bar to get a bottle of water, and they get a receipt for a deposit. You know, 1966, you get like a glass bottle or something, and you bring it back. You put a deposit on it. You bring it back. They reuse it.
Okay.
10 cents, 20 cents, which, you know, 1966
that was real money.
Was real money. You know, it's not like millions of dollars, but it's real money.
It's money.
It's worth the return.
Right.
The bartender said that Miguel appeared to be in a hurry because he was frequently checking his watch. Mm-hmm. Some accounts I've read said that the bartender said that he looked nervous. I think it's just, you know, semantics at that point.
Somebody's retelling it to make it more mysterious and inviting.
I think
Got
so,
it. Okay.
As these things bounce around and the tale is retold, you know, things get embellished a little bit too.
So that's the last time either of them were seen alive.
Well, that's a quick story. Oh, wait. Okay. So there's got to be more here.
There's more here. So a boy flying a kite found their bodies 3 days later on Vintém Hill in Rio de Janeiro. Mm-hmm. Both men were dressed in suits and wearing waterproof coats, which wasn't really out of the ordinary because it had apparently, according to most accounts, most reasonable accounts, it had been pouring rain recently.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense.
So it makes sense. You know, again, there are definitely accounts that say it was weird because it was sunny. But I suspect that it probably was raining.
Well, if it's Rio de Janeiro, the weather is, I mean, it's a subtropical area, so the weather goes back and forth. It's known for storms. It's right on the coast, too.
There's a lot of areas, like when I was in South America, like, they had the rainy season, and the rainy season is usually pretty nice, but then for about a half hour to an hour out of every day, it just dumps, you know, and then it clears up and it's nice again, and so that's probably what's the case for down there.
Yeah, so the rain jackets weren't really out of the ordinary. However, the lead eye masks, which were like sunglasses almost, but made out of lead with no holes poked in them, that was a little out of the ordinary.
That's a little different. And by the way, I've seen pictures of them, and they appear to be handmade. Apparently, they made them themselves.
They look vaguely handmade. I don't know.
They were. I've read accounts that said they made them themselves.
Okay.
And just for everybody to picture what these look like, because when I first saw this, it was really weird because the first article or two I read didn't show the photo.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until I saw the photo that I understood what they meant by lead eye masks.
They look vaguely like goggles, like scientific goggles, or like
the
big
ones,
Ray-Bans.
Have you ever been to the eye doctor and they dilate your eyes and they give you those plastic little
just
glass
wrap
things
around your face?
Yeah. That's exactly what they look like.
Yeah, or they look like safety glasses, plastic safety, kind of like that,
Yeah, but they're made out of lead, and they have no eye holes poked in them. They said that it's the sort of thing that someone would wear to protect their eyes from radiation, which was common at the time when people were working with radiation. It was common at the time to wear that. They found the empty water bottle with these men. They had 2 towels with them, which I don't really understand.
No,
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Well, so the thing is about the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? It does say to always bring a towel, but the Hitchhiker's Guide wasn't written for more than 10 years.
Obviously, he was referencing this historical.
It must have. You're right. Yeah.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, but in at least one account that I read, they had a plastic bag with them, and they had soaked the towels in water.
I didn't read that.
I didn't see that.
Oh, really? You didn't see that?
No.
So in one account that I read, they had a plastic bag and they had 2 towels in there, which they had wet and already moistened, and that accounts for the need for the water. But I'll talk about that later.
Okay.
But
is this your theory?
It's a possible theory.
Okay. All right. So we'll revisit that.
Yeah.
Great. They also found a notebook, which just confused everything further. It was written in Portuguese. And the translation read 1630, be at agreed place. 1830, effect, protect metals, wait for mask signal.
Wait for mask signal.
And that was it. Just those 2 little lines in the book.
Protect metals.
Well, that's cryptic.
Yes. And to add, to it, the money that these men supposedly had wasn't found on them. Whether or not the kid who found them took the money, whether or not somebody else took the money, whether they just didn't have the money to begin with.
Maybe they spent it all.
Maybe they did.
I mean, water in Brazil is very expensive, so probably took the whole kitty right there.
That's the story. So we can get into theories now if you guys want.
Well, I wanted to point out is that I know that the kid that found him, of course, turned around and called the authorities. And everybody needs to remember, this is 1966. He doesn't have a cell phone.
Yeah.
So he had to run to the town.
And he probably didn't run. He probably walked.
He probably walked. And then he had to make the phone call. And correct me if I'm wrong, but because of the conditions and where it was at and the time of day, the police didn't go there till the next day.
Yeah.
It wasn't as if they were in a hurry to get him. And
well, the guys were already dead.
Yeah.
Well, and these guys had been missing for 3 days.
3 days.
So they'd been gone for 3 days. Now, granted, the boy didn't know who they were.
Right.
But it's kind of odd that it took so long to me. You would think, well, we've got to go get these people that are lost up there.
Apparently it was fairly rugged terrain and there were no roads leading up to where their bodies were.
They did.
Yeah.
All of the pictures of the crime scene, they had to carry the bodies out in these makeshift tub things. I don't know what time he found them. I didn't find a record of that. If it were later in the evening and it was getting dark out, I would expect that, it was muddy terrain. It had been raining.
Okay, then that makes more sense. It was strange to me that nobody rushed up there to take care of it. So. Okay.
There are a couple theories, some mundane, some
Fantastical?
Fantastical is exactly the word I was looking for. One of the theories is that the lead masks suggest that the men were expecting radioactivity, which is fair.
Yeah.
But there was no radioactivity found on the hill where they were found.
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of brings up the idea that these men may not have been found at the referenced agreed upon place. That might not have been where the agreed upon place was. So that they may have gone and done their business elsewhere that these little notes referenced. And to be fair, even there's no proof that says that this note referenced, that day. They could have gone and done all of their business that had their little notes and then, run into a murderer who killed them and was like, whoa, there's lead masks.
Takes the cash, yeah.
Takes the cash, puts the lead masks on and just walks away.
Mm-hmm.
So for all we know, this is, there's still a mystery here, but it doesn't actually pertain to their deaths.
Mm-hmm.
So
do we know the cause of death?
No.
And the bodies were somewhat deteriorated.
So what
right?
happened was they were found 3 days after they had disappeared, or that they had been seen last. But the coroner in Rio de Janeiro at the time was really busy. So when they were performing the autopsies, he left all their organs out at room temperature for just hours at a time.
Oh.
So by the time he got around to dissecting them to see if there was anything in them, they were just spoiled. There was no telling what was going on.
Okay, so you couldn't run any tests.
So they couldn't run any kind of tests.
Okay, and there was no outward signs of what it wasn't as if they had
there was
stab
not. Yeah,
wounds
there
or
wasn't
something.
a bullet hole in their head or anything.
Okay,
like that. Yeah.
So robbery seems unlikely.
So robbery does seem unlikely. I mean, you don't really poison people, but they did reference capsules, right?
Yeah, they did.
They did.
They didn't find any capsules.
So they must have swallowed them.
Taken them.
Yeah.
But, the evidence of those would, of course, be in internal organs.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Which are spoiled.
Which were spoiled. Because the coroner was really busy that day.
Or it was an alien.
He might have been. Maybe that was it.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. He's part of the conspiracy.
Yeah. And then, there are claims of UFO activity stuff. And there are a couple around this because these two men were UFO enthusiasts. And the place that they were found was known as a UFO hotspot, quote unquote.
Okay.
There were reports of UFOs being sighted the day before they were found, or I guess the night before they were found.
Oh, okay.
In the area, and and none of the articles I could find made clear if these were reports that came before or after their, discovery. And we've talked about this before, right? That's a big problem. If they come after,
they're not real reliable.
They're not really. But this area was known as a UFO hotspot. UFOs were reported pretty frequently in this area.
Okay.
So there was a theory that since they were UFO enthusiasts, they went to this area to perform a suicide pact that coincidentally was at the same time that a mothership would come, and so if they killed themselves on Earth, the mothership would beam up their souls and they would be able to travel with aliens.
Kind of like the whole Heaven's Gate.
I was going to say that's very familiar.
It's exactly like that. Actually, they referenced it. The joke was, well, maybe these guys were wearing Nikes, but 1966, so they in Brazil, so they probably weren't. But
why? But in that case, if they're just going to kill themselves, then why the lead sunglasses?
Maybe they were misinformed. Maybe they thought they had to wear those.
Well, maybe
it could be like the old thing of when was it that they used to put pennies on your eyes? To pay the 2 pence for the boatman.
So they figured that the aliens were short on lead, and so they just thought they'd put some lead on it. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah,
it could have been that, but it's just it's one of those weird things where there's a lot of cultural oddities around when someone dies. Eyes always come up. You always place something on their eyes, and I don't know why that is. You just see it reoccurring in a lot of things, and so it strikes a chord here. Does it make sense? No, but it strikes a chord that I can't help it. I can't ignore.
You know, and the towel thing is weird to me. You know, they say, well, it indicates they were expecting moisture. And it's like, well, yeah, it was raining, but you wear a raincoat. You don't bring a towel like you've gone swimming.
Right.
Well, towels for when you get home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. The towel thing is still super weird to me. I don't know.
So my thinking about the whole towel thing is that if they were up there, supposing they were expecting to make contact with a UFO up there, they don't know exactly what to expect, but they're thinking probably it's entirely possible we can expect like intense light, intense heat. And so that was why they made themselves some lead spectacles, because they thought, well, you know, we can go buy sunglasses, but no sunglasses we buy are probably going to be adequate.
Sure.
You know, so it's kind of a worst case scenario kind of thing. So they had the towels along. And I read one account of this. The towels were in a plastic bag, and they had been pre-soaked. They were wet. So my thinking is that their plan was that when the UFO showed up, that they would put on the lead shades to protect their vision from intense light, should there be intense light, and should there be very intense heat, they could pick up the towels and hold the towels in front of them. The towels, the moisture in the towels would actually absorb some of that heat and give it off in steam and protect them from the intense heat. And I think it was kind of a worst case scenario kind of thing for them to have wet towels handy just in case they were experiencing intense.
That's really planned out.
It is. I was also going to say that's like one of the smartest theories I've heard out of you.
Hey, up yours.
So I think
that explains the water bottle. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, they probably wanted to drink a little bit of that too if they're going to go hiking, but
and to take the capsules.
Yes.
Right? You know.
And my other thing is that why they died is that if they were expecting possible radiation, they might have thought it would be a good precaution to take iodine pills to protect their thyroid. If they had pills that were a much stronger mix of iodine than what they believed they were taking, then iodine poisoning actually can kill you. And it's also possible that they could have gotten tainted drugs also, and they were just poisoned by the tainted drugs.
Well, does iodine poisoning kill you relatively quickly?
No, not really.
It's a slow process.
Well, it's not weeks or anything like that. But my understanding is iodine poisoning it's not an instant sort of thing.
But it's kind of painful. It takes a bit.
It's painful. You're sick. You're nauseous. You throw up. You get diarrhea and stuff like that. So that's a mark against that theory. But
I was going to say is one of the things that is reported about these guys when they were found is that the grass around them was undisturbed. So that means if they were sick and they were flailing and they were moving around, you would have thought that they would have beat the grass down. And even after a couple of days, that grass isn't going to have stood itself back up. Grass is really resilient, but
not likely. No, and I don't know how thoroughly they examined the bodies, and of course, my research into iodine poisoning indicates that it affects different people differently.
Okay.
Right.
So not everybody's going to have diarrhea, for example, but and it's going to take a few days probably at least to die. So that would lend credence if they were iodine capsules, if they were taking it for that reason, that they were just tainted. And so they just were poisoned by bad drugs, and which happens even today. I mean, modern in 66, obviously controls, especially in the third world.
Brazil.
In Brazil. So it's entirely possible that they just got a bad batch.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
So the other one of the other fantasy theories out there is that these guys were time travelers.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. And so this is the thing, right? Is that like my reaction too is like, what? I don't actually understand how that explains anything except for I found one reference to one scientist who was also supposedly a time traveler that wore a raincoat and lead eye protection. But I couldn't find any reference to this this apparent scientist, time traveler anywhere else. It was just in this one thing.
I was going to say, it's one of those things on the internet that you find the blurb, but you
and
never
you can't
find anything to support it.
And in this article particularly that I was reading, he was making all these pop culture references, and it was kind of like, well, maybe I've just missed out on this, on this particular reference. Maybe somebody out there listening can tell me what, that reference was to, but I don't know. We don't know at all.
No,
and I couldn't,
never heard of that.
Googling it didn't give me any insight.
Yeah. So anyway, how does this theory work? So these guys went off, they traveled in time a bit, our time, on the top of this hill, and the experience killed them? Is that
I don't know. They thought that they had glimpsed something into the wrinkle of time, and they took these capsules to help them transition or something, and it failed catastrophically, and they died.
Yeah.
So again, this is one of those like little blurb theories that I thought I'd throw in there because it's vaguely interesting.
Yeah, it's like it's fun. It's really kind of fun to read the stuff that people come up with, even though it's obviously some of it outlandish.
Yeah.
Time travel.
So that's all of the UFO theories. There's one other kind of blurb that I kind of talked about already that was that we don't know that these notes are actually pertaining to the day that they died or to their death at all. The thing that none of these theories really explain is there's a little blurb in their note that says protect the metals.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
So
what does protect metals mean?
I don't know. We don't know. One of the other theories, which I think is probably the most reasonable, since they were UFO enthusiasts, they were kind of into the electronics of the time. And, they said, we're going to go buy a car, which would be the reason that they might have a lot of money. So the relatives weren't questioning, why did you leave with all this money? Why did you take your life savings? But that they were going to do a deal that had to do with radioactive metals or materials of some kind. And that perhaps they did take iodine or something of that nature to protect them from the radioactivity of the metal. And they went and they did the deal and got these metal and then, died for whatever reason from the iodine. And who knows where they got these capsules. It may have been the person who was doing the deal anyways. It may have been it could have been a way to make a quick buck, right? Oh, I have these radioactive materials you guys are looking for. Here, I'm going to send you some pills to help protect you from the radioactivity. And then, take the money and just follow them for a day while they die slowly. And then take your radioactive material back. I don't know.
Supposed radioactive material.
The theoretically radioactive material. Yeah, but so that's really one of my big problems. They were waiting for someone to tell them to put the mask on.
Some kind of signal.
Some kind of signal to put the mask on. And they talk about protecting the metal. Kind of in the feeling that I get of it is like protect it at all costs. Right? Those are two things that none of these theories really speak to. The fact that their notes imply that there are other people involved.
Yeah.
And that there's something they're trying to, get, I guess, the metals they're trying to protect.
Well, this whole thing, from the outside, as we've said, there's these elements that seem so far-fetched. But if these guys are TV repairmen, and they're into electronics, probably the big technology that everybody could get was like a ham radio or something at that time.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if they weren't doing what a lot of people do these days, the equivalent of getting on a forum or getting on a chat channel and chatting, and somebody realizing that, wait, these guys are kind of naive, and I could make a couple of bucks on them.
Yeah.
And whether it was they intended to, give them these pills and they were just knockout pills and they just intended to knock them out and take their stuff, or they intended to kill them. I don't know which way. They didn't and it went bad, or they did. Who knows? But it seems like that's the most plausible thing that I can get out of this, is that somebody was stringing them along, and then when they died, just to add to it, to make it seem weirder, to throw the police off the case, they took those silly little glasses and put them on their faces when they left them dead. But that's the only thing that I can ever see that makes any coherent sense in this whole thing. That's the problem. None of it is coherent.
Yeah. It's all kind of just slapped on there.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, 2 guys found dead. for no real reason. Okay, that's a mystery. Oh, also they had towels. Okay. Also, they were wearing these weird lead masks.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, they had a note in their pocket that was like totally inexplainable. Oh, okay. Oh, and also on top of that, my problem with the suicide pact, right, is that they bought a refundable bottle.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So they seem to intend to return.
Yes.
It's not like they went out there with the intention of never coming back. I mean, maybe they did.
Well.
But surely there's an option to just say, oh no, we just want a glass of water, or no, we'll take we won't, pay the deposit. We're just going to take
why are you going to worry about
bottle,
the deposit?
Well,
or the receipt for a water bottle if you're not coming back.
But yeah, at the same time, though, I mean, haven't you gotten a receipt and stuffed it in your pocket, and then at the end of the day, you take it out and then you throw it away?
The impression that I had was that it was like you had to deliberately say, that they would say, okay, do you want the receipt to return this, or are you just going to take it with you?
Mm-hmm.
That was my impression. And, that could be totally wrong. It could be that they just printed out a receipt and
they just did it.
Yeah.
That could totally be the case. But, in my little world, these two men who are like super excited about getting something traipse out into the wild with they're like, we're going to come back tomorrow and it's going to be perfect. And we're going to return this for 10 cents, which is going to be enough for a bus back to our hometown.
Well, and the bus that they had to ride the bus like 3 hours to get there from their
3
hometown?
hours.
Yeah, that's a heck of a commute.
Yeah.
A little bit.
It was 160 miles from their hometown.
Yeah.
So, and it's true, they were UFO enthusiasts. Maybe they were going out to see if they could find a UFO or something. But obviously something went horribly wrong.
Yeah.
It might be that they were just swindled, like Steve was saying. They were just, somebody gave them some knockout pills so he could take their money and flee. And then, he gave them a little bit too much. Mm-hmm. And they just sort of died.
Yep.
It's entirely possible.
Yep. This big mystery.
All right.
It's just,
That's a weird one.
Yep.
Well, that has got, I have to say, so far in the shows that we've done, that probably has the most clues left behind so far that make no sense.
It's just like a menagerie of weirdness.
Yes, I am giving this one the Menagerie Award.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, but you shouldn't overlook the possibility that maybe these guys decided to just check out, and they decided to commit suicide, and they thought, well, what can we do to make sure our names live on? And so they just decided to put together a whole pastiche of weird stuff. Unexplainable stuff. Well, let's write a cryptic little note. Let's hammer up some lead sunglasses.
That's not the behavior of people who are intending to do themselves in.
True that.
That doesn't hold. That doesn't hold true to any case that I've ever heard of somebody who's plotting their own demise. I've never heard of anybody saying, "Well, I'm going to make this as weird as possible."
Yeah, and we talked about recently that guy who disappeared under mysterious circumstances.
Valentich, the pilot?
Yeah.
Yes.
And, he was a UFO enthusiast, and he, we talked about the theory that maybe he faked his own death, and there was, he wanted to go out with a bang, and that's fine. That even seems more reasonable to me as like I'm going to kill myself, but also fake a UFO thing than this. Travel 160 miles when you're like pretty broke anyways.
Yeah.
Go make lead masks, which couldn't have been easy. Take capsules.
And I want to speak to the lead masks.
Yeah.
I've read a number of these, and I started thinking, well, are they lead masks? Are they really lead masks? And that's when I was trying to figure out what they look like. Mm-hmm. And then I started doing a bunch of looking around, and I've seen accounts that say they weren't actually lead, but they were tin.
Oh, really?
Which would be much easier to get a hold of than lead.
Yeah, and you could cut them out with a pair of tin snips.
Well, no, these things look like they were hammered out. I mean, it looks like somebody hammered them out, but I don't know that they were really lead.
Yeah.
I think that they might have been, everybody said, well, those look like the glasses you put on for, I don't know if they were really lead.
They might, I can't really tell. They do look hand hammered, I think, but if you go to like your local fishing store, you can buy those weights that come in like they're cylindrical, almost like a rope.
That's very true. You can buy fishing weights.
Yeah, you can buy those ones that are in a long sort of cord of lead, and you could basically pound that with a sledge till it was flat, and then just cut out your sunglasses from it. So
true.
It's entirely feasible to do something like that.
Yeah. Well, it's just I've seen accounts that go both ways. So
that's fair.
It's another was like, well, okay, well, if they're going to protect from radiation in their tin,
that
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Although if they're going to protect from super intense light and not radiation, tin works just fine.
Yes, it does.
Unless there's a lot of heat. and then maybe melt.
Yeah, again, we're going down the same rabbit hole.
Yeah. And no, I don't have any more theories.
No.
No? Anything else you want to talk about with this?
No.
So if you have any theories or, have anything to correct us or any more insight into this, you can email us at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Check out our website. We've got links. Probably we'll post a couple pictures of the lead masks. And that's thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. So thanks for listening.
Thanks, everybody.
Ta-ta.
Hello and welcome to another episode of No Such Thing as a Fish, a weekly podcast. This week coming to you from the Soho Theatre in central London. My name is Dan Schreiber. I'm sitting here with Andy Murray, James Harkin, and Anna Chazinski. And once again, we have gathered around the microphones with our 4 favorite facts from the last 7 days. And in no particular order, here we go. Anna.
My fact this week is that the son of the man who invented shredded wheat was also an inventor. He invented round shredded wheat. That was what he did.
Was he an inventor?
He actually called himself an inventor. It's not even a... So he wrote a letter to Time magazine, I think, in the 1920s about his father and growing up under his father's influence, saying, I grew up under the influence of my father's enthusiasms, worked in every department of his shredded wheat factory, and actually became an inventor myself, made some inventions of my own. In 1920, I invented muffets. And if you look at muffets, they are shredded wheat, but round.
Do you think all the time he was working in this factory, he was just tutting every time he saw a square or a rectangle one, he's like, oh, for God's sake.
They've got it all wrong! He had an ideas book which was just shapes. Triangle, no. Dodecahedron, no. Too complicated.
One other thing he invented was symmetrical text, or a symmetrical font. Do you know about this?
No.
This is amazing. It's a great idea. So you have all the letters from A to Z, but you can read them all back to front as well. So A is easy, because that always looks that way. But then B, he kind of had a line on both sides, so you could read it from left to right and right to left. And that was his idea. He thought it was too much of a trouble to read from left to right and then go to the next line and read from left to right again. And he thought you could write that way, and then just go down and write that way, and then go down and write that way.
That's awesome.
Cutting
I know,
corners
it's
again.
so good.
I've seen the text, and it is terrible. It's a horrible idea.
But there was actually an old way of writing that monks did back in the day, back in the Middle Ages. It was called boustophodon, and it meant as oxen turn when ploughing. And the idea is you write from left to right, and then you rotate the page. And so then you read from right to left, but you've turned it upside down, and so you're reading it the right way again. And they used to write like that. There are manuscripts written like that.
Why? Sorry to ask a silly question.
I think, again, it's kind of cutting corners, because then you don't have to lift your pen from the page.
Have we said the name of the Shreddies' father and son yet?
No.
No. The son was called Scott H. Perky, and the father was called Henry Drushel Perky.
Yes.
Good names.
True.
Perky and Perky.
Yeah.
And Henry invented shredded wheat to cure his diarrhea, either diarrhea or constipation. Sources vary on that, but he was a dyspeptic, and he decided that there needed to be something he could eat that wasn't bread. It was a bread replacement, shredded wheat. At the beginning, you were supposed to eat it with a poached egg on top, or with it was to be spread on. It was like a bread.
Right.
The family actually put out cookbooks which had different recipes for shredded wheat. And a lot of them were savoury, not just for breakfast. And they also had a cereal restaurant. They had loads of dishes, and they weren't all just shredded wheat. They had other things as well. One of them was shredded meat inside shredded wheat.
Oh. That is so horrible.
There was shredded wheat ice cream, wasn't there? At his restaurant. And the restaurant was over Niagara Falls. It sounds amazing. It had this roof garden, his first shredded wheat restaurant. Shredded wheat ice cream and a shredded wheat drink, which sounds terrible.
Oh.
It's just, it's pulverised wheat, I guess.
They also served roast turkey stuffed with shredded wheat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really into the idea of just relative combos where they do the same career. I feel like we definitely live in an age where actors and musicians, we're seeing their children come up and doing the same thing. But when you get inventors, it's so much better. My favorite family of all time, I have to say, in terms of what they've done, the Picard family. Do you know the Picard family?
Yeah, but it kind of, it's putting down your own family a little bit when you say, this is my favourite family. Is that what you say over Christmas dinner? It's like, you guys are great, but, you know...
Yeah, but... sorry, Mum, Dad. The Picards are incredible. So, Auguste Picard was the first person to travel, basically, to the closest point of space in a balloon. And then his son was Jacques Picard, who went to the bottom of the ocean, to the Marianas Trench.
Well, and then his son was Jean-Luc Picard.
And he went boldly into the... Yeah. No, his son was Bertrand Picard, who was the first person to go non-stop in a balloon completely around the planet So in 3 generations, they went up, down, and around. There's a Picard right now at a dinner table who's like 18 going, what the fuck am I going to do with my life?
I like father-son combinations as well. Do you know what Einstein's son was quite high achieving?
Was he?
Yeah, he was. Do you know what he was most famous for?
Being Einstein's son. Let's be honest. And in second...
Okay, in second place, he was a leading figure in the field of sediment transport.
Yeah. In the small field of sediment transport.
I think that's why most people know of him, Hans
I
Albert
have read
Einstein.
that. They've said he wrote the defining paper on sediment transport.
He did. It was
the
called...
defining paper of 3. Sorry, I'm not leading in any field, so I'm putting this guy down. What was it called?
It was called Bed Load Transport as a Probability Problem.
Oh.
He was very successful, but yeah, not as widely known, I guess. And then there was Randolph Churchill, who, before Winston, his dad, became Prime Minister, announced to his parents, I'm going to be Prime Minister one day, and then his dad was instead, and he was rubbish. Tried to join Parliament, eventually did. Even his own dad wouldn't have him in his war cabinet, I don't think, would he? I know, rough.
It's not a father and son, but my favourite grandson combo.
Is you and your own grandfather?
No, it's Picard and Picard.
No, it's Dick Van Dyke.
Oh, yeah.
And his grandson, Shane Van Dyke. Because Dick Van Dyke did everything to make his family, and he has a whole family who got into movies and TV as well, and they did everything they could to bring them into whatever they wanted to do, Silver Spoon kind of thing. And they said to Shane Van Dyke, you want to be a director, you want to be a writer, an actor, what would you like to do? And he said, I have a project that I would like to make. It's called Titanic 2. Has anyone seen Titanic 2? Basically, the story behind Titanic 2, and bear in mind that Shane Van Dyke wrote this. Titanic 2 is set 100 years after the launch of the original Titanic. They decide that they're going to take the exact same course, but this time, no icebergs. They're like, if we see them, we're going to move. That's like they say that in the movie, right?
That's good thinking.
Yeah, they're like, definitely we're steering clear of those.
I don't think... So when the Titanic launched, it wasn't like you see an iceberg, you make a beeline.
You have to face icebergs down.
They're more afraid of you than you are of them.
90% of iceberg charges are bluffs.
So Titanic 2 is making its way through the ocean, and they get word from back home that an ice shelf in the distance has collapsed, and it sends a tsunami towards Titanic 2. But here's the thing, they radio Titanic 2 and they say, good news guys, the tsunami's not big enough to take you down, you're fine. But what they didn't count on is the fact that the tsunami was big enough to carry on it, like surfers, icebergs, which it then slams into Titanic 2. Oh my God. Titanic 2 then goes down, one person survives. Spoiler alert. Yeah. Best line ever in a movie as well. The captain, who was like, this will never happen again, leaves the cabin, he turns to his entire crew after it's been hit and it's going down, he goes, looks like history just repeated itself. But yeah, Shane Van Dyke, what a dude.
That's amazing.
I think we should talk about breakfast.
Oh, yes, so do I.
Oh, have you got something?
Well, I think you have as well.
Yeah, I do. So there was a study at Tel Aviv University that found that eating chocolate cake for breakfast was good for losing weight, which is good. They looked at 193 obese people over 32 weeks, and they all had different diets, and some of them had a 600-calorie breakfast, including a chocolate cake, and these people lost more weight than those who didn't have the chocolate cake.
Really?
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the idea is that if you have sweet things at breakfast, you're less likely to want them throughout the rest of the day.
Oh, it's not just because there's no chocolate cake left when it comes around.
On sugary breakfast cereal.
Oh, yeah.
So the first ever sugared cereal was called Ranger Joe Popped Wheat Honeys. Fine. Yeah, and the man who designed it to actually lower children's sugar consumption. Because he said, if I make a very slightly sugary breakfast cereal, then children won't put lots of sugar on their own breakfast cereal.
That's not going to work.
Well,
really,
no,
is
it didn't work. I think the highest ever was Sugar Smacks. Has anyone ever heard of these? Has anyone ever had one?
Really?
Cool.
They contain sugar and smack.
Yeah.
So that was the worst.
That was a test the police are in, and they have been taking notes.
Less smack on yourself, didn't it?
No, it didn't. That was the theory, and it didn't work. People just ended up having more smack. Sugar Smacks are 56% sugar.
Whoa! So I was looking at cereals, anyway, breakfast stuff, and there was one cereal, Kix cereal, which might exist still in America, K-I-X, which in 1947, when atomic bombs and atomic energy were quite fashionable, it released an atomic bomb ring as one of the free gifts that came with the cereal packet. It was an atomic bomb ring. It contained polonium that glowed.
What?
And you could be your own little atomic bomber. When you got it, yeah.
Wow. It contained polonium.
Yeah. It made it very clear on the packaging, I should be clear in case they sue me, that it was perfectly safe, capital letters on the packaging.
I think you've got a problem when you have to put perfectly safe in massive letters on your packaging.
Oh, well, check this out. There was a chocolate that you could get in Germany in the 1930s, and this is what it was called, Radium Schokolade. That quickly went off the market. Highly radioactive chocolate, which came with the slogan, "Eat this and feel great."
Great, the Tony the Tiger, the Frosties thing. This is really cool. The man who voiced Tony the Tiger for 50 years, he wasn't the first one, but he was by a long way the longest to do it. He's called Thurl Ravenscroft. He flew Winston Churchill as a pilot.
Really?
Yeah. Because he was a civilian pilot navigator during the whole Second World War, and he flew Winston Churchill, Bob Hope. He flew to meet the troops, and he was great.
And he was the one who said "great."
Yeah,
oh, that's.
And
really
when you look it up, this is genuinely on the Wikipedia on Frosties. Tony, I promise. Tony the Tiger has been the mascot of Frosted Flakes since its introduction. Tony is known for uttering the cereal's slogan, "They're great!" brackets, pronounced as one elongated word, not a stutter. Close brackets.
I saw a Wikipedia page on Snap, Crackle and Pop. You know these guys from the... What are they from?
Yes.
Rice Krispies, that's it. And they explained what they do. They said Snap is always portrayed with a baker's hat, Pop with a military cap and uniform of a marching band leader. Okay. Crackle's red or striped stocking cap leaves his occupation ambiguous.
We've said before, I think, that John Harvey Kellogg, invented cornflakes as part of a health drive, and a big bit of that was an anti-masturbation drive, because he believed that he actually spent his wedding night writing an anti-masturbation tract. Amazing.
Sure, if he doesn't need it anymore. I mean, for those not on their wedding night.
He wrote of masturbators, chronic or otherwise. He said it killed you. He said such a victim dies literally by his own hand.
Guys, we need to move on to our next
right.
fact, by the way. Should we do that? You got anything else you want to add? Okay. Okay, time for fact number 2, and that is Andrew Hunter Murray.
My fact is that in the 1960s, a Canadian psychologist visited cafes across the world counting how much couples touched each other. In Puerto Rico, it was 180 times in an hour. In Paris, it was 110. In London, it was 0. I haven't worked out whether it was romantic couples. I think it was just people who were in pairs in cafes, so it could be friends or family or anything, you know. Yeah.
But also, I'm not British. Is that seen as a very... I see a lot of touching
Well, this
Brits.
was the 1960s, so things were different.
Oh, okay.
You know,
All right.
Yeah,
things have
famously
changed a bit now.
uptight in the 1960s.
The
Really
prudish
chilled out.
60s, as they were called.
Do you guys know about Knutsford in Cheshire? The campaign that it ran at the end of last year, I think, to widen its pavements, because
No.
So it's finally been agreed that Knutsford in Cheshire is going to widen its pavements so that 2 people can walk along it. And the reason 2 people can't walk along it is because there was this spinster called Lady Jane Stanley, who in the 19th century, she lived in Knutsford, and she dictated that couples shouldn't be allowed to walk along the pavements hand in hand. And so she funded the building of all the pavements in Knutsford and made sure that only one person at a time could walk down.
Wow.
Her epitaph reads, "A maid I lived and a maid I died. I never was asked and never denied." I know.
No, she sounds horrible. Why do you think she was never asked?
Why did she not like people walking side by side? Was it because she couldn't get round them, or she just didn't like the affection?
She was offended
or
by the idea of
she
couples
just liked
holding
cues.
hands.
She liked the conga.
She got a She got a kick out of single file. No, she didn't. She objected because she was
She
alone.
was a single file.
Sorry.
So yeah, touching, social touching, and all kinds of touching. Touching is amazing. I should say this fact comes from a book called "Touch: The Science of Hand, Heart, and Mind" by David J. Linden, and I think it's a very interesting book. There are so many cool things. So there are some people who don't feel pain.
Oh.
So there are people in a place called Norrbotten, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, which is in Sweden, and it's genetic, the reason that some people don't feel pain. So some people are born without that ability, and one of the people studied in this book is a girl called Camilla. At the age of 9, I'm quoting here, she would entertain her friends by jumping off her bed and landing directly on her knees. She said she liked to hear the crunching sound they made, just like popcorn.
Wow. I think the problem with people who have this genetic problem is that they would die early, wouldn't they?
Yes, because you don't know. You don't.
Yeah,
you
you
don't
put your
know
hand
to-
in the fire and you just wouldn't know that it's hot.
So basically, touch is vital, and for babies as well. If they don't experience a parent touching them, then it's extremely bad for them, and you can get all kinds of conditions that way. Not sort of, we're not sure how, but
Adolf Hitler didn't like touching.
That as well? Did he like anything? I'm starting to really dislike this guy.
For me, this was the final straw. Martin Amis has claimed recently that Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun had sex without touching each other or
Whoa.
even removing their clothes.
How does that even work?
Well, I assume he, like, the necessary parts touch, but he kept it to an absolute minimum. He hated going to the tailor because tailors, they have to touch you. And
Imagine being Adolf Hitler's tailor. Oh my god.
I did like this. I read about this in the International Business Times, and the way it reported it was saying about the recent claims that have come out that he had sex without touching Eva Braun, and it said, while Hitler's already tarnished reputation was further questioned.
Wow. So if you touch someone, they're going to trust you more, apparently. That's the thing, isn't it? Don't do it, Andy.
Yeah.
Richard Wiseman did a study on this and found that when you asked someone on a date and you were touching them at the same time, they were 20% more likely to offer a dance in a nightclub, 20% more likely to accept that, and 10% increase on people giving their telephone number to a stranger in the street just from touching them.
Does it make any difference where you touch them?
Yeah. I think further research is required.
No, see, apparently, I just struggle to believe this because I cannot empathise with it, but as a salesperson, if you touch people, you're about 20% more likely to make a sale if you touch them on the arm, which I find incredibly creepy.
Yeah,
if
just a
someone
light
tries
touch
to
on
do
the
that.
arm. But it's culturally specific, so they've tried these experiments and getting people to sign a petition in the street, it goes from 55% to 80% of people signing it. However, not in Poland, where you're like a Polish man, Anna, because Polish men react very, very badly to being touched lightly on the arm. A study in Poland found this. They found that people are less likely to sign the petition.
Because I'm a quarter Polish, and I've never been able to access the Polish part of myself, and maybe that's what it is.
Well, it's the skin. It's the Polish part of you.
Polish skin.
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of controversy in the papers that when I was putting in, I just wanted to see with Britain and touching certain people in Britain, and apparently the Queen is someone you definitely should not touch.
You've met the Queen, haven't you, Dan?
I've touched the Queen. Yes, I met the Queen.
Dan.
No, I did.
You're not meant to. It sounds like you knew it and you did it anyway.
I read the fact to her face as I touched her.
Where did you touch her?
Her hand. We shook hands.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, they because I'm an Australian, and the Labour PM Paul Keating, he was not current. Yeah. He touched the Queen on her lower back, which a number of people have done, and it's always led to massive controversy. And the tabloids went insane, and they called him the Lizard of Oz. The tabloids then recommended that all Australian expats be sent back to Australia, Clive James included, because they ruined their chance.
It is a peculiarly sleazy feeling, someone touching your lower back. I mean, I can understand trying to extradite every member of the nationality that tried to do that.
Other people you're not allowed to touch, the Thai royal family, you weren't allowed to touch them traditionally. And there was a Thai queen who drowned after falling from a boat. This was in 1880 because onlookers were too scared to touch her, and so she drowned.
No way.
Yeah, that's bad, isn't it?
I mean, they probably didn't like her very much either.
I don't, yeah.
Because even if I was supposed to, not touch someone, if they were drowning, I think I'd help.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
if
I
the
don't know.
law says that you'd be put to death if you did touch them.
Put to death?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
In Tonga, the undertakers who look after the king are not supposed to use their hands for 3 months after touching the dead body of the king. But that's better than it used to be, because 300 years ago they would have their hands chopped off.
Wow. And I bet undertaking courses were not popular in the country, were they? So wait, you can't use your hands for 3 months. You have to explain this.
But these days, you would be put into a nice house and looked after for 3 months. So it's actually quite good these days.
We're gonna have to move on to our next one. I've just got one more thing, which I think is really interesting. Things you can touch. Something you can't touch is the papers of Marie Curie. They're still so radioactive that you have to put on a full body suit in order to look at the papers that are talking about the subject itself. That's insane.
On touching in the US, there's been a campaign in US schools recently to limit touching between people, but just between pupils, because girls often hug each other, I think. So there was a complaint by a head teacher saying that girls, having been separated for 40 minutes, gone to different lessons, will have to all hug each other in the corridors, and it was clogging up the corridors. So there was a campaign in a school in Iowa, I think it was, which was the hands off or handshake campaign, which apparently was genuinely successful, which was saying to girls, you cannot have to hug each other every 40 minutes, maybe just a handshake. And now girls in this school go down the corridors, see their mate, give them a handshake, and that's that done.
Wow. That's good. It's very much like...
Hello.
Hello, how do you do? Yeah.
Oh, I shook so many people's hands last night.
That's nuts. We really need to move on. Okay, time to move on to fact number 3, and that is James.
Okay, my fact this week is that in a very particular time and place in history, you could avoid castration by shouting the word Soho.
But just to be safe, always do it. Everywhere.
Is the time and place here and now?
We've asked the staff.
Yeah, what do you
for
mean
a
time
lot
and
today.
place?
Yeah, it's not in Soho itself, which is where we are today. This is an Ashanti law from the 18th and 19th century that said that if someone saw a member of the chief's harem naked, then he'd be castrated. And so if one of his attendants needed to go into the harem, he would shout out, Soho, Soho, and the ladies would get dressed, and so he wouldn't see them naked, and he wouldn't get castrated.
Is it Ashanti?
Ashanti, yeah.
Which is where?
They are Ghanaian, and they're part of the Akan kind of group of tribes.
So if you really had a grudge against a guy and you're a woman, you just leave your clothes off, he's seen you naked, he gets castrated.
That'll do it.
Wow. Tough.
Yeah.
But fair.
So the Ashanti law was it would punish acts that were hateful to the tribe because they believed that their ancestors would come back and punish the whole tribe if they did anything that was bad. And also they thought that one of the most severe punishments that they had was ridicule. And there was a proverb that was, if it was a choice between disgrace and death, then take death. So ridicule was the worst thing that could happen to you. Although castration sounds a bit worse.
They always shook hands, because we were talking about handshaking.
Oh, yeah,
they always shook hands with the left hand, didn't they? Because that was the hand that you held your shield in. And so it signifies the fact that you don't feel the need to defend yourself against them.
That's true. And Baden-Powell was a big fan of the Ashanti, and that's why Boy Scouts were traditionally supposed to shake with their left hand, because he liked the Ashanti so much.
I saw some amazing footage 8 years and years ago of David Attenborough when he was making a series called Zoo Quest. I think it was the Zoo Quest series, and there was this one episode where he was going into a territory so that he had a group of people guiding him around of a certain tribe, and they stopped at this hill and they said, we're not going any further because the tribe that are over there are quite warlike and we don't want to get into this territory. And Attenborough was like, okay, you guys stay back, me and the camera guys are going to go forward. And they have this on camera. Attenborough is walking over this hill when suddenly this warring tribe comes running over the hill towards him. Whoa. And they just come, like, they're yelling and they're going, like, just war yells, basically, running towards him. And he has no idea what to do. He's panicked into a standstill silence. And literally, as they approach him, the only thing he can think to do is to walk forward, put his hand out to shake and says, "How do you do?" Yes! Yeah. Yes! And then it turned out that was their way of greeting you by intimidating you. It's like a great practical joke on there. And they came, and you see the guy going, "Ooh," and then shakes Attenborough's hand. But it's the most British thing I've ever seen in my life. Literally on the brink of death. How do you do? Extraordinary.
This is completely unrelated to the subject matter, but on David Attenborough, you know, he's the only person who's won a BAFTA in black and white, colour, 3D, and HD, and some other weird thing called 4X or something. There's 5 different formats.
That's when he's literally massaging you as you're watching.
5 formats he's got.
Wow,
BAFTAs
that's
in.
very cool.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
He's old.
So the Ashanti...
That's what I'm telling you.
And this fact is... so the Ashanti are famous for their golden stool.
Yes.
This was the throne of the Ashanti people. It's quite a small stool, and it's so important to them that it's never allowed to touch the ground, so it has its own chair. So it's like a stool on top of the throne, which is pretty cool.
Is that what... Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I read that the legend comes from the fact that the golden stool started in the 17th century in modern-day Ghana, when it came down from the heavens and landed on the king's lap, which seems like such a strange place for the stool
It's
to
sitting on
land.
him. Yeah, that's how good it is. This chair sits on
the
you.
But it caused the War of the Golden Stool, didn't it?
That's right.
I think we caused the War of the Golden Stool.
Well, some blame the stool, some blame us.
Negotiations broke down.
This was when it was classic British colonialism. When the governor of the Gold Coast, as it was at the time, who was called Frederick Hodgson, heard about this golden stool thing and demanded to be allowed to sit on it because he said, you know, the Queen is your ruler. Where is the golden stool? Why am I not sitting on the golden stool at this moment? I'm the representative of the paramount power in this country. Why have you relegated me to a non-golden stool chair? And so then the quote I read was, the chiefs listened in silence and then went home to prepare for war.
Quite right too, I think.
Yeah.
The current king of the Ashanti is a man called Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, and he is qualified in accountancy and public administration. Which actually is a really good thing for a king to be qualified in. Yeah. He studied at Kilburn Polytechnic.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah. And he has a doctorate from London Metropolitan University, which is where he did the public administration bit.
I've got some Soho facts,
Oh, yeah.
but like Soho is in where we're recording tonight.
Yeah, go on.
Well, I say I've got some. I've got one. It's
Better be good.
But it's on the very street that we're on, Dean
Oh, yeah.
Street, where there's a Pizza Express up the road. And before there was the Pizza Express there used to be an ear hospital, and it was the very first ear hospital in the UK, some think in all of Europe. No one had done it before. And it was run by a guy called John Curtis. He was a bit of a charlatan. He used to do this thing where he would try to convince the patient that he'd cured them and made their hearing better. So they'd come and go, "Oh, I'm having trouble hearing." And then he would go, "Okay, well, listen to this clock." And he'd have a silent clock. And they'd be like, "I can't hear anything." And then he'd get some hot water in a syringe and he would put it in their ear. And while they were like doing that to their ear, he'd get his other clock, which made a noise. He went, "What about now?" And they go, "I can hear." And he went, "I cured you." And then they'd go off.
Yeah,
and
but that only works for people who can actually hear, who don't have hearing problems in the first place, right?
Yeah.
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 But apparently this one ear hospital has now expanded into what have become Great Ear Hospital, so it actually turned into a great... Yeah, so
A little
despite
bit-
his dubiousness...
A little bit south of here, there's a nose hospital, and then way further down, there's a throat hospital, which is in Surrey.
So we're on the Soho Theatre is 21 Dean Street, and apparently Mozart played in this building, or in what this building was.
Really?
A 7-year-old Mozart played the harpsichord, accompanied by his 4-year-old sister.
Wait, a 7-year-old Mozart? How many...
Really? He did?
That's amazing.
Apparently, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
According
cool.
to the website of this very company.
Right. Apparently, Marlboro cigarettes as well. They started selling and manufacturing cigarettes on Great Marlborough Street.
Oh,
And
really?
then,
Coincidence?
and Marlboro, it was the name, and then they removed the "oo" at the end because they thought that's not as sexy a look as a thing. And on top of it, they were lady cigarettes. They weren't for men.
Wow.
Yeah, they would-
Marlboros, it's not for men. Cool.
No, genuinely,
The
when they
opposite of
started
New
up,
York,
they were
yeah.
for women, and because it was at a point where women were encouraged to start smoking cigarettes, which, if you've ever seen an Adam Curtis documentary, what was it called, The Power of Nightmares, it's where he shows where one person, who was a grandson, I think, of Sigmund Freud, convinced the entire world, because at that point only men smoked cigarettes, and they called them what was it?
I don't remember.
Sticks of Liberty, Flames
Yeah.
of Awesomeness. It was
Liberty Torches or something.
Liberty Torches,
something
yeah.
like that.
But so Marlboro was, and that was just down the road.
Oh,
And
cool.
he is the man who invented eggs and bacon for breakfast. Which
Oh.
is true. He was the father of PR.
Yeah.
And the father of good health.
Yeah. Yeah.
And his son invented round eggs and bacon. So, Arthur...
They had, I think, a theatre, the Great Windmill Theatre in Soho was the only theatre not to close down during World War II to support the war effort, wasn't it? Because it was an exotic dancing / naked. What do you call those places where there are naked women? Strip club.
Yeah.
It was that, and it was decided that it was too important to sacrifice for the cause of war. So the Great Windmill Theatre, yeah, it is no longer a strip club if you're going there. Pretty sure. I think it's just a theatre now.
Cool. I think it is.
You think is it still a strip club?
I think so.
Look at him, I think.
Otherwise, that was a very avant-garde play.
I mean, there was no plot whatsoever.
So, the start of this fact was about safe words, because it's something you say to make sure you don't get castrated. And I went on... Which is what a safe word is, right?
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, I wasn't sure, so I went on Wikipedia, safe words, and they said, in theory, a safe word is usually a word that the person would not ordinarily say during sex, such as pineapple, velociraptor, or Lindsay Lohan. Oh my god. And then another one, this is really great, it's the next paragraph. It says, since a scene may become too intense for a submissive partner to remember what a safe word is, in practice, commonly the word safe word is used as a safe word.
Wow. I'm going to have to move us on. We've got to press on. I know. It's a shame. Okay, time for our final facts of the evening. That's my fact. My fact is that Mathieu Ricard, the man who is labelled the happiest man in the world, is unhappy people call him that. See, this was by science. They said you are the happiest man alive. He's a Buddhist, but he's...
By science, sorry. By Mr. Science.
By Captain Science. He, basically, they were doing this massive survey on trying to find out about happiness, and he was one of the people that they did these experiments on. They did it on hundreds of people, and he literally, they could register no negativity in him whatsoever. He just loved everything.
Until they said, you're the happiest man in the world, he's like, fuck's sake.
Well, apparently, I've not read it in a proper interview with him that he is unhappy about it, except for this book called Talk Like Ted. It's a new book that's out. And in it, she says that he's really unhappy about it.
They did this test. Which, they tested the happiness biometric thing. So plus 0.3 was the most miserable on this scale they had. Minus 0.3 was meant to be extremely happy people, and he scored minus 0.45. Which, isn't that cool?
Yeah,
He's off
happy.
the charts.
Yeah.
He said he sounds like the most annoying person on the planet. He said...
That is Anna plus 0.45.
He said he gets annoyed. He said, of course I sometimes get irritated, but I usually start laughing quite quickly at the irritation because it's so silly, which sounds like an incredibly annoying response.
He's surrounded by the unhappiest people in the world.
I also saw an interview with him when someone asked him about a laptop that he had stolen. And they said, did that not make you unhappy at least? He said, I didn't feel aggrieved at all. My only regret was that he hadn't been able to send the thief the power lead.
Bullshit. No one can be that happy.
It's impossible. But he's like a Buddhist guy, right? He's like, he says meditation is the main thing.
He's the Dalai Lama's right-hand man, I believe.
Oh, yeah, really?
Yeah.
I saw an interview where they talked about the Dalai Lama, and someone asked him, does he watch the Marx Brothers? Does the Dalai Lama watch the Marx Brothers? And this guy, Ricard, said, he doesn't have to. His life is so full of humour. Although I think he used to watch MASH.
Best TV show ever.
Yeah, well,
That's my
obviously the
favourite.
Dalai Lama doesn't think it's that funny.
So, as we say, Buddhism is a thing that really focuses on a religion that really focuses on trying to achieve happiness. And in Bhutan, obviously a Buddhist country, all new government policies have to have a gross national happiness assessment. So every policy that's made has to be run through the is this going to cause gross national happiness rings in order to establish, which is so cool. And so they're a really happy country. They're one of the poorest countries in the world, and yet they're about number 8 on the Global Happiness Index.
They're number 8?
I think they're about 8. There are so many lists of the happiest countries
Usually
in
it's
the world.
Costa Rica number 1, isn't it?
Denmark, usually, I
is it?
think. But Panama recently overtook them.
Did they?
You've been to Bhutan.
I have.
Was it nice?
They're just all so bloody happy.
Do they announce the happiest country at an actual award ceremony? Because I'd love to see the camera pan across everyone's face when they find out it's not them.
Bhutan, I think they're so happy because they have a dragon king. How happy would
yeah.
we be if we called our queen the Dragon Queen? That's what they call him.
He actually went to school in England as well.
Yes, Kilburn Polytechnic.
He's called Wangchuck.
He is. Yeah.
Nothing funny about that.
And he's the last in the Wangchuck dynasty so far. There's been like 4 or 5 Wangchucks.
He's not been able to find anyone to take his surname.
He's got 7 sons. All of them. No, I'm Smith. Also, Bhutan has no traffic lights, does it?
Which may be why it's the happiest country in the world.
It's the traffic lights and the Dragon King thing.
And they've pledged to be a carbon sink forever.
Yeah.
To be a net absorber of carbon.
They did used to have one traffic light in the centre of Thimphu. It's near the golf course, if you want to know where. But they
You've been, haven't you?
I played golf there, yeah. But the place where they put the traffic lights there, and everyone got so upset by the traffic lights, they got rid of them, and now there's just a guy there the whole time who's doing the job of the traffic lights.
Because they thought it was too impersonal.
Yeah.
Because they're so happy-clappy. They need a human to be doing their traffic lighting for them.
I've done karaoke in Bhutan as well, actually, with a load of monks.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's another story.
What? No. You don't get off the hook that easily here. What did you sing?
I can't remember. It was some, I think I sang some Bhutanese.
'Cause I'm happy coming along.
That's all they sing for Pharrell Williams 500 times in a row.
Keep the points up. It's going down. Costa Rica's ahead. Come on. We're happy. Come on.
Supposedly, in Buddhist teaching, there are 84,000 negative emotions.
Really?
Yeah. And there are 87,000 drinks combinations at Starbucks.
Coincidence? Can't be. That's like, how many different types of smile are there? There are something like 18 different types of smile, aren't there? And there's only one of those 18 that is a genuine smile of happiness.
Duchenne smile, right?
Yeah. The mouth smile. I'm out.
There's a Pan-American smile.
Yeah.
And that was air hostesses from back in the 50s.
Just fake
The
with the mouth only.
Yeah, but it was such a big thing, wasn't it? It was the classic, on the side of planes they would have the classic air hostess of the 50s look, and it was the fake smile.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's one of the 19 or 18.
It almost certainly will be.
I think it is, and the best one is the Duchenne smile, and that's the one you can tell by the eyes, because it's the wrinkles around the eyes let you know that it's a real smile.
And that's probably why, so there's lots of data about how the older you get, the happier you get, and it's just because people have got wrinkled eyes when they're older, I think. Because it is, the happiness index goes up, and right into your 80s.
But
your
it goes
happiness
down
increases.
until your mid-40s.
Yes, it does,
That's the least happy, and then, but from then on, it's all upwards. It's all upwards.
Which means the graph looks a bit like a smile.
All right, Matteo Ricard.
Oh, by the way, Matteo Ricard has on his website, did you guys look on his website? His website has a few features. My favourite feature is Smile of the Week. And it's just a different monk every week. Just having a good old smile. It's actually really nice to look at.
If he's unhappy about the happy thing, he's bringing it on himself if he's doing a Smile of the Week website, I think.
He's been celibate since he was 30. He has a little counter on his website.
Duchenne used to, as well as discovering the one smile that is a true smile, he used to electrocute different bits of people's faces to create different expressions, didn't he? To work out what different expressions meant.
Yeah,
and it's so funny. And because it was the mid to late 19th century, and because it was the age of photography as well, he combined the two, and he just took loads of photos of these patients making mental expressions because he was electrocuting them. These people going like, yeah, it's kind of mean.
Yeah.
I got a flash. We're going to have to wrap up.
Is that what that meant?
Yeah, that's what that was.
Oh.
Do we have any final facts that you want to chuck in?
Okay, well, Hitachi has come up with a happiness algorithm. You put a badge on your shirt, and there's an accelerometer on there which measures your activity, and it means that the boss of a company can tell how happy everyone is in the company and can adjust things accordingly. Oh, brave new world.
Yeah. I got one last thing, which is that I was looking into, just when I was doing the research, I thought science has labelled this person the something in the world.
Oh, yeah.
And I only had one thing come up, which was the man with the largest penis. And
Oh, yeah, I know him. Well, I don't know him.
It was just one night.
James, your eyes are watering.
No, he works as a data entry clerk in America, doesn't he? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's he using to enter the data?
all right, we don't even have time for the fact. That's it. That's all of our facts. Thank you so much for listening. If you want to get in contact with any of us about the things that we've said in this podcast, you can get us on our Twitter accounts. I'm on @Schreiberland, James
@Eggshaped,
Andy
@AndrewHunterM,
Anna.
You can email podcast@qi.com.
And we're going to be back again in the Soho Theatre next week. And if you want to hear any previous episodes, this was our 51st episode. So there's 50 episodes online. Thank you so much for being here tonight, guys. Thank you to everyone listening. And we'll see you again next week. Have a good night. Goodbye.
This week in Retronauts, we talk about Pokemans, because we like to catch them all. All of them, right, guys?
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Some of them.
Let me show you my Pokemans.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Retronauts, One-Up's worst podcast. I'm your host, Jeremy Parrish, and with me here we have many special guests. Starting to my right,
Brian Intihar. I'm the previews editor for EGM.
Scott Sharkey.
Chris Kohler of Game Life. And Mark McDonald of GameVideos.com.
And they're here this week to talk about Pokemon, because it's a topic I don't really know anything about except that they cause seizures. But Mark has
yes, I have a dark chapter
extensively about Pokemon
of my history.
And Brian just has an innocent, childlike love of the series.
No, I had to suffer through the days of when it was like at its peak popularity, working at GameStop. So see, I didn't know this either until today. I was wondering why you were down here.
Was it just because I play John Madden football that
yes.
you expect that?
Yes, it is exactly that.
Well, I'm like right now like the Pokemon so-called expert on EGM. I'm the only one who's been reviewing them, so
it's great to get pigeonholed like that, isn't it?
Well, just
it took me about a year and a half to get off the John Madden kind of pigeonhole. So
yeah, well, apparently they put me on the Big for Diamond and Pearl, so yes. I guess my time has come.
Yes, you have.
Boy, I sure love reviewing Nintendo first-party DS games. Those lock boxes.
Oh man,
it's like 20 pounds of metal in your hand,
and your hands start to cramp like 15 minutes in. You're like,
but the nice thing is they have that little thing sticking off, so you can grab it like a giant lollipop of death and beat people over the head when you get too frustrated.
Exactly.
So it's going to be great. I'm going to love it. But first, we're going to talk about this week's retro news. because we do that. Yeah. So let's first talk about this week's Virtual Console releases. Anyone download anything this week?
Yeah. I got Ninja Turtles and Star Fox.
Chris, you downloaded Ninja Turtles? I gave that a thumbs down.
I know.
Nobody cares about your thumbs down.
Yes, they do. People
the world
their entire
tilts.
week around whether or not I give a game a thumb up or thumb down, and then they
waiting with
download it anyway.
They make fun of you. No,
I hate Ninja Turtles too, but I'll play it again anyway.
So why did you download it, and why did you give it a thumbs down?
I hadn't played it in a long time. I downloaded it because I want to show Nintendo that I'm willing to get totally raped on pricing, because of course they raised it up to
Thanks for setting a great precedent for us, Chris.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, I downloaded it because I thought to myself, wrongly, you know, it's been, 10 years since I played this game. Maybe I just wasn't very good at video games back in the day. It can't be
10
that
years?
bad. It was made by Konami. And no.
No, it was made by Konami and passed off as an Ultra game. That should have been your first hint. Only Metal Gear is the game
truly deserving of the Ultra name.
It was the only truly Ultra game. The rest of them were like Skate and Die. Kind of, who cares? Defenders of the Crown.
It was kind of like LJN in terms of a banner that you knew you didn't actually have to buy the game. It's on there. No, I seriously was thinking, like, maybe, now that I'm better at video games, I can get I didn't even get past the first level. I mean, not dying. I was like, wow, this is just god awful.
No, the first Ninja Turtle game
sins in 5 minutes than most
the first
games
Ninja Turtle game is not good.
No, it's not.
The first NES one. They went to the arcade and they were great.
Yep.
People have great memories of that game. I am not one of them because I was a little older when that first came out, but I'm always surprised by the amount of people that have like good memories of that. Ninja Turtles.
I don't really have good memories of it. I played it back when it first came out. I beat it back when it first came out, and I hated every minute of it.
I just remember it being really
determined
hard
to finish. Yeah,
and then seeing it in the Wizard, Bo Bridges playing it or whatever his name is.
He's talking about like being on like level 9 or something. He's on like, the first
and he's like going crazy with the controller. He's never played a video game in his life, and you see him kind of holding the controller.
Well, you do kind of have to smash the controller when you're using Raphael and his little spinny size of death.
I was like, I had the Wiimote hold, horizontally, and I was almost like smashing it into the floor. And it was only left like 4 minutes. That's how I knew it was time to turn it off.
It is interesting that they released that with the new Ninja Turtles movie in theater. Like, I wonder if there's people thinking that way a lot about the retro releases. Yeah. So, and then Star Fox 64, I have not downloaded yet, but I fully intend to. Great game. Actually, Miyamoto, when we interviewed him for EGM like 2 years ago, and we asked him to like pick a favorite game that people probably actually it was about the Virtual Console. It was like, what's a game that you're excited to play on the Virtual Console? Of all of his games, he actually named Star Fox 64.
That's right.
Yeah.
Star Fox 64 was the series' glorious finale. It was the last, the last good Star Fox game.
It was like the pinnacle. That idea taken to its fruition, and everything since then has kind of been.
But even in Star Fox 64, you can kind of see the seeds of its ruination.
Mm-hmm.
There's too much talking, too much plot. They took away the abstract and
the arena crap.
So you have Slippy saying, "Oh no, Fox, I'm hit," whatever, that kind of crap. No, not good. I don't care about Fox's dad. Shut up, shoot things, and then you have the arena parts where you have to fly back and forth. Circle strafe, keep going around and around.
Yeah,
and around.
I played the multiplayer a ton. Like I shockingly, like after, I think I bought Star Fox that day. Actually finished it.
Is the 4-player multiplayer fun now? Because
no, it wouldn't be fun. It wouldn't be fun now. But like back in that time when I got it,
when that was all we had.
Split screen anything sucks. I mean, let's face it. It always has.
Split screen is okay, but 4-person split screen. That's
it used to
really
be
bad.
tolerable if you had a friend who had like a 30-something inch tube television.
Well, it's funny now. Even like today, like my friend really wants to play Gears of War. He wants to come over and play it, and I'm like, dude, go buy a 360 and just hook up your internet and do it on.
Play it over live.
Yeah,
It'll
I'm
be
like,
better
I'm
that
not
way.
splitting the screen.
We actually had something at EGM for Perfect Dark that was this giant cardboard contraption with mirrors.
Right.
Have you seen this?
I've heard of this.
It's this giant cardboard contraption with mirrors, and it's this big black box, basically a cardboard box bigger than like a 32-inch tube television, and you basically lean in and you just get your little hole where you can see through mirrors just your part of the screen, and all 4 people do it, and it does work.
That's completely preposterous, Mark.
But it's completely silly. I mean, it's
the worst thing I've ever heard.
You're a huge idiot, in front of your 3 friends.
Who thought of it? That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
The guy did the Brady Bunch intro.
Look back.
Hollywood Squares, now starring Perfect Dark.
But yeah, look back in some classic EGMs. You can find that because we did cover it.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, actually, the thing that surprised me most about Star Fox 64 is that it is the one game that has so far improved the most in its virtual console incarnation, because it up-reses the 3D, it gets rid of the really smeary anti-aliasing. So actually, all the ship models look really clean. I mean, Mario 64, Zelda, they look pretty good, but since you have like boxy ships in Star Fox,
right,
they actually, it actually works for them really well.
That's cool. I'll have to check that out. I know
it looks really clean.
Right, that's cool. We took a video of it. I have it up. I just haven't looked at it. So
check it out at GameVideos.com.
That's right.
But actually, the game of the week on Virtual Console is the one that Chris didn't download.
Dragon's Curse.
That's the Dragon's Curse.
Oh, right.
AKA the Dragon's Trap. Because of its bizarre, complicated lineage.
It's like the third time that's come up.
I know. We've been talking about it a lot. So it's kind of the culmination of all of this.
Do you think that's your fault then?
I'm going to take credit for it, yes.
It's a little fluky otherwise.
But let's see if we can sort out the lineage of this. Okay, Wonder Boy and Hudson's Adventure Island are the same thing. They were both created by Westone, and Sega did the Wonder Boy series, Hudson did the Adventure Island series for NES. But then you have the Dragon's Curse, which is the Hudson published version of the Sega version of the series for the Turbo graphics. And I don't...
That's really true? That the first game is the same game?
Yeah. Wonder Boy and Hudson's Adventure Island are exactly the same.
I had no idea.
It's not even that much of a reskinning, really.
No, they changed the little guy.
He's a little different, and that's it.
It's like Decathlon
exactly the same.
And
Mario 2.
Magical Boy Haddo. Exactly. Yes.
Right.
Just nod.
Just like that.
Sure. No, but it really is very bizarre, because that's like Sega's version of Hudson's like franchise, and then Hudson's publishing it. So it's very confusing. But anyway, the game itself is completely great. It's, open-ended Zelda to pseudo-Metrovania kind of thing. Run around, kill stuff, level up, get coins, get more powers, transform into monsters.
Yeah, that's
totally
good
great
stuff.
I highly recommend it to everyone.
There were a couple other pieces of Virtual Console news this week that don't nicely dovetail with releases, but one of them is that Hudson, in April, is going to release Battle Load Runner to Virtual Console in the U.S. This is a Japan-only game.
They did confirm that for the U.S.
Yep. What?
Is it a good load runner?
It is a battle version of load. It is a 4-player multiplayer load runner.
The only bad load runner was the GameCube one.
There was a Super Load Runner for NES.
Yeah, that was pretty.
Was
bad.
that the one that had Bomberman in it?
I don't know.
Fought Bombermans.
I think the idea of this is that it's a sort of like Bomberman but vertical. Like you're climbing up ladders.
Interesting.
That kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know if there's bombs.
I remember playing a Load Runner knockoff that was made by some random programmer for Commodore 64 that was multiplayer like that, and it was very good. So if it's anything like that.
Yeah. Well, this apparently this requires zero translation. I think the entire thing is in
that's
English.
the easy one to do.
Oh yeah.
That is encouraging that a publisher is willing to translate stuff. Although I think it's kind of inevitable with Hudson because there's only so much American TurboGrafx 16 material that they can release.
Exactly.
After a while, they're going to have to start dipping into the Japanese well. Otherwise, they're going to have nothing to publish.
Hudson has been pretty open, though, like more than most companies, to at least our input. They've been visiting a lot, asking various things, some of which we can't talk about, but some of which was like, well, which games do you think people want to see on the Virtual Console and stuff like that? They do seem very open to fan.
There are a few
reaction.
publishers I know that are open to the idea of publishing the Japanese releases, but I can understand that they'd want to work through their American releases first because those require no licensing problems, they require no translation issues. It's just take it and publish it.
Well, few of the Japanese games, especially if it's by Hudson, require any sort of licensing issues whatsoever.
Well,
it's
sure.
really just,
But anyway.
Right. It's all being done through NCL anyway. NOA isn't going out licensing games yet. Yeah.
Although Reggie said he's working on GoldenEye.
Maybe,
We'll
I mean, if they made Ninja Turtles work, even though Ubisoft has the license now, maybe they can go out and get the Simpsons game for the
that would be cute.
Not that anyone is making a Simpsons game, but yeah.
And if they're smart, they'll leave GoldenEye alone.
I was gonna
let
just say,
people
like,
have their memories.
I was gonna say, like, I really think if they do finally get GoldenEye, like, people will be supremely disappointed after like 10 minutes.
Console shooters from 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how good they were 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Not so good now.
Yeah.
They've evolved.
I think that would be bad news.
Really?
I think so.
I think people would be very sad.
I think you'd see a big spike day one, then people would be like, yeah.
A lot of people would buy it, and then you'd get this huge, like, oh man, this game really wasn't that good.
Yeah.
Or it's not that good anymore, maybe.
Did you like it? Like,
No, I was big into PC games at the time, so I was in college playing Quake like all night and day, and then I graduated, got this job, and everyone was playing GoldenEye. And I was like, what the hell is this? Like, what is wrong with you? You use the C buttons, the turn, what? This is terrible. This is garbage. How can you play this? And,
I was only doing PC shooters at the time, too, so playing that on the console, it was low resolution, it was clumsy. It just didn't appeal to me. And I know the big appeal of GoldenEye is the multiplayer.
Yeah.
Right.
But I didn't have anyone to play with at the time.
Even that, it was split screen. If you did not have a PC, I can see how it would change your world. But for me and most people who had a PC who were playing Quake at the time, it was archaic.
I was going to say I was doing both. I was play PC shooters at night, and when I had like 3 dorm mates. And they played GoldenEye, and I played with them, and that was a lot of fun. I mean, mostly because they were in the room with you, and you could hit them. So there's a lot of appeal to that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when I was playing Quake, though, I was in a house with like 4 or 5 other guys. Everybody had their own screen.
Well, maybe that kind of poisoned you against. You can't play GoldenEye like you play Quake. It's a totally different.
Well, yeah, it did. I mean, I had mouse
Halo.
controls, and then I went from that to the N64 controller, which was a rude awakening. So
I agree.
But yeah, I mean, it was the first real good console first-person shooter, though. Like, I'll give it its props. Single player.
It hasn't aged well at all.
But that's the thing. Like, most N64 games do not age well at all. And that
I'm kind of curious what it would look like without all the.
It has,
though.
in its defense, it's aged better than Turok.
Really?
Oh, come on.
Turok wasn't even good back then.
That is one of the most over.
See, that's funny because I maybe Turok came out before Quake. I'm not sure.
You mean fighting in the fog? You mean the fog?
Yeah, that was very foggy.
Ridiculous.
It was very foggy, but come on, it's like
Turok 2. They changed the color of the fog.
Got more purple.
Oh God, Turok! Turok 3 Rage Wars?
Yeah,
Oh,
I bought that for like $2 and I felt ripped off.
But we'll get into crappy games later. Did anyone download Jetpack Refueled for Xbox Live Arcade?
Played it on PartnerNet.
Is anybody?
Let me guess. We're all American here, so no one except me downloaded it.
No, I didn't care.
I played it.
That's not
I went and played the spec.
Oh, I'm going to. I'm going to review it, so I'm going to download it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty fun, actually. I mean, it's super limited, but it's, as an arcade-style game, it has a lot in common with Joust, actually. Yeah. It's like a Joust where you can shoot.
And the updated version is actually fun. I mean, it's more fun than the
Yeah, but the problem with the updated version, I actually don't like it as much because it's a cacophony of color and explosions, and it's really, really hard to see what you're doing.
You know who made this,
You have the same problem with
I do know who made this, yes. But no, I mean, it actually interferes with the gameplay. Plus, I'm not really crazy about the weird, like, puppet animation where everyone is, like, you have legs that kind of flop around as you're flying.
You can pretend it's a Thunderbird shooter.
When you say
Except
who made this...
It doesn't quite go far enough in that direction.
When you say who made this, are you just saying Rare?
Rare.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Right. They're into the color.
Are you saying Rare is into cacophonies of color and light? And
I love
that's
a great phrase. To the point that it might interfere with the gameplay sometimes. Yes. But that's actually pretty common with a lot of games, and I think people who have kind of gotten into the 3D game design mindset. When they go back to 2D, they're like, we need to get these cool effects in here.
Right.
Otherwise, it's not awesome enough.
Well, could they put some of those colors in 3D games then? Because I'm getting kind of tired of gray and brown.
Yes. Elder Scrolls 5 is going to be like all neons.
So
it's going to be a battle through the 80s. It's going to be great.
It'll be Tron medieval.
That would be awesome. You could have like an electric halberd.
Isn't that WoW?
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
That makes me sad. Okay, so it's not awesome. Let's see, any other news? Europe and Japan both got Punch-Out this week.
Oh, right.
Oh, right, and you're bitching about it. God, I'm bitching about it. Well, I mean, it means that we're going to get it really soon. I am a bitchy person, especially when it comes to Virtual Console. But why is America the new Europe? I was fine when Europe was Europe, and they got games 4 months later. You know, I want Punch-Out right now.
Are you that anxious to fight, Mr. Dream or whatever?
I have no idea. I think it's late here because they're working on getting the license for Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson himself is holding it up.
I bet you he's actually pounding on Nintendo's door, going, "I need money. I'll no problem."
Guys, I'm sick of fighting in Vegas. Come license this game for me, guys.
It is so sad that it won't be Mike Tyson.
Yeah,
but not Mike Tyson. That makes me really sad.
Inevitable. I mean, I got used to this in 1990.
Well, they could give him a clever name and pass it off.
Right.
As like M. Bison's Punch-Out, yeah.
Or Balrog's Punch-Out.
It just makes me sad. Randomly, just this week, I saw the commercial for the original one. The one where he's laughing.
Right.
It was so great. It added so much to it, and now it's like freaking Mr. Dream was like a palette swap.
00715. I can almost remember that better than my social security number.
Mike Tyson was actually a palette swapped piston Honda, so figure that out.
He was his body, right?
Also, that code, by the way, and I don't know, you definitely reviewed Super Paper Mario, but that code is in Super Paper Mario. The Mike Tyson Punch-Out goes straight to Mike Tyson code.
Oh, really?
It's one of the passwords in when you get sold into slave labor.
Spoilers. There's a lot of spoilers in that game. So
yeah, you're right.
You don't want to ruin anything.
Game.
Yeah, that's
awesome.
A lot of cool stuff.
Oh yeah,
I'm so excited to play that game.
I didn't realize it at first. They were like, the password is 5963. I'm like,
actually, Chris has a copy, so I think we should all go to his house, beat him up, and take his copy.
Oh, okay. Why do you have to go to my house to beat me up?
Well, because you have to let us in first.
Oh, right.
Otherwise, we'll just be like standing outside throwing rocks.
Okay.
It's not quite the same. Not quite as effective. I can't wait for the day where I buy a Wii game and it hasn't started life on GameCube. I'll be very happy when there's a Wii game I actually buy that didn't start out.
Cooking Mama
you do that?
Started on DS. That's kind of okay.
Yeah.
Touche.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well played. Well played. Let's talk about Pokemon. He said, apropos of nothing. But I can't really talk about Pokemon myself because even though I am aware of the Pokemon phenomenon, I have played a few of the games. I haven't really played much of the games, like 2 hours of the games. And I've never watched the cartoon. I've never read the fan fiction. I don't know. You've never had a seizure based on watching
eating the ramen. I've never had a seizure based on
threatened to sue you over it.
In fact, for the longest time, I was confused because they were calling it Pocket Monsters before it was originally released. Right. And there was an NES game called Monster in My Pocket.
Yeah. Yes.
And I just assumed that it was some kind of spin-off of that, and I'd never even messed with it.
Now, I will tell you the term Pocket Monsters. I actually did a story on Pokemon a couple months ago, and I interviewed somebody from the Pokemon company, and they got very upset
when I referred to them as pocket monsters. Do not refer to them as pocket monsters.
That's what it's called.
Which, so by the way, my sidebar, I call them pocket monsters.
Yeah, but no, the Japanese title is Pocket Monsters. They don't call it Pokemon.
Right.
That's not the official title. That's very bizarre.
But that is very upset.
I think that they've pretty much rebranded it now, haven't they? Like, if you look at the actual Japanese, does it still say Pokémon Monster on it, or is it like? Maybe it does. Yeah, I guess it does.
I'm pretty sure it does.
I think they really needed to avoid legal entanglements with Monster in My Pocket.
It was Monster in My Pocket, in fact, that they were avoiding, that they had to rename it.
They were also running away, as you kind of mentioned before, from negative publicity, because all those articles about like 800
Pocket monsters
Japanese
make your kids have seizures.
Right,
Holy cow, the Japs are out to get us.
Right, they were watching a show called Pocket Monsters. Yeah, exactly. So they introduced Pokemon. And what actually ended up happening was when they did introduce it in the U.S., it really didn't make much of a difference. Like, nobody was going, oh my God, that's the show that gave all those kids seizures. They were like, we'll just buy it for our kids.
Right. Yeah. And Pokemon being like that thing they do in Japanese a lot where they take the first few letters
the first two syllables.
Like Famicom or,
Exactly. And put them together. So it was kind of an easy switch.
Yeah, it had already been done in Japan, so yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And it lets people call it Pokemons, which I think is the most charming thing ever. My grandmother wrote me an email a couple of weeks ago saying, your cousin has some Pokemon cards that
somebody
sell on eBay.
I thought that was something we did.
Oh, no.
No.
To make fun of it.
No, she called it Pokemon.
Wow.
Like, in email, it says Pokemon.
Yeah. Well, they want it to be man because, like, Superman, Batman, Pokemon.
Yeah, only Jamaicans say Mon. Right. What's up with that?
Yeah, so my Pokemon story is, I had a friend who was playing it in Japan in like 1997. He's like, yeah, this is this huge phenomenon here. Everybody loves it. It's a Nintendo game. And at that time, it seemed crazy that there was a Nintendo game that had just come out that I hadn't even heard of. And
not just a Nintendo game, but a black and white Game Boy game.
That's right.
1997.
But it was huge. It was so popular, and he was telling me that. And I was doing strategy guides on and off at the time, and we had the idea, oh, well, this game is coming to America. I'll play the Japanese version, write a strategy guide based on that, and then we'll just swap the names. And so...
You didn't know you were getting into, did you?
Oh, God. Yeah. Like, I still have the little Japanese strategy guide books now, but like basically that summer, all I did was take screenshots and make maps of Pokemon, and I lived Pokemon stats and all that crap. Oh, man.
Oh, and then you had to figure out how the names lined up with the U.S.
And then I had to go through when we got the U.S. versions and then replace them all. And that book, though, and it was like Furby was just taking off at the time. It was another thing where nobody knew that it was going to be that big. And that book took off huge because it caught all the other publishers, the strategy guide publishers, by surprise. They had no idea that it was going to be this huge thing. That book, it made me literally... hundreds of dollars.
And that's why you live in a mansion today.
That's right.
You're a .com thousandaire.
But what a great game. It was this, you knew, I could see immediately why it was this awesome game. It was an RPG, but it was an RPG that kids and older people could all enjoy with amazing character designs. Like, every Pokemon was very memorable. They had these cute names in Japanese.
It was like a necessity thing. They had to be iconic with that kind of screen real estate.
That's true. But you could see how they evolved.
People made lots of really bad looking characters for black and white Game Boy. Well, yeah. So it was really an accomplishment to have 151 that were all unique and charming.
Yeah, the whole idea that the red and the blue version and stuff like that. I was like, what?
It's interesting. It says so much because now that we're talking about this, I wanted to get this in. But there's actually a book called Pikachu's Global Adventure, and it's actually scholars, PhDs and people, college professors talking about Pokemon.
It's not like one of the Pikachu's Vacation.
No.
Just saying Pikachu.
It's not like 10-year-olds saying.
It's because it's a global product. No, it's actually like scholarly research on a collection of papers. And one of the greatest things about that I read in there was somebody saying how it makes it very difficult to analyze video games as purely audio-visual spectacles because it created this whole big world that kids lived in, and most of that world was in their imagination. It had very little to do with what was actually on the screen because it was a black and white Game Boy game in 1987, and it just didn't illustrate a lot of what was happening.
Well, a lot of what made it so great was the social element. It was a game designed around the link cable. I mean, you, Mr. Author of Powered Up, can tell us all about this. Or Power Up, sorry.
powered up.
But
Yes, because Tajiri kind of looked at because this was
who?
Oh, Satoshi Tajiri, the guy who was a freelance game designer who, with his friend Ken Sugimori, started a company called Game Freak back in the late 80s. Using parts that they had bought themselves in Akihabara, patched together a Famicom development system, quote unquote, and made a game called Quinty, which was released here.
Well, okay, that's all needless. I just needed to know who he was. Go on and tell us about Pokemon.
In 1990, and in 1990, after they had finished that, they went and they looked and they said, what's out there right now? The Game Boy had just come out. Then he said, this is very interesting because of this link cable, and I want to make a game essentially built around the idea of trading. Like he just sort of picked out that verb.
Well, collecting bugs, right? He was and that's big in Japanese kids' cultures.
Yeah, they collect
beetles against each other,
big beetles.
Yeah, exactly. And so he would do that. His friends in grammar school called him Dr. Bug, Mushi Sensei, because he knew all about bugs. He could tell you all the different kinds of bugs you could find in his hometown. And so, so he would do that. And so that was kind of where this was spawned from, the idea of collecting. And it took them like 6 years to make it. They got a contract with Nintendo immediately. Like in 1990, they pitched it to Nintendo, got a contract, and then they just worked on it on their own for 6 years, and the money ran out really fast. And by the end of it, they weren't actually paying their people because they just didn't have any money.
But I'm sure that they all made... Actually, no, the Japanese system of payments doesn't really work on royalties, so probably those people who weren't working for pay probably didn't get much afterwards anyway.
Afterwards, Nintendo was like, well, this is a, ridiculous success. They sold like 4 million copies by the end of 97, which was unheard of because this, again, is in Japan where most games come out, sell all the copies they're going to sell in 2 weeks, and then stop. And Pokemon just kept going and going and going. And so they had job security.
Right. There is that.
Because there was demand for, after Red and Green came out, there was Pokemon Blue, there was Pokemon Yellow.
Right.
Before,
Word of mouth phenomenon really doesn't apply to games very often. But when it does, it's always something like SimCity or Pokemon.
It's something that kind of breaks your expectations of what a video game should be. Right. And Pokemon definitely did that. It kind of added this social trading element to the game. It took an RPG design, but you didn't really have a party. You had...
No, at a glance, it looks like Dragon Warrior with retards.
But you have this team of monsters, and there's hundreds of them that you can collect.
Right.
And so it didn't really have a story to go with the characters.
Yeah, at a glance, it looks like Dragon Quest, but very simplified. But the more you look into it, the more you realize that it's actually vastly more complicated.
Well, the other thing, I don't know if I agree about the kids inventing this whole world in their head, because what they had, at least in America, when the game came out, they had the cartoon.
Yeah.
And the cartoon was genius. Like,
how the kids weren't aware that there was actually a game.
Right. Yeah. Well, how the cartoon worked with the game was absolutely brilliant. I was, like 24, 25 at the time. I loved the cartoon. I thought it was great. I thought the game was really good. I mean, that was a huge accomplishment in itself. And really, I think the thing about Pokemon is, and this never happens, it was, ostensibly a kid's game that was amazing, great quality, like state-of-the-art RPG for a handheld. This is back at the time.
Yeah.
Now, something that I probably will get into is what's happened since then, which is... terrible, and I hate it, and it drives me crazy. But at the time when Pokemon came out, it was unbelievable. I mean, maybe Lego Star Wars is the only other game recently.
Well, it's funny because I worked at GameStop during and it wasn't until we saw the TV show and stuff like that when it started to become like all these kids kept flooding with their parents, and I'd get a shipment of Pokemon Red and Blue, and by noon it'd be gone. And so finally one time I hid one. I'm like, I got to find out what this is all about, and I started playing it on a Saturday morning, and to the point where I was like, shh, I'll be with you in 2 seconds playing it, and it's a great. It's not just for kids. It is, like you said, there's a lot more to it. I mean, and it was gigantic. I mean, I've never, in all my time working, in my 3 years working at GameStop, I never saw anything like Pokemon.
I was running a store around the same time, too, like late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah. And what was really weird is people would sell used copies, and people would come in and buy the used copies, even though they already had it, just to get the monsters off from it.
Oh, I had the kids, linking up and trading, in the store. Like, it was, and I was like...
Right.
All right, get out of here.
And you bring up an interesting point that the way that it was rolled out marketing-wise in terms of Japan versus the U.S. was very, very different, because in Japan it was that they snuck the game out there, and again, word of mouth, and then somebody did a manga series, and then only after it was huge did they do the whole anime series. But in the U.S. it was all rolled out at the same time, to the point where the tail kind of started to wag the dog. Like, I remember when it first came out, my little cousins said to me, hey, did you know they're making a Game Boy game out of Pokemon? Because they really legitimately thought that Pokemon had started as not actually, it wasn't even the cartoon, it was the trading card game. They were totally into the trading card game.
That was the worst thing I've ever experienced in my life at GameStop, to the point where like parents were fighting each other over these trading card games. And then my store manager, no joke, when you get the shipment, he would buy them all himself, then take them to the flea market on the weekends and sell them himself for as a twice.
Yeah. Like, and we wonder why we don't.
It was it was ridiculous. And if he kept them in the store, he'd jack up the price. I mean, I hated those things. If I could burn them and watch the kids cry, I would have done it. It was the worst. Because for me, I finally, when I got into it, I was like, this is a video game. That's all it is. Like, this trading card bullshit, like, get it out of here. I hated it. Because it was such a great video game, and then I never understood the obsession with the trading card game. Never.
It was just the whole concept of Pokemon was to collect and trade. And the cards were an actual physical way to do that the games couldn't give you. The game, you bought a cartridge and everything happened, virtually. But the cards, you could actually have those. You could collect them. You could spread them out and look at them, and that was
the holographic ones and stuff. They would go freaking ballistic.
And it was much more difficult to get your hands on the card, because the game, all you got to do is buy the game, and you can, with enough time, get every single Pokemon in that game. But with the cards, it was all just totally
and that happened right around the time that Beanie Babies were big. So there was, I think there was kind of a spillover obsessiveness with this idea that you could buy a card and it would cost you 30 cents, and then you could take it on this magical place on the internet called eBay and sell it for $50. Wow, that's awesome.
I had a college roommate. He did nothing but buy Magic the Gathering and Pokemon cards and strip them and sell them on eBay. That's
Charizard, man. Charizard was the one to
get. He
never
played it or anything.
I'll never forget the Charizard. That was what everybody wanted. Everyone wanted Charizard. Oh God!
There you go.
Yeah,
but I think that this is one of those cases. The rollout of Pokemon in America. It's one of those cases where the delay actually turned out to be a big advantage. The delay between the Japanese and American release, because that, what was it, 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah.
That actually gave it enough time to build up speed in America that Nintendo could say, okay, let's think about how we can make this a massive success on the same order as in Japan here in America. And they had tried that kind of thing before with Dragon Warrior on the NES, and it didn't work because they just didn't go about it right. But I mean, it showed how much they understood marketing and, this whole cross-media promotion so much better in the mid-90s than they had in the 80s. Well, so I think it shows a lot of sophistication on Nintendo's part.
Yeah, I mean, something they did really, really well was go through those 151 initial Pokemon and name them all, give them all names, where to this day, I can just hear the name and you can picture the Pokemon. They're very clever. They have like a lot of puns involved in them. They really took time. They didn't just crap stuff out like fire lizard, fire lizard, big fire lizard junior, fire lizard senior.
Yeah.
They actually, Nintendo's localization, to their credit, like really took their time.
They're like self-contained little mnemonics.
They did a great job with taking those Japanese puns and creating something essentially the same that worked for Americans, for an English-speaking audience.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
It was probably at the time, and maybe even to this day, the biggest just product launch that they have ever done. The biggest coordinated effort that.
Well,
they
even as big as that was,
before.
it was such a huge phenomenon that there wasn't enough merchandise to meet the demand. I remember the local Babbage's had a huge section of Pokemon stuff, and most of it was actually Japanese merchandise because there just wasn't enough American merchandise to satisfy
They used to
demand.
buy the trading cards, and
Well, there were figurines, and I don't know what else.
Everything. It was like
So this is all great. Now let's get to here's my 2 humongous problems with Pokemon.
I hope you say one.
I know where this is going to go.
Utter repetition.
That's number 1.
Yes.
That the games themselves, I check in, I give them a little try each new generation that comes out. With the DS, this is kind of like the 4th generation. Way more than that games have come out, but in terms of different new whole games, this is going to be the 4th generation, and it's very much the same thing. I mean,
you're joking. Like Chris was saying, like, I played a couple hours of Pokemon Yellow, and I'm like, shit hasn't changed that much.
You played them all,
right?
I mean,
I remember I was on the Fire Red Leaf Green review. Is that what that was? And it was just playing it. It's like this is Game Boy Advance, and there still aren't any backgrounds in the fights.
Well, that was a remake of the originals, so there might have been.
I mean,
not necessarily an excuse, but that's probably why it was that way.
But still, like the idea, about they've added day-night cycles, they've added 2-on-2 battles. That was like a huge thing. 2-on-2 battle. It really fundamentally, it has not changed at all. Way less than really any series than save like a Tomb Raider or Mega. Well, yeah, it's true.
Mega Man.
But usually those series that have changed that little have been run into the ground. Pokemon somehow has not, which is frustrating personally to me because
I've only played a little bit of the import versions of Diamond and Pearl, maybe like 3 or 4 hours, but that's twice as much as I played of any other Pokemon game. There's something about playing it on DS that's much more satisfying to me, and I think it's because I can close the lid at any time and put it away and then, open it up and I'm right there. So I can do like 5-10 minutes of monster battling and it doesn't get boring because I'm taking in a little tiny burst. But when I sit down to play a game and try to play Pokemon for like 3 hours at a time, I just can't. It's so repetitious and grinding.
I mean, and I should say, I think the core gameplay is the reason that it's lasting. The core gameplay, the rock, paper, scissors kind of setup of battling Pokemon is so good, and the collecting aspect is so good that I was playing Diamond or Pearl too.
I think it's more than that. It's the trading. I think it's the social element, getting with your friends, swapping things, battling
they've tried to
other
cram
people.
that into so many games since then, though, and it usually doesn't work. I mean,
that's because none of them are as well put together as Pokemon.
But
so it's a matter of both working together.
I will say, when I pick up a new game and I try it again, it's like, that's why I liked this game in the first place. But after a few hours, it's like, okay, if there's not anything new to offer me, I played the crap out of this game when it was red and blue and yellow, and now
monsters ain't gonna do it.
No.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
if anything, it just overcomplicates it. And then which versions or iterations of the series can you actually get those in? Yeah, there was a while there before Fire Red, Leaf Green, whatever. There were how many monsters that you couldn't get in the new series?
In Diamond and Pearl, there's like 50 monsters you can't get because they were the starters in previous games. So you have to transfer those over like progressively from a Game Boy Color game to a Game Boy Advance game into a DS game. Which is just
that actually works?
I believe so. Yeah, you can.
That's ludicrous.
You can like link up somehow and bring in these old monsters, but that's the only way to get them is to actually own all of those games and to play them through and collect everything.
The DS games unlock monsters if you have the GBA games.
Well, there's that,
GBA slot.
But those are a different set of monsters. The starter monsters from the old games don't exist in Diamond and Pearl on their own. You have to like bring them in.
Right, but you really can't do that though.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's admirable or fucking ridiculous.
The people who really want to do that have the games.
Right,
and it's
right.
not going to be a problem.
Yeah,
and if you get to the point in Diamond and Pearl where you're really desperate to bring in all those starter monsters from the old games, you're probably desperate enough to go back and play them. Because if you played to that point, you're probably...
But the cool thing about Diamond and Pearl is that you can go online, you can trade online with people now. So
Right. You can put out.
Cool thing.
It's kind of like a virtual glory hole where you say, "Here's what I have. Someone give me what you have. This is what I want. I don't know who you are, but just trade me."
Right.
That is the most lurid metaphor I've ever heard applied.
It's terrible, but can't help it. Everyone sexualizes Pokemon. I'm just part of the crowd.
So what was your other complaint?
So my other complaint is back in the day, there were some excellent Pokemon spin-off games. Pokemon Pinball, Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Puzzle League, all amazing, excellent games.
Yeah.
Snap 2, I don't know why there was never a sequel to
There's
that game.
got to be a Pokemon Snap on Wii. There just has to be.
So perfect.
It's pretty much made for it, yeah.
So fantastic. Then you get into like your Hey You Pikachus, you start to get into your Pokemon Coliseum, you get into your Pokemon Dash, Pokemon like Mysterious Dungeon.
Oh no! Don't be harsh on that because it's actually good. You may not like Mysterious Dungeon.
I'm not a Mysterious Dungeon game guy, so
it's a very accessible Mysterious Dungeon game, which is kind of a contradiction in terms.
You know what my number one complaint about this is that it's a great portable game. Like all the portable, like the Pokemon Blue, Red, Yellow, Purple, whatever, all the different versions. There is no purple, by the way, and
yet,
but like exactly. But I want to take that game and just bring it exactly like that to a console,
right?
And make it for the Wii, and maybe like
they won't do that. They have to give you Pokemon Battle Revolution or
the Pokemon. Like
Pokemon
I
XD.
literally almost shit my pants. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? That I got to deal with like Coliseum all over again, and like now fucking friend codes? Like
no, but they did that, Brian. They did that on the GameCube with a total turd piece of shit.
Exactly. I know it's not. It wasn't.
It was garbage. It was an RPG, but it was the most lazy.
It was it was very
crapped
lazy,
out piece of junk that they knew.
But I don't understand. People would blow up. I mean, it would be so huge.
I don't. Like, I actually would almost beg to differ on that because I think that they realize that if they're going to make a Pokemon game, if they're going to make all these new monsters and do this whole RPG world, they might as well just keep it on portable systems where they know it's probably going to do better than it would on a console.
I think if Nintendo had a solid online implementation, something along the lines of Xbox Live Arcade, that a Pokemon game would be monstrous. It would be huge. I mean, Microsoft tried and failed to do kind of the same thing with Viva Pinata,
right?
But Nintendo would have the built-in audience, and if they had the infrastructure, I think they could do a really fantastic job.
All I want to do is be able to walk around the forest, see like another trainer, and go, guess what? Me and you are going right now. Boom, throw it and get our. I mean, like that's what I want. Like I want the.
I've been hoping for that for ages. I mean, ever since they stuck that stupid wireless thing on the GBA.
Yeah.
It's like
a Pokemon MMO.
I would love to see a Pokemon MMO.
Brilliant.
I think that would be awesome.
Huge.
I think it would be
huge.
I mean, like Nintendo needs something to like make online worth it. Like, why not take Pokemon and do it?
That'll come.
Are you saying that my 1,800 strong me parade is not reason enough to have online?
As much as I do like your parade
offended.
and your fans.
No, but what I just only anecdotally, the sales numbers don't really support it. But what I've seen happen since the beginning, when I saw people my age and people who were just gamers really into Pokemon, what I've seen happen is that diminished to where it's grown bigger with kids and stuff like that, but less.
You know what? Give it like another 10 years and it'll be pure nostalgia and they'll be all over it again.
Yeah, well, maybe, but I see less people over 17.
And then they can play the current iteration, the 7th generation game, and say, "Hey, it's exactly like the Game Boy game I remember."
Well, have the future version of Virtual Console. You just download it into your head, and you can play through the whole thing in 10 minutes.
I thought PS2 was going to let you do that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's like jacking into the Cyber City.
But like we talk about that, we joke around the MMO, but I really think
that would be horrifically huge.
I think that would be awesome.
Imagine.
Like
that could actually take.
Nintendo would never let it happen because you'd have to every time you talk to somebody, you have to give them your friend code first or whatever.
Yeah,
but I mean,
right.
If they got over that paranoia, that would just be the most incredible.
Can you imagine Nintendo making an MMO? Maybe like the year 2040.
We'll be dead.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah,
we'll all be dead.
If they ever did, though.
Huge.
I don't know, how much bigger can it get? Like Pokemon
I don't know. I think
Japan
it's what Mark's saying. It really hasn't changed, and this would be like maybe more of like
maybe not make it bigger, but make it sustain itself. Because I really feel like.
Do they want
there has to be?
I mean, look, no one ever thought
Warcraft
could
itself, or
they don't want money,
right? Well, no. Do they want it to sustain itself, or do they just want to sell you? You
don't have to really change the fundamentals of Pokemon for that to work. It's pretty much made for it.
It's pretty much exactly. You don't have to change the formula. You just got to change the platform a little bit.
Well, Chris, when I say sustain itself, I don't mean one game that can keep you can keep playing forever and ever.
Yeah,
I mean,
oh my God,
the Pokemon popularity sustain itself.
You can work on a low end rig.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I think when it's two very, very different things, and the fact is that part of the appeal of Pokemon, especially for kids, is that you are the number one hero in your own story. I mean, you are the man. You become the Pokemon master. But in an MMO, you can never actually do that. You're going to get your ass kicked by other Pokemon trainers. Like, that's not the point.
Well, then you have it limited by geography. I mean, virtual geography. I'm the best in this region. I'm the best in this town.
I guess, but that's sort of like
this wouldn't be like the virtual. This wouldn't be the Pokemon Archlord or anything.
That's sort of mollifying it, but I do think that if you're just sort of running around and there's a few. If there's a bunch of other trainers and it's
way to crush my dreams, right?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think that crushes it at all. I think that what you're suggesting is going to have appeal to a lot of people, but I think it does really. I think even though the gameplay mechanics would stay the same, the actual feeling that you get from playing it would diverge so much that it might just alienate a lot of players. I don't know. It could very well be
feeling that within your personal school playground you could get to be the best, but within a global playground you couldn't.
I mean, there's a sense
because there's still a way of limiting those goals. You can give people.
I mean, somebody you could still have that goal in mind, but every player of single player Pokemon,
the only people who play Pokemon want to be coddled, basically.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily
They're a bunch of babies.
Nobody. I think we all do on some level. We don't necessarily want to admit it, but video games do coddle us.
That's why no one plays MMOs. No one likes WoW
Pokemon tournaments,
but you can't be the best.
7-year-olds.
They do it. Not everybody's going to be the best in the world, but they do it anyway.
There's no such thing as too young to be competitive.
I think that. Well, I mean, I think that they're looking for something out of.
Well, why do anything if you can't be the best in the world at it?
You're totally missing the point.
Bunch of babies.
All right, well, that's dumb.
At least agree. If they were to get over their paranoia of online, then this would be a license to print money.
I think so. Yeah, I think that they really should experiment with this
in every possible way. This is like the ideal MMO.
It is funny how much Nintendo has to hobble everything they do, including really Pokemon.
And they still get Fox News reports on stalkers,
right?
Well, you can't like talk to from the DS game. I remember trying the trade thing. You can't talk or say anything to anyone. It's just put up your Pokemon, or not, because no message can be sent like, hey, here's my phone number.
Icon chat like Phantasy Star Online did.
There's ways around it.
I mean, that voice over IP is possible with DS because they put it in Hunters, but they put it in Hunters because they knew no one was actually going to play it.
They're doing voice over IP for Pokemon, right? In the US, at least.
No, I don't believe so.
They are. They're releasing the headset alongside Pokemon in the US with voice over IP for battles if you've both inputted your friend code.
Oh man, I'm gonna get so many 12-year-olds that way.
I love game video.
I can't wait.
I got lots more.
Well, I got an N64.
You got a hard drive full of nude pictures of Misty, don't you?
If you've already got their friend code, there's nothing Nintendo can do to stop you.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. Yeah. Like it's not hard enough to get each other's friend code. Like you still got to worry about anything. Anyway.
So annoying.
So, despite our complaints, I think we can agree that Pokemon is worthy of canonization.
Pokemans.
A vast and popular and influential game.
Yes.
Something
it
I
deserves
learned
to be made part of the Retronauts Hall of Fame.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed. Well, agreed.
Are we going to start sticking plaques up somewhere?
We are. I'm going to have little gold stickers. I'm going to go up to Nintendo and give them a little gold sticker. Retronauts A+ gold star.
Mm-hmm. One of those little smiley face stamps.
So is there anything else anyone wants to say about Pokemon? Last rites.
Well, something I discovered that I didn't know before. I was just reading up for this podcast, but so Jinx
is a filthy Sambo.
Well, yeah. Do you guys know what Jinx looks like? So
it looks like one of those little Muja dudes from Loco Roco. Right?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly. And
she's a gollywog. It's creepy.
So apparently, and I didn't know this, but apparently it's been one of many things that's in the cartoon. Various episodes are now not shown for whatever reason or adjusted. Jinx
change
now,
color
the official art, she's purple instead of black, I think. And
hey, just like Oil Man from Mega Man Powered Up. Well done. Well done,
purple
Nintendo.
is the new black.
You're racist against eggplants.
Yeah, wow.
And then also, apparently, there was some kind of flap about Pokemon being cockfighting.
Well,
it is. It is.
Right.
It basically is. It's based on.
Is this like some kind of people against the ethical treatment?
But they don't die. They just faint.
Imaginary creatures.
It's okay.
I mean,
well, it's people against teaching kids about cockfighting.
Well, would you rather they were actually fighting animals? I mean, this is kind of derived from fighting little bugs. So, I mean, screw it. They're imaginary bugs.
That's the thing.
Really.
I don't think people who have a problem with it simulating cockfighting would be okay with. Oh well, it's really them fighting bugs.
Real. Well, that's all right.
Well, they're not really doing it. That's the thing. Kids are pretty damn good at telling the difference between reality and fantasy. Adults can't.
They're also very violent, and I think if they're getting their violent tendencies out harmlessly, that's a good thing for everyone involved.
And then the last thing I'd like to do is just call out Mr. Mime, who I
just
think
a creepy son of a bitch.
Yes, for my money, is the most disturbing thing that shouldn't even be a Pokemon. It's kind of an actual person, and he has that fucking scary clown hair, and everything's wrong with him that's wrong with mimes and clowns rolled into one. And he's not like an animal. He's not a Pokemon. It's just like a dude who dresses up and like rummages around in the bushes and waits for kids to happen upon him.
I am seeing parts of Mark's brain right now that I don't want to know about.
You're absolutely right. But now it's time for the final elimination round.
All right.
Who's caught them all? Have you caught them all?
Yes.
Chris?
God, no.
The fuck?
Sharky?
No.
Brian?
Hell no.
Mark is the champion. I haven't even caught a few of them.
Yay.
We're talking about the original.
I can never catch the ones that you want, right?
Sure.
I got Mew.
In one game, you caught them all.
No, they added that day-night thing, so anything that comes out in the sun, I just never got it.
Oh, right. All right, well, that wraps it up for Pokemon. Let's talk about something else now. Let's talk about virtual selection. What would you guys like to see on the Virtual Console or Xbox Live Arcade or the PlayStation 3 Network download service, assuming they ever start doing that again? I'll go first. My choice is by Game Freak, who made Pokemon.
Oh, hey.
Pulse Man, which has actually been announced for Japan. But Pulse Man was an action game, kind of Mega Man-ish, released for the Mega Drive Genesis in Japan only. Predates Pokemon by a couple of years, and is supposedly really good. And since it has been announced for release in Japan, I would be chuffed if they would bring it to the U.S.
Did you just learn that word?
No, I've known it for a while.
Oh, okay.
I've just never used it. I've never spoken it aloud. I've never spoken it aloud until today. But Pulse Man coming here, because it's actually pretty hard to find and expensive, that would chuff me quite. Brian?
I'm trying to think. You caught me off guard now.
All right, we could skip you.
Yeah, skip me right now. I'm thinking.
I'm just gonna. This has nothing to do with anything. I'm gonna say Pokemon MMO.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I agree.
That is the most horrifyingly good idea I've heard in a long time.
Yeah, that can't be your pick for that, though.
They don't even have to update
it's such a good idea that I'm gonna allow it. I would play a Pokemon MMO.
Everybody.
And I don't like MMOs.
It's absolutely terrifying.
We would be schooled by so many 11-year-olds. It would be painful. But at least we could admit that we're past our prime. It would help us come to terms.
As long as you don't sleep with them, it's okay.
Chris,
you already know my answer. I've already ranted about it in this very program.
Maybe
Punch Out.
Oh, Punch Out.
Punch Out.
So what the fuck are you doing? You weren't eating for 20 minutes or something?
I posted and I said I was going on a hunger strike until they released Punch Out.
But I think that he realized
20 minutes
that
later I posted the hunger strike was over.
He had a Pop-Tart. I think he realized that Nintendo can hold their breath longer than he can hold his.
Yeah,
so
pretty
to
much.
speak.
I will say, I think I might have talked about this before, but Legendary Axe for the TurboGrafx 16.
Ooh, good choice.
I really like that game. It's kind of a Castlevania without the whip.
Does it have an axe instead?
It does.
Oh, how about that?
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, I never got that till just now. Legendary Axe. All right.
It does what it says on the
fascinating.
But, it's got a good...
I thought it was about guitars.
It's got a great power-up system. It's got really good enemies. For the TurboGrafx, it has pretty good music. For a TurboGrafx game.
Was that a HuCard game? Or
it was a HuCard game, actually, yeah.
And it came to the U.S.?
It did.
Okay, so we'll see it.
Yeah, and actually in Japan it was named something like Volume 1. And the first time I saw that in Japan, I was like, oh my God, is there more? I loved that game. That was my favorite TurboGrafx game besides R-Type. And sadly, there was never a Volume 2.
Oh, that's...
But there was a Legendary Axe 2, which was shit. I think it might have been developed in America or Europe. It must have sold well for them to develop
the
it.
TurboGrafx equivalent of Strider Returns.
Exactly. It wasn't U.S. gold, but it was shit. And so sad legacy. Don't check out Legendary Axe 2. But yeah, the original Legendary Axe, great game.
I'm going to go back to my Sporto roots, and I don't think it's available yet, but Double Dribble.
It's not available yet.
Double Dribble. Where there's that one part on the court where you could always hit the three-point shot. It was awesome. And I remember those weird dunk animation.
Oh, that was so awesome.
Who did you?
I loved that.
Who did you always play?
I was like the Celtic team, like the Frogs. The Frogs, yeah, the Frogs. I would say Double Dribble.
That game kicked ass.
I remember I was like, holy shit. But I will say, I wish I had Tecmo Bowl with the original rosters. I would say that was because I have so many great memories of playing that game. And I actually wrote about this one story in EGM 200 where I was playing it over my best friend's house, Steve Bowman, and his older sister had a friend over, Kristen Bates, who wanted me to go into the other room and kiss her. And I said, no, we were finishing the season of Tecmo Bowl. We were playing the Chicago Bears, and I was like, screw that. I was in 7th grade.
I remember editing.
And I actually remember
that might have been the turning point of your life.
My write up in
and now here you are,
200 was an apology to Kristen Bates for not going to the other room. So Tecmo Bowl with the original roster.
What the hell happened to sports games? I used to like.
They got
sports
realistic.
Games. Everyone I know used to like sports games.
Being fun and they became realistic.
They got realistic and they became way more complicated.
Sad,
but apparently it sells for Madden. So
they could put shit in a box and label it Madden, and people would buy it.
Holy cow! It's crap in a box.
They would buy crap in the box.
Jordan versus Bird would be a good one too. Actually, what I would really like would be Dr. J versus Bird, but there's no fucking way that would happen unless Commodore is that question mark console.
It could be. No, they're supposed to do C64 on Virtual Console.
Oh, right.
Remember?
Bird versus Jordan, right? On Genesis.
Yeah.
Close.
But Double Dribble, I mean, that game's just phenomenal.
Loved that game.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah. I played the shit
I don't even like sports, and I like Double Dribble.
Exactly. That was the same exact way.
Same with Tecmo Bowl. It's one of those games that just kind of transcends the sport and just becomes a really good video game.
He always jokes about making Tecmo Bowl.
With breast physics. Yes!
He always jokes about it.
That's just what I've been wanting. How do you know?
Every 6 months,
refrigerator Perry.
Every 6 months he'll mention it in an interview. I think it's funny.
Okay, and now we'll wrap up with Passover games because Passover was this week. And even though are any of us Jewish?
No.
No.
I was
not
engaged
anymore.
To a Jewish
I still I have great respect for my Jewish friends, So I want to participate in their traditions.
I'm marrying a Jewish girl, so
There you go. That's very good.
That does count.
So yes, this week we'll be celebrating Passover by talking about a game that we wish we had passed over. A game that's so bad that we would actually paint our door frames with lamb's blood to make it skip past our house. So do we all have a choice, a selection?
Should we limit it to games that we have solved or that we played for an extended period of time? Because I played a lot of shitty games for 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I had to finish this game.
If you were scarred.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
We have to finish it? You're changing the rules.
Finish it.
Or you came really close. You came really damn close.
Because I played I was going to say Suikoden 3 because I played about an hour of that and hated it. But I guess maybe an hour is not enough to really have a frothing contempt.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll have to go with Xenogears instead, which brings it right back into the.
You're gonna get shit for that.
Oh, I've already gotten crap for.
We get shit for that every time we mention it.
Someone actually came on the message boards or whatever and said, "You don't like Xenogears because you don't understand it." Well, no, I do understand it. I played every minute of it. I can tell you all about Zohar modifiers. If you want to know about Zohar modifiers, I can tell you about how Fei Fong Wong is actually Cain, and Ellie is like every woman through history, and he's like slept with 20 versions of her. I can tell you all that crap, but I don't care because it's all crap. It's garbage. It's a terrible game.
No,
it has an overly convoluted story. Oh god, the battle system had promise, didn't work out.
Well, that and the entire second disc is like a guy sitting in a chair. I hated that when it was Evangelion.
The second disc, it's Evangelion. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's Neon Genesis Evangelion, the video game, but padded out to 80 hours
more.
At least Evangelion was only 13 hours long. You could watch it and be done with it. But no, Xenogears stretched out to 80 freaking hours. And half the characters didn't even matter. There was the Blanca guy. Like, okay, his dad abandoned him or something. He was adopted by the church. I don't remember what it was. It was just retarded. The Kaiser, that's what it was. The Kaiser adopted him. But that's all I know about him because they didn't bother to develop a story. There was Billy, the boy prostitute, but they didn't develop his story either.
He was awesome, though, honestly. I'm sorry. I like Jaded Priest, but Jaded Priest he used to put out, that's even better.
The one redeeming thing about Xenogears is that it's not Xenosaga. Xenosaga came out and made me realize... Is that the nicest
thing you could say about it?
It made me realize how much worse Xenogears could have been.
Because it didn't have German in the title?
That's right. So yeah, I've spat angrily about Xenogears. I think I've justified my hate. But here's the lamb's blood. Pass on. Leave my house alone. Someone else.
I would say mine is a game called RTX Red Rock. It was a third-person action game. Came out with LucasArts. It was for PS2 and Xbox. I think it was.
Did it not get released?
No, it got released. I remember it because it was the first review I ever wrote for EGM where literally I was screaming at the top of my lungs at my desk. Because the game was so terrible, like it was so confusing, like you didn't know where to go at any time. The controls were like, you're like a tank. The character design reminded me of someone like when you're 12 years old and someone was trying to create like a character for a video game. And it was so terrible. He had like this one like little green thing over his eye. He just looked like a reject space guy. It was terrible. It was so frustrating. Like the boss battles, you had to be like in this like mech suit, and it was terrible control. Everything about it was terrible, and I had to finish it because I was on the big review for EGM, and I actually got a note from our production people saying, "Could you please not swear so much?" And
this is how you could tell it was a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean it was
only like 2 years ago, wasn't it?
No, it was 3.5 years ago. But for some reason, when you said a game that I just wish I never had to play.
Do you think that's why LucasArts doesn't make original games anymore? They only do Star Wars games now because they made this one game and were like, it's not worth the trouble of doing.
Well, they made a couple terrible games. Like, what was that?
I thought they made one that didn't around that period that never was released. It was awful. Got really bad
Sam
reviews.
No, it was almost like a chess. It was like not a chess game, but no. It was like, oh god, there was another game they released as original IP. It was absolutely awful. But yeah, that's why they probably don't make games, the original stuff anymore, because it sucks. Rely on Star Wars, man. You'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Sharky.
I gave you like 9 the other day.
I can read your list to you if you want.
Because I can't remember them.
Let's
deliberately.
See. There was Street Fighter EX, Hydelide. Who said Xena? That wasn't you, was it?
Might have been. I saw a really nice...
Any Atari game without the manual. Taboo.
Is Bible game on there?
Yes, the Bible game is on here.
The Bible game's a good one, yeah. Because I actually win all the trivia on that, but lose anyway, because it's so fucking arbitrary. They have this do unto others thing, and that means you lose all your money.
What?
Yeah, way to make you want to do that.
What's worse than Top Shop?
Yeah, okay, that should go on the list too.
No, I like Top Shop, even though it's arbitrary and stupid.
Really?
But this doesn't sound good.
Yeah, no, this is bad. This bad arcade games, bad trivia, and if you win at the trivia, you lose anyway. But it doesn't filter your name, so you can name everybody Judas, Jesus, Jezebel, and it's still really good. What else did I have on there?
I gave you your list. Deadly Towers was on there.
Vanguard wasn't on there.
You said Vanguard was too recent.
Yeah.
Kohler.
I'm going to say what I thought of when Brian was talking about ranting and raving and cursing a blue streak while reviewing a game, and that is Jak 2. After having played Jak and Daxter.
God, yeah.
And, Jak and Daxter, competent, not brilliant, but competent Mario 64 clone for the PlayStation 2. And it was like, oh, hey, wow, they're kind of getting their stuff together. They've done this really, not a terrible mascot platformer that I had fun playing. Oh, the sequel is set in a dystopian future, and there's motorcycle riding and shooting.
And angst and torture.
And angst and torture. That, that could be interesting. No. They made it it's a terrible, terrible
Probably
video.
the most awkward. Can you add Rough Trigger to my shit list?
I thought you liked Ratchet and Clank.
I like Ratchet and Clank. I don't like Rift Trigger.
Oh, I see.
But probably the most awkward grafting on of GTA elements.
Oh, yeah.
Great looking game.
That was what they did.
But it was so blatantly obvious. Hey, GTA was popular.
Right.
Time to take it in that direction.
And so they took this really interestingly, detailed, small but detailed world where every little nook and cranny, had some purpose, and just threw it into a gigantic city, which was meaningless, pointless, made half the game about motorbike races that you had to play 50 times over.
God,
you
do you remember
the wall and you exploded.
It's funny you mention that because Mark and I were just talking about that the other day, watching Shane Bettenhausen, the executive editor of EGM.
Oh, that's Shane Bettenhausen.
Yeah, sorry, just in the case you don't know him.
That's okay. He's been on Retronauts before.
Okay, all right.
Our listeners know him and love him or hate him.
They probably
know him. Yeah.
And Mark and I were over his house and watching Shane do this one bike race over and over.
It was like, okay, it cannot be that hard. This is a mass market game by Naughty Dog. Here, give me the controller. I'm going to do it. You suck. And it was freaking impossible.
Yeah.
For hours just trying to get through this one stupid mission.
Like their one playtester, they just had to put the lead game designer or whatever, making him, test the difficulty. It's like, I can do this with my eyes shut. It's like, well, fuck you, asshole.
So
Nobody else can.
And I got tricked. I was like, oh man, this game looks so good. Just visually, it's so appealing. I'm like, it's got to be, it's going to be fun. I'll try it. And we sat there. I was like, I'm never going to play this game. Never.
So there's a lot of venom for Jak 2 at this table.
Oh yeah,
I'm lucky enough to
I do like Jak 3. I actually did enjoy it.
Jak 3, they toned down a few of the things and they made it a little bit more playable.
I was just surprised how hard Jak 2 was.
Yeah, I was shocked. It was just,
I mean, the concept is one thing, and there were problems with that, but I mean, the balance was just wrong. It was just broken.
Yep. The one time that I actually enjoyed myself playing Jak 2, and I don't want to say I played through the whole thing. I probably spent 10 or so hours on it, but the one time that I actually had fun was that there was just this one point in a checkpoint right before you're supposed to barge into this base with all these enemy guards, and as soon as you turn the corner, they all realize that you're there. You can hear the guards talking to each other before you turn the corner, and of course, it's so incredibly difficult. You have to play it just 10, 15 times, if that, before you can get
the way
past
you're describing this, it sounds like everything that was in Beyond Good and Evil, only shit.
The guards are talking, and maybe about the 10th time that I'm about to come around the same corner and do the same thing all over again, one of the guards, I hear him go, if something interesting doesn't happen in about 5 minutes, I'm going to shoot you. Come around the corner.
But you remember Jak 2 also
did you wait 5 minutes and did he shoot him?
What?
Did you wait 5 minutes and did he shoot him?
No.
See, that's what should have happened.
Sorry, say that again?
But Jak 2 actually did have, if you kept losing over and over and over again, it took about the 50th time. It would get easier.
It would.
Remember an afterthought when you asked.
Yeah, it was what they learned from Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah.
That was really nice of them, except for the fact that they probably just should have made it a little easier from the start.
Yeah. So, Mark, what do you hate besides Jak 2?
I was able to think of a lot of them, as people were saying. One is because I was starting to think, why did I ever keep playing a game unless it was for review when it was shitty? And the answer was, back when I would import games or get a new system, and I got a game and I spent $100 on it.
Yeah, the early adopting. That'll get you every time.
That brought up Virtual Highlight, which
you son of a
is
bitch.
way
I'm so
worse
sorry.
than Highlight.
How can it be worse than Highlight?
Million
It's
times
worse than Highlight. Trust me, it's fucking horrific. That was Saturn, wasn't it?
Yes.
Why does it have like people in Ren Fair outfits?
No, it's got
doing the like digitized gameplay.
Yeah, if you can imagine that they were built with like 3 polygons. Like
you
seriously.
nailed it. It was that whole awkward digitized polygon era where it was like, okay,
It was worse than Earthworm Jim 3D.
Oh my god, it was god awful. And you were like
worse than Bubsy 3D.
Yeah, it was worse than everything.
I can't even articulate it. Like you just have to find screenshots to
Man, we'll have to do a
justice,
bonus
but-
stage on this one.
Oh man,
Do you have that around?
epically bad. Yeah, I still
Bring
have
it in. We'll do a
sometime.
bonus
Okay.
stage.
I still have so I still got the
Bring
import.
lots of liquor.
I got the import. Okay, and then the other one is from not too long after Beyond the Beyond.
Oh Christ!
Or BOBO, as it is sometimes known. Which I had to finish. I played more than it deserved just because it was an import RPG. It was like for the PlayStation. I was desperate. Played a lot of the import, and then when it actually came out here, I had to finish it. John Riccardi had been writing a strategy guide, and he got far along, but I actually had to finish it for a strategy guide book, and it was just pain. It was just plodding, slow pain, the way that only bad RPGs can be painful, where you're walking through and just every random encounter is just like a paper cut,
And the random encounters happen every 3 steps.
Exactly. You're just like,
It's
I
really
see the
strange
steps.
because the battle style in that is very similar to Suikoden's, but it's terrible. Whereas Suikoden is fun. It's really strange how they can take such a common idea and do it so badly. And I've never been able to play the Golden Sun games because I don't care how good people say they are. When I play them, I'm like, I'm trapped in Beyond the Beyond again. I'm in a time loop and I can't escape.
Maybe that's why I've never
You
tried.
have like PTSD from Beyond the Beyond.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. So, good God.
It's like an acid flashback.
Fuck game.
Going to wrap it up for this episode. Thank you, Brian and Mark, for coming in. And Chris, I suppose, because you technically came in also, even though you're a regular.
Yeah. We should do
I'm
this
being
in the
very
dark
polite.
more
Pick the
often.
bus.
Because
Yeah.
The lights on
It's
the
all
thing,
it's all like
they're
talking
pretty.
to Hal.
Yeah. I'm drunk.
So, if you haven't seen it already, be sure to check out this week's bonus stage at bonusstage.oneup.com, in which we talk about Mega Man 2 mostly. It was supposed to be all the Mega Man like NES games, but for some reason we just kind of dwelled on the good one.
It's awesome though.
It was
That's
a
pretty
damn
much
good game.
that's pretty much the universal opinion.
Yep.
I stuck
And next week's Retronauts, based on popular demand, we're finally going to do that marathon episode that we were supposed to do last fall.
Hallelujah!
I get like 3 or 4 emails a week saying,
Really?
"When are you going to do Metroid or
Metroid.
Nah, we're going to do
Starts with an
marathon." That game that has the M. Jeff Green's harassing me about it. So what can I
Really?
do? Yeah, he's got seniority.
Well, is he going to sit down and do it with us?
He is. We're gonna have
holy shit.
That'll be a real kick in the pants of the GFW kids because they're
pretty much a universal admiration
Retronauts,
of
but
Jeff Green.
now we have absorbed them into us. So yeah.
Ew.
Well, in like a not
in a friendly way.
Right.
Oh, in a
Not like
platonic
amoebas.
way.
So that wraps it up for this week. Thanks for listening. And the music this week that I'm splicing in that none of you can hear because it happens in the post-production. It's going to be Mr. Driller Drillland because I was listening to it yesterday and it was so good. It doesn't have anything to do with the topic, but whatever. You guys should go ahead and import Mr. Driller Drillland.
You were going to find like good Pokemon music?
I downloaded some Pokemon music and said, yeah, not having played these games, none of this appeals to me. It doesn't have the nostalgic kick that it might have for other people. So, sorry.
Pokemon battle music would be pretty...
I'm being all self-centered.
Pretty perfect.
Okay, fine. We'll do Pokemon music. We'll do Mr. Driller next week.
There you go.
And last week
I thought we were doing a marathon next week.
No, yeah. So
you're going to do Mr. Driller while we're talking about Marathon?
That'll be great.
No, you have to do all those remixes. They're everywhere. Okay, fine. Do both.
Sharky's editing next week. And anyway, I forgot to mention last week the music was from Earthbound. I forgot to say that on the podcast. Speaking of which, the Mother 3 music is now available on iTunes.
Yeah.
Maybe someday they'll make the game available.
Right.
That should
do you
be
think
great.
this is a good sign, or do you think that it's
No, I think it's just a completely inexplicable random act of stupidity.
Okay.
Don't get your hopes up, anyone.
Ooh, that would be a good choice for a virtual console, Earthbound Zero.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we've mentioned that. I think
like
someone
5
said
times.
that.
Yeah. Pretty much
Girlfriend was
on
just
every
playing through that
episode
last week,
since we
actually.
started. Yeah.
Right. So anyway, this is the end. Goodbye.
Today's last podcast on the left is brought to you by the novel Whispers by Lisa Jackson. In her chilling suspense novel, Whispers, #1 New York Times bestselling author Lisa Jackson explores a family's twisted legacy of lies and murder. It's been 16 years since Claire fled in terror from her family's home in a small town on the Oregon coast. 16 years since her fiancé's tragic death and the shocking secret she promised never to reveal to anyone. But that was before journalist Kane Moran began probing the mystery of that horrible night, turning a light on the darkest corners of Claire's life. Now, as Claire returns home to face a past she's tried to forget, another body is unearthed, revealing the twisted nature of a killer who is ready at last to make Claire pay the ultimate price. Whispers by Lisa Jackson is available everywhere books are sold and at KensingtonBooks.com.
There's no place to escape to. This is the last podcast. On the left. From your glade. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Hands are alive with the sounds of podcasts.
That works.
Yeah, it's very clever.
You did really good with that.
Thank you so much. I really
That's a good
appreciate
little song parody. You're a regular Weird Al over there.
That's great. Strange Ben Yankovic.
Ooh, Strange Ben Yankovic. Ugh, God. Name's Strange Ben. Yeah. Here, let me make your hands numb by me sitting on them, and I give you. And then what I do is I make your hands numb with my ass, and then I make you give yourself a hand job. Strange Ben.
Strange Ben. Great. Are we ready to go, Marcus?
We are.
All right. Welcome to the last podcast on the left, everyone. I am Ben Kissel with Marcus Parks. We got Henry Zabrowski here.
I've been Henry Zabrowski, and you know what? I'll continue to be, because you know why? I like Henry Zabrowski.
Everyone likes Henry Zabrowski. You're a great guy.
There are people that have attacked me many times online.
What happened? I've been getting some online attacks too. What's going on?
Well, you have a divisive personality.
No, I don't.
I'm America's sweetheart.
That's
I don't
not
really
true.
understand why I would get any sort of bad press, because I find that I'm what America technically deserves.
I'm what America needs. All right.
Yeah, whatever, Nixon.
Thank you so much. That's very
Strange
nice. No,
Ben.
People
That's
love
your new nickname.
Yeah, Strange Ben. People love me. I mean, what can I do? I try to not have them love me so much, but they always do.
I can't wait to introduce you to women as Strange Ben.
Yeah. I'll never meet another gal again. All right, so today we're discussing magic. This is part of our, what is it, the third episode on magic? Second episode. Okay, and now we discussed the right-hand path, and now we're getting into the left-hand path.
No, le sinistre. Does anyone have a thing in school where, because I never had that, but I've heard that people that grew up that when you were writing with your left hand that you'd get slapped with a ruler.
Really?
Because teachers said it was evil.
Yeah, that's like a 1950s Catholic school thing.
Yeah. Fucking greasy Italians. Their shitty superstitions. They also believe you're not supposed to put a hat on a chair. But that's the thing that's mostly because they're cheap and they don't want to buy new hats.
Yeah, or new chairs.
So the term left-hand path comes from the tantric term Vama Marga, which means left-hand path. Now, the core practices of the left-hand path in Tantrism are the five M's: Madhya, Mamsa, Matsya, Mudra, and Methuna.
I want to get a Methuna with lamb. Can I get it extra hot?
Yeah, some hummus.
And those translate to wine, flesh, fish, grain, and sex. See, the left path of the Tantra involves the ritual transgressions of social taboos and ritual sex.
Now, we're going to get into the full description of the history of the left-hand path, but it's important to remember, the right-hand path was about the learning and about the purifications of your spirit. What we learned last time was that the right-hand path is joining your mind and spirit to the Godhead. The left-hand path is about making yourself the Godhead. And I think it's the right way. If you discover it's very interesting. There's ways to break it down, but this is definitely the more fun version of magic, and there's a lot more pubic hair in it.
Yep, a lot more ball sweat as well.
There's a lot more ball sweat.
And the very famous singer Sting, he uses tantric sex, and he has sex for hours.
But this is my problem, right? Tantric sex is all about not coming.
Yeah.
But coming is the best part.
Well, it's about coming for hours at a time.
That's right.
It's about coming in your fingers and in your toes.
No, but that's not coming. Coming's getting the juice. Right?
Good. Yes, absolutely.
I asked my doctor, and that's what he said.
Well, that was a homeless man.
What? He had a lab coat on.
Yeah.
It was dirty. And he kept saying, you'll make juice today. It's so funny, man, because I make juice right.
Grabbing his penis there.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Phil.
So besides the sex connection, modern magicians use the term left-hand path for more nefarious and provocative reasons. Provocative being the operative word here. The Latin term for left, as Henry said, sinister, has been associated with evil for millennia, particularly in Christianity. This comes from the Gospel of Matthew, in which God's followers, the sheep, are on the right, while his non-followers, the goats, are on the left.
Now, would you rather be a sheep or a fucking goat?
Goat.
Yeah, toss up them horns.
That's right, and the Chicago Cubs should have let that goat into the game in 1908. Then they wouldn't have had a curse, and they could be in the World Series today.
Fuck the Cubs.
That's right.
Yes, and in the paintings of the Last Judgment, the Christian God points to heaven with his right hand and to hell with his left. And Christians call the left-hand path, quote, the diabolical and earthly path to hell.
Again, the fun path, the better, the path where it's technically a roller coaster to hell.
Well, just think about it. Do you want to go upstairs or downstairs? Going downstairs is always easier. Hell is lower. Let's go.
The thing about it, and upstairs, you can still trip going upstairs. Downstairs, you can slide down the banister.
That's right. It can only be an easier path to the bottom.
So the left-hand path covers Thelemites, Satanists, chaos magicians, and dozens of others. About the left-hand path, German Satanist Vexen Crabtree said,
the left-hand path is solitary, individualistic, personal.
German.
This is, you can't tell from my accent? Oh, I'm as German as a Wiener Schnitzel. It's based on self-development and self-empowerment, frequently called evil or dark by non-satanic religions. The followers of the left-hand path have often have to remain in the darkness or face severe persecution from the religions that ironically call themselves quote-unquote good. But I'm with the left-hand path. I got this, it's a stick-on tattoo of a fucking cool ass that's got an Irish cross on it.
Yeah.
So that big gulp will be $2.99.
I feel like that guy would just crush at fantasy football. Very good.
So lesser-known orders, such as the Nordic Dragon Rouge, founded in 1989, see the left-hand path as, quote, the dark side of magic. About the left-hand path, the Dragon Rouge said,
it emphasizes the unique, the deviant, and the exclusive. Its method is dark magic and antinomianism.
Antinomianism?
What does that mean?
It means going against the grain, antinomianism.
Antinomianism. The goal is to become a god. Man becomes a god when he ceases to be a creation, and instead he becomes a creator, so... And that jerky is going to be $1.45. We got to sell. You can get 4 for $5. If you're going to get 5 bags of jerky, it's really important you want to get that one extra bag off the price there.
So how long have you been working at 7-Eleven exactly?
25 years.
25. Huh.
Yeah, I know. One day this black magic's going to get me out of here.
Now, quick question. Have they ever given you a paycheck?
Not a single one, but they said it's a job, it's a badge of honor.
Okay.
I'm here for the love of it.
I see. Maybe free roller dogs.
Oh, the free roller dogs, you bet. I'll tell you thanks. Thank you for that. Certainly not my feet, because I lost them to diabetes.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
So, the most famous member, or I guess the most famous practitioner, and certainly possibly the first practitioner to be well known in the West of the left-hand path was Aleister Crowley.
Now, again, Aleister Crowley was the real deal. He's a genuine, I don't know what he's British, right? He's a real British badass. He's fucking, he really was all about magic. He was working on the right-hand path, working with the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. As soon as he started realizing these nerds were in charge, he was like, fuck this, and just bounced. He was just like, no, you guys had it all wrong. It's just like, we could totally use this to get pussy.
Yeah.
And in his case, lots and lots of piles of dick.
Well, let's go over how exactly that Golden Dawn split. See, he was a part of the Golden Dawn in his early days of magic. He had the name Frater Perdurabo, which means I will endure to the end.
I never come. And I never will.
Yeah, what does it even mean to endure till the end?
It means you don't come.
Yeah, it means you endure till the end.
But then at some point it ends.
Like a cockroach.
I see. So his balls and his cock were the cockroaches of all sexual organs.
Can you imagine someone being like getting back to somebody's house after a date and then opening up their pants and his dick is just a pile of roaches?
They endure till the end. You know, my cockroach dick can last through a nuclear holocaust. Yeah.
So Crowley's mischief began in April of 1900 when a schism between Mathers, the founder of the Golden Dawn, and other members of the Golden Dawn happened. Now, if I'm correct in this, Henry, it's like you were talking about in the last episode where this guy suddenly created a bunch of new secret chiefs, right?
He basically, Mathis created this idea of the secret chiefs. It was immediately, when they started the Golden Dawn, it was basically already over. Because he said that all rules and all formations and all ceremonies were okayed by the secret chiefs that only he could speak to. In separate order, and it all had to be like, if you wanted to do something or if you wanted to get to the next level, you'd have to ask Mathis, and then he'd go to another room and be like, I better see what the secret chiefs say. And then he goes in there and then just stays there for like 30 seconds. He would to approximate how long it would take to talk to the secret chiefs.
Yeah.
And then he'd come out and be like, give me $5.
Who follows these idiots, though? Right?
These other idiots.
Other idiots. The idiots.
But they're the smarter idiots.
Well, you know how it is? You know how someone can be so smart that they become stupid? That's what these are. That's what these people are. They're the nerds that are just can't. They're socially very, very dumb.
Right.
Aleister Crowley just happened to be a modern man in the sea of weird 1800s years old fucking spiritualists, and was just like, oh, no, you're not my boss.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to leave.
Yeah, exactly. So on the orders of Mathers, who had told Crowley that if you help me in this task, then I will raise you up to 5th degree Golden Dawn.
Because Aleister Crowley showed up and was kicking ass.
Yeah.
He showed up, he did everything right, he was studying really hard, he flew through all of the first 3 orders of the Golden Dawn, he started joining up. It was also, it wasn't the OTO, he was in another group as well. No, he was the OTO. He started with the OTO as well. He was all over the plot. He was a real Deion Sanders of magic.
Right.
And then he was get to this final level, and Mathis is like, oh, I will do it. It says, don't worry, Aleister, all of it will be taken care of. I'm sure it's just going to be a mere triviality to the secret chief to advance you to the next stage.
Yes, but of course, Crowley had to do a job for him first, for the schism had already happened. Crowley and this woman named Elaine Simpson, a.k.a. Soror Donorum Dea Dispensatis Fidelis.
Who was actually pretty hot.
The whole thing to me just sounds like a bunch of people who pretends to be renegades, but in reality, they just follow a very similar structure as a fraternity.
Yeah, it's like rich kids throughout the years. It's always been this way.
Right.
Nothing a rich person loves more than to follow rules for some reason.
Right.
Because if a rich person follows rules, they just stay rich.
Yeah.
You know, poor people have to break the rules.
Right.
The thing about Aleister Crowley realized it, thought like a poor person. And it's like I could bust up out of this shit.
Yeah, exactly. So the name of Elaine Simpson, her name meant she is a faithful steward of God's gifts.
Boring.
The two of them broke into the Second Order's meeting room, attempting to seize Order property on behalf of Mathers.
He basically went in an act of magical war against the Golden Dawn in the most nerdy way possible.
So 2 days later, Crowley, after he was shooed away his first time, he had a direct confrontation with the poet William Butler Yeats, a.k.a. Frater Damon Est Desus in Versus, a.k.a. Inside Out Brother Demon, I think. I think that was my own. I tried to. I put into the Latin translator, and then I checked out some different, interpretations of what these certain words are. Inside Out Brother Demon is the closest I could come.
Those are just words together.
Yes.
That's not a.
It seems like the number 4 on a gay prostitute's menu.
Yeah. Inside Out Brother Demon. That'll be $500. And it will take me 2 weeks of recovery.
Okay, we can do it, but I only got 2 hours.
So joining him this time was Edward A. Hunter, a.k.a. Frater Hora et Semper, a.k.a. He Will Always Be My Brother. So Crowley arrived in a kilt, a black mask, a plaid shawl thrown over his head and shoulders, and a huge gold cross on his chest, and a dagger by his side.
I just want to see the costume changes or the outfit changes before he left the house.
Yes.
What did he put on? And he was just like, not going to work.
Which of these is the most magically terrifying? I don't know, Alistair, but I'd love for you to put on some underpants. Yes, but what about my phallus?
So what does your roommate Alistair do exactly?
I don't know, man, but he keeps weird hours, and it's like he's always doing something. There's always, it sounds like it's either a woman or a high-pitched man's voice screaming in there all the time, and he plays a lot of Civilization.
Huh. Pays rent on time, though, huh?
Yeah, every time.
So the poet Yeats was able to keep Crowley from entering the order's premises. So Crowley called up a constable to help him get inside. The constable advised him to call a lawyer.
Basically, a cop showed up to a bunch of nerds in costumes yelling at each other. And he's just like, he will not gain entrance into the second order chalice room. And he's just like, but I will. I have the power of Thelema behind me. And meanwhile, some cop's like, call a wizard lawyer or something. I got shit to do, you know?
So soon after that, the order, they passed a decree to expel Mathers, Simpson, and Crowley. And while Mathers and Simpson would fade into history, Crowley's career was just beginning.
Yeah, it was like when Sarah Silverman got fired from Saturday Night Live. It was the best thing that could have happened to her.
That's correct.
Yeah. Where's Nora Dunn now?
Nora Dunn is, terrible.
Is she dead?
Well... inside.
Jan Hooks,
she is dead. That is unfortunate. Yes. Ripped apart by a pack of dogs.
Well,
really sad.
Don't go into the forest wearing stakes.
So after the Golden Dawn fell apart, Crowley truly came into his own, filling the magic vacuum left behind with his practice of Thelema. So Thelema would be the leading esoteric discipline until the rise of Wicca in the 50s and 60s following the repeal of the British Witchcraft Act in 1951, which forbade the practice of witchcraft.
That is a really cool meeting of Parliament. And they'd be like, we must ban these witches. It's like, yes, witches are definitely the biggest scourge in all of Great Britain.
I agree.
But my main problem, but forgive me, Congressman Ballister, but shouldn't we focus on some of the dental care? Because my teeth are jagged and horrible, and my breath smells like the inside of a dead animal.
Yeah.
It's just like, no, it's the witches are the problem. The witches are what gives us our pasty skin and our sallow ball sacks.
That's right. That's why all British teeth look like individual tombstones. Just all jagged and rotten.
So since the 1950s and 60s, magical practitioners in the 20th century have, for the most part, been split into either disciplines with Thelemic, a.k.a. left-hand roots, or with Wiccan, a.k.a. right-hand roots, gods within versus gods without, internal versus external, bitchin' versus groovy, Sex Pistols versus Peter, Paul, and Mary.
In either way, man, I like all of it.
Yeah, me
I'm
too.
kind of it, but then we're chaos magicians. Well, we'll talk about that in the next episode in the series.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You're officially a chaos magician now?
I don't want to... Labels.
I would highly recommend not saying it ever.
No. We could say it here on the podcast because this is a safe place.
Yes. It goes out to a bunch of people.
Oh, no. But they don't really listen.
So although some Wiccans, they do tend to fall into the left-hand path equals black magic equals evil camp, most modern magicians don't subscribe to the whole black equals evil, white equals good trap. The respectful ones, at least, merely see them as two different approaches.
Chaos magicians, the ones with rationality.
Exactly. Yes, we are among the most rational.
I mean, I did come on a piece of paper one time.
Yeah, I feel like, and then Marcus is always eating the goddamn stuff. I mean, the whole world's falling apart.
Well, he's just looking for a spice to life. He's got a ball and chain. He's got some day job where he's a producer of a fucking podcast network. And he's got in some sort of goth country band. There's nothing cool about that. He's got to spice it up by eating his own cum.
Everything you described before him eating his own cum is very cool.
So let's start with thelemic magic. So the thelemic practice of sex magic derives specifically from a spiritual event that occurred during Aleister Crowley's visit to Cairo in 1904, covered in the episode The Great B666, oh so long ago. It involves a museum, Egypt, and fucking in a pyramid.
Now, I find this very interesting because I went back to, because when we covered Crowley a long time ago, that was before we were really good at, or at the level, I don't know if we're good at research yet, but you are very good at research. I am not as good at research.
I am not as good. I'm better now than I was then.
That's the idea.
Absolutely, yeah.
You're great at researth.
I'm just saying, we could be better.
But back then, I just watched a documentary and then went and did it.
Yeah, that's what we did. Now we really waste our lives. Now we're really burning up relationship fuel.
Yeah. Marcus Parks is the greatest researcher in podcast history.
It's true. That is true.
No, Dan Carlin beats me.
What is wrong with you?
He is very good. Hardcore history is very, very good. But he has no life.
Yeah, he's a loser. He's not a chaos magician like you two assholes.
Chaos magician.
Welcome to my nightmare, Benjamin.
Oh, excuse me. I have to light a candle because I accidentally farted and blew one of them out.
I got to have kids soon because they'll love you guys.
I started reading about Aleister Crowley and Thelema again, and because I really thought it was going to be much closer to the right-hand path than what he took from Golden Dawn, but then I found out it is all about fucking.
Yeah, it is all,
and it is only fucking.
And if you missed, it, Thelema is Aleister Crowley's discipline that he created himself.
Yes.
Yeah, and it is definitely all about fucking 100% through and through.
Right.
So on this first fuck realization, I guess you could call it, him and his wife at the time went to Egypt, and on March 17th, 1904, Crowley invoked the Egyptian deity Tot, the god of wisdom. And for the following 3 days, in their hotel room in Egypt, a semi-invisible Egyptian deity named Aiwass, said to be a messenger of Horus, dictated a document to Crowley over 3 separate sessions that would eventually become Liber al Vel Legis, or the Book of the Law.
It's actually a very interesting little story. If you really read about the birth of the Book of the Law, his wife, if you want to talk about supportive, she was there for this whole thing. Which
in a hotel room.
In a hotel room. She actually received the visions while he meditated. Mm-hmm. And she said, we have to go to this museum and go invoke Tot. They go, he sees this hieroglyph, some weird piece of art with Tot on it, and it's like Exhibit 666. Yeah. And that's what caused him to give himself the name of the Great Beast, and that he saw the Tot thing. We cover this in the other episode, but it's very interesting how like they were both nuts.
Totally crazy. But this is one of the areas where I do have a massive amount of respect. Is it nonsense? It's total nonsense. It's obviously just a ploy to get laid, but he did do it.
He did do it.
He wrote everything down. I mean, he was a real, dare I say, go-getter.
I would also say the big thing is believe in your magic. Believe in yourself. Believe in your hallucinations. This is true.
Honestly, what is real? Yeah, exactly.
If you want to be a magician, you're going to say a lot of shit like this. When Marks and I talk about writing in our magic journals, and we talk about a vision we had, like I wrote last night, I had a dream about a magic mirror that I envisioned in my house, and then I went online looking it. I found a mirror just like it on fucking Etsy, and I bought it, so I'm going to put it up in my house. And but you have to start believing in these images in order to fill them with meaning, and that's what makes you. That's all it takes to make you a magician. And Aleister Crowley got a buttload of cum to prove it.
So when you get a show on NBC, you too can waste your money. Brilliant idea, Henry. Just buy everything you dream about.
So as we've said many times before, the main tenet of Thelema is do what thou wilt is the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love under will. And about magic as a whole, Crowley said,
a man who is doing this true will has the universe to assist him.
Which is pretty fucking cool.
That is cool.
This means that an individual's true will, capital T, capital W, is that person's authentic spiritual purpose, and it also confers a sense of identity, as Crowley said.
The first principle of success in evolution is that the individual be true to his own nature.
Absolutely.
Right.
And Crowley believed that his experiences in Cairo and the subsequent writing of the Book of Law represented the birth of a new aeon in the history of mankind's spiritual evolution. There's been 3 so far. The first was the Aeon of Isis, which is a matriarchal age characterized by the worship of lunar deities,
that
paganism,
was shut down pretty hard.
Pantheism. That was shut down super hard. The second was the Aeon of Osiris, which was the patriarchal age, Judaism, Christianity, Buddhism, and of course Crowley believed that he brought this age to an end. This is what he said about the ending of this Aeon.
I peck at the eyes of Jesus. I flap my wings in the face of Muhammad. I tear at the flesh of the Indian and Buddhist. I spit at your crapulous creeds.
That's right.
Woo! Nobody's safe.
That's
that
right.
one, you got Aleister Crowley, the roast master. He's a real Jeff Ross.
So Crowley punctuated that statement with a ceremony in which he baptized a toad as Jesus Christ and crucified it.
So in the back of his head, the entire time, he's thinking like, they know I'm just making this shit up. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, when are they going to bust me?
Every magician knows that. If they really do believe that, again, this is a chaos magic principle. We'll talk about this later. It's more like Discordianism. We will talk about this later.
Yes.
Right.
But if everybody knows it's full of shit, but it's about in the act of doing it, you make it real. He went and caught a toad, which is difficult and to dog meat, scary,
Yeah.
terrifying.
Terrifying, yeah.
And he crucified it, which is, again, but go on Etsy right now, look up frog crucified, and you will find it. That's how easy. That's modern day.
I agree
That's
with
the
you.
thing about the 20th century.
A quick tip here: never give a magician a pen. You'll never get it back.
No. Or when they ask for money.
No.
Because all magicians are not paying bills.
For some reason, I feel like when a magician gets home and takes off his jacket, just nothing but pens fall out. Just 100. I've done my tricks for the day.
Yeah, pens and lighters.
He's just a TD bank, constantly taking all the green pens.
Nothing like a free pen. I mean, banking at TD Bank. Illusion.
The Third Age, which started in 1904 when Crowley was blessed with these visions. It's our current age. The Third Age is the Aeon of Horus, the divine child. And rather than external emphasis, this Aeon is represented by internal forces, true self, the power of will. Crowley said,
Be strong, O man. Lust, enjoy all things of sense and rapture. Fear not that any god shall deny thee for this. Yes. And he discovered that after getting fucked in the ass in the desert.
Yeah.
And this is how he wrote about it. I do love this. He wrote a journal entry about it. So when he was...
Go back and just clarify the last statement. What was he saying?
Fear not that any god shall deny thee for this. So what he's saying is do whatever you want. Don't think about any sort of divine consequence.
Yeah, live your life, girl.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you, girl. That's what it's about. It's about doing you.
So it's a hashtag YOLO.
Hashtag YOLO.
Yeah, okay.
That's what always. Yeah. Oh, man, if you had hashtags. Oh. Man, that Book of the Law would have been full of fucking hashtags. The Book of the Law is difficult to read, and purposely so because it's horseshit. He wrote this about in his book Confessions about how. So as we remember, power bottom of all time, Aleister Crowley.
Well, power bottom of the year.
Yes,
My older brother is the power bottom of all time.
Man, he all 6'7" of him. Huh?
6'11".
Just fucking.
Woo! That's where the power comes in.
Just cracking his body like a whip up against the base of that dick.
Fort Lauderdale gays.
Jesus, does the other guy just have to stand against a wall?
I'm afraid
he puts a little helmet on so he doesn't get injured.
I feel like it was like I would stick my dick in and his ass would grip onto my dick, and then when he snapped to fucking hump himself against me, I would flap like a towel.
Yeah. That's what happens.
That is great.
But at the end,
he got married. But he did get married, though, right?
No, he's engaged. My middle brother got married.
That is
he's
lovely.
not a power bottom.
That is really, really lovely. So he's the spearer.
Yes.
He's the skewer.
That's what they call him, the skewer. Yes, that's his gay nickname in all the hot
Slide
clubs.
it in that fucking razor hot beef.
So, thanks for the images. Yeah, the
It's
skewer.
like a fucking hot knife through butter.
Just my male brother. There.
They call him the Squissle.
Oh, Squissle. And so this is how Crowley wrote about his act of being skewered in his round bottom. We accordingly took loose rocks and built a great circle, inscribed with the words of power, and in the midst we erected an altar, and there I sacrificed myself. Bracket, submitted to anal sex, end bracket. The fire of the all-seeing sun, bracket, Newberg's penis, that was his acolyte, end bracket, smote down upon the altar, bracket, his asshole, close bracket, consuming every particle of my personality, bracket, massaged his prostate until he came in his pants, end bracket. I'm obliged to write an hieroglyph of this matter because it concerns things of which is unlawful to speak openly under penalty of the most dreadful punishment. Which is just being locked in a prison with a bunch of other gay guys.
Sodomy laws were quite strict back then.
Well, and this is the UK, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it was illegal to be gay.
No theater for a week. The government has punished you. You do not get to see theater for a week.
We take your tiny dog and we shave off its beautiful new haircut.
Right? Oh, no one wants a bald dog. If you're walking around with a bald dog, everyone knew you just had anal 3 weeks before.
And remember, everybody, the man that was a part, Newberg, that was a part of that ritual, he went insane from that power bottoming.
Damn.
Lost his mind.
God, fucking tight as a drum back there.
Do you think he was crazy first, or then
No, he was actually he was somewhat of a dainty boy. He was a poet. He was kind of a high class, not really, didn't really have much experience in life at all. Crowley just, because let us say right now, Crowley was an evil, terrible person.
He broke people. Like, he took that dude out there, he filled him full of drugs, he made him fuck him in the ass.
Yes.
Which is the worst.
Yeah.
That he let himself be fucked, and it was like he was raping the other guy.
Yes.
And he just dragged this guy through, and I will just, to put it shortly, he was not ready for that jelly. That's what Newberg was.
Well, I mean, if the other guy is having sex with him on top, I mean, obviously the man knew what he was doing. He was rock hard. He was enjoying the Crowley sex.
I don't know if he was, because now when Alistair's being like, you can't fuck me well enough. I came on accident. He is,
Right.
but he specifically chose people that were easily manipulatable. And so he took him out there and broke him down. He broke down his personality and then left him in the desert. And then meanwhile, he goes with this walking stick to Mexico.
Yeah. Cool. So Crowley's life and career as a ceremonial magician would focus on the ongoing personal quest to find the ideal whore of Babylon, or Scarlet Woman, as she would be known throughout the years, with whom to enact the philosophy or thelema or magical will.
And it's very interesting, and this is where people will fight him later on, which we're going to talk about, is how he would use prostitutes often.
Yes.
And the whole point is that, and it's very interesting, it's very similar to sort of what they say about, like, when gay men hate on women, where it's just like he looked at women as tools.
Yeah.
Like, he did not view them as sacred parts of the magic. He viewed men as using the sex magic on women, and that they were there just to be whores, and that's what would make the magic happen, is someone taking mastery over a woman.
Well, they sound like the most important part of the puzzle.
No, they're the
ones who. They're the catalyst.
The cum is. The cum is the most important part of the puzzle.
Well, what Crowley believed is that there was one who was worthy, the Scarlet Woman. There would be one who would be like his worthy partner in thelema, who would make thelema real.
So it's like the gay middle manager from Breckenridge, Missouri, who's just like, I just haven't found the one yet.
Yeah.
That's my problem, is that once I found my true beau, when I find the true girl that will steal my heart, I can stop all this ugly sodomy. Ew, I hate it when a big Beverly man puts me down. I hate it when his mustache tickles. I hate it. I just like it. I want a woman, a big-breasted woman.
Sounds like one of those guys who has a bunch of dog collars in the house but doesn't own a pet, you know?
So the Book of Law, besides just philosophy, also contained instructions relating to ceremonial offerings associated with sacramental sex magic, specifically the preparation of what later came to be known as, quote, cakes of light. Here is the recipe.
For perfume, mix meal and honey and thick leavings of red wine, then oil of abremelin and olive oil, and afterward soften and smooth down with rich, fresh blood. The best blood is of the moon, monthly. Then take the fresh blood of a child, all dropping from the host of heaven, then of enemies, then of the priest of the worshippers, last of some beast, no matter what. This burn of this, make cakes and eat unto me.
I'm Billy Mays with OxyClean. Does that ever happen to you?
OxyClean, Billy Mays here, but OxyClean gets all sorts of mixtures of semen and menstrual blood and olive oil out of any sheets. Oh, where are these robes? Well, you're going to need some Clorox for that. I'm sorry, OxyClean's getting the fuck out of this.
Take it from me, Mr. Mystic Aleister Crowley. I've come and bled all over all of my clothes, and thanks to OxyClean, I can still get a job.
So while all of that might sound sinister, Crowley in later verse wrote that the, quote, fresh blood of a child was, quote, Babylon and beast conjoined, meaning the ingredients of sexual congress, semen from the male, and gluten from the woman's vagina, or the, as he called it, the privy chapel.
Privy, means bathroom.
Yes, and gluten from the woman's vagina, by that I mean pussy juice.
Now, this is some of my favorite stuff here, is because he wrote about, there were so many, he had to write it secretly. He had to write about sex magic secretly because of all the weird, appropriation laws or whatever it is they had in the UK. Also, it goes down to the ancient secret schools idea of you write things in allegory, and a part of your apprentice relationship is teaching the allegories to someone else as they mean something. They're all code for something. And so he had so much code for sex. And these are some of my favorites. One was he would call it gluten of the white eagle, which is the sex fluids, which is pussy juice and pussy blood. He'd call blood of the red lion was his reference to semen. Right? And that oftentimes he would call for you to make the holy hexagram, which is an instruction that the man and woman would interlock their heads and bodies in a mutual oral sex position to form the shape of a hexagram. And he would also call this the double gift of tongues and making the rosy cross.
This is what we got to video these things so that people can see the disgust on my face with these names.
And also one of my favorite passages in this text here, that he would talk about how this is how he described the use of a magic sigil, which is we're going to see the birth of sigil magic from Thelema. Let him sit and conjure. Let him draw back the hood from his head and fix his basilisk eye upon the sigil of the demon. Then let him sway the force of him to and fro like a satyr in silence until the word close burst from his throat. That which floodeth him is the infinite mercy of the genitrix of the universe, whereof he is the vessel. Here comes juice. Here comes. I made the soup.
I mean, at some point, then they're just like, so I guess we should just get Papa John's then?
Yeah.
After you come, what do you do after, we had the hexagonal sex?
Yeah.
I guess you're just now it's time for a meat pie?
Do you want to watch The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt? I haven't seen the second half of the first series.
Where do you go from there?
I hear Orange is the New Black is very good in this new season. And, yes, I could check out the band that you were speaking of earlier. I can't really recall what it was, but I am willing to go on a further date with you, I guess, if you were to leave now.
The whole time he's shoving his prolapse butthole back into his own body.
Oh, I seem to have left my scarf loose.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, and by the way, if you are using Blood of the Moon monthly, it is menstrual blood. Fresh menstrual blood is considered optimal.
I love it. You don't get it fresher than in Brooklyn.
Yeah, who's keeping it around?
Could get people. I have been tempted. I was
to what? You've been tempted to what?
I'm
Henry?
just saying.
To keep your girlfriend's menstrual blood?
One of the other techniques that you're supposed to do in sex magic, and this is true, is you're supposed to come inside the woman and then suck it out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I have been...
It's not a coconut. We're not in the jungle. You don't put a straw in the goddamn thing. You're not thirsty. You're not next to salt water.
But that's the magic.
Sucking your own cum out of a woman's vagina?
Magic. Ta-da!
What? I'm done with you two. I'm over it. Marcus, you ruined Henry.
I just love how upset you're getting in this episode.
It's pretty good. You're so uncomfortable. You know what it is?
I'm not uncomfortable. It's just you're my friend, and then I hear you talking, and I know you're serious.
I hear how hard you are.
I am rock hard. I will admit, I am rock hard.
So the whole point of Crowley's sexual magic is that he believed that it could enable the practitioner to focus on a specific goal or outcome while having sex. The magician would dedicate the sexual activity to the goal of the magic ritual and hold the image of the goal in his mind at the moment of sexual climax.
And because this is what they're talking about, is that the way they equated it was that the magic involved in sex magic is the idea is that sex mimics the creation of the universe, mimics the mother and father figures in the Kabbalah mixing together and creating the sun. And so that's you would just take it again as above, so below, and that's also where this comes. Aleister Crowley created the idea of as above, so below.
Mm-hmm. So instead of the Big Bang Theory, it's the power bottom theory.
Yes. It's the Big Bang Theory, and in our case, it's more of the mediocre bang theory. With a lot of cunnilingus involved because you got to build up to the mediocre bang.
Right. It's the kind of trying to get it big theory. Yeah, I know that one far too well.
So at that very moment that the energy raised during the ritual would be directed toward the goal by the magical will. And in this way, the sex magic practitioner would be able to, quote, wed the image and the magical power. And many of you out there will be pleased to hear you do not need a partner to do this.
Get a partner, though. Don't make this be an excuse that you just do it, man. Because it is better. Because that's the thing. It's like, luckily, it's just like if you could meet someone who's into it. But I would say is what you got to do is find someone who supports you in this, and don't just drop it on them like 3 years in. You know what I mean?
So although the first Western magical order to use sex magic was the Ordo Templi Orientis, or OTO, Crowley was the one who came in and truly revolutionized it, particularly within the OTO itself.
Well, it's very interesting because Crowley did start with the OTO, and when he wrote the Book of the Law, one of the heads of the OTO went to Crowley and was like, you cannot reveal our secrets of sex magic. And Crowley, who had not gotten to the 9th order of the OTO, was like, what are you talking about? I made all this up so I could fuck all the time and do magic. And he's just like, no, that was the secret. The big 9th level secret of the OTO was sex magic was the way to reach the Godhead. And then when they realized that he didn't know about it, they made him leader of the OTO.
Yeah.
That's how you get a promotion in the magic world.
Just not knowing anything?
He fucked his way to the top like Julia Roberts.
Yeah.
She didn't fuck her way to the top. That's a movie. That's Pretty Woman.
No, she sucked the Weinstein's cocks in a room.
She didn't suck the Weinstein cocks.
Julia Roberts is famous for fucking her way to being a celebrity. That is actually true. Look it up.
That's the movie. That's the movie with Richard Gere.
No, I'm not talking about that. She fucked to get that movie. She didn't even fuck in that movie.
You don't even want to know what she did to get Mystic Pizza.
What did she do? Show her tits to a random busboy?
She ate a plate of shit.
She ate a plate of dookie. Julia Roberts ate a plate of human feces to get Mystic Pizza.
And that may not be fact, but the fact is she did fuck a lot.
Yeah.
To get her job. Not slut shaming. God bless her.
God bless her. Absolutely. All right. Well, that's a fact then, I guess.
So yes, the OTO, as far as like the 9th order goes, they said that they could communicate in 9 degrees the secrets not only of Freemasonry, but that of Rosicrucians, the Illuminati, the Order of the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Church of St. John of Malta, the Holy Sepulchre, pretty much any order that they could think of. They told people, we will give you every single secret that they have by the time you get to the 9th degree. And the 9th degree was sex magic, and the reason why they were so impressed with Crowley is that he knew without being told. He had come upon it all on his own, so they thought it's kind of a chosen one type situation.
Yeah, he was the Neo.
Yeah.
Of ass sex.
Right.
So the split between Crowley and the OTO was that Crowley thought that these ideas should be made public. although it is much more likely that Crowley saw that he could just use these ideas to gain himself attention and notoriety.
We're not really covering this in this episode, but Crowley really did use newspapers and his reputation in order to sell his own magic.
Yes,
he was
right.
he was such a public figure. That was the thing. All of these guys like to be secret. It was all like they viewed it as like this thing that they did. It was a private exercise. They did it away from everybody. They thought it made it more magical to do it without public knowledge. Where Crowley lived the magic.
Right.
Yeah.
But he projected like it was secret. I mean, that's one of the great irony, like reality television. It's not real. If you really want to just live a life, you just live it. You know.
Yeah, exactly. If you look at because it says this, reality TV, if it was real, wouldn't have a script supervisor credit
Right.
on there. They have a story editor credit.
So so during this time, just for some context for me personally, Crowley, was he a celebrity?
Yes.
Was he famous? Was he famous in his real life when he was alive?
Yes, he was more famous when he was alive than he is now.
Then he picked back up in the 80s when heavy metal really started incorporating his images into stuff.
Right.
But he was kind of along the level of like Salvador Dali, where Salvador Dali was an artist but then became a celebrity artist, and that's what he was.
So would you would equate him with a performance artist?
Yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
His whole life was magic, and that's what they talk about a lot of times with Left Hand Path and into Chaos Magic, about living the symbol. And he became that. He was the full embodiment of Thelema. He was Thelema.
I would really compare him more to, like, say, I don't know, like a band like the Sex Pistols. Like when the Sex Pistols first came to America, their only tour of America, every town had newspaper articles of that day. The Sex Pistols are coming. The Sex Pistols are here. No one really knew who the fuck the Sex Pistols were or what their music sounded like, but they were such a scary brand that people would come and they would protest their concerts before they even began, before they even got off the bus. And that would be the same thing with Crowley, is that newspapers would come out and say, the Great Beast 666 is here, and newspapers called him the wickedest man in the world. And of course, when the first time a newspaper called him the wickedest man in the world, he was just like, perfect.
Excellent.
Excellent. But of course,
Kimmy from PR, you are fired.
Yeah. So it was all part of his brand.
Yeah.
And I'm sure at some point he had a terrible case of diarrhea and just didn't feel like the worst person in the world.
I don't feel like being the wickedest man in the world today. Can't I just be Al?
Tough days.
So in addition to the public nature of Crowley's teachings, the OTO also had boundaries, wherein Crowley had none.
Like ISIS.
Modern day ISIS. Yeah.
Yeah. So the idea of proper behavior in sex magic takes us even back before the Golden Dawn to the illegitimate son of a wealthy Virginian and a slave named Flora, a man named Pascal Beverly Randolph.
Now, this is a guy who did all the sex magic, but you have to do everything with your frumpy wife.
Yeah, it's been going on. Sex magic has been going on in the West since about the mid-1800s. Arguably began in the United States when Pascal Randolph published a book called
Euless.
Euless? No, it's like Euless with a question, with an exclamation point. Euless! And then the subtitle was The History of Love, Its Wondrous Magic, Chemistry, Rules, Laws, Modes, Mood, and Rationale Being the Third Revelation of Soul and Sex.
But the short title was Euless.
Euless! That's how you get him to stop, and then you have a long time to explain.
That was his safe word.
Yeah.
So, was also a problem because he also the sound he made when he came.
Yeah.
Euless.
Well, I guess it's too late at that point.
So he believed that that sexual instinct was a fundamental force in the cosmos, but also believed that the sexual union could only become a metaphysical and sacred ritual if it was done between a married, loving couple, and only when both have a full and complete orgasm.
That is very nice.
It's very nice.
But the tantric part of it is involved a lot of times, because Crowley said this too, a lot of times the whole point was to withhold the cum.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so this one, he was definitely more about the coming, because he was probably a 4-minute man.
Yeah, I mean, you can go two different routes. I mean, you can hold cum in for 10 hours, or you can just learn to cum multiple times.
Cum multiple times?
Totally. Oh my God, of course.
I mean, I have, but it's always, but the second one's always like a...
Yeah, of course. You know, your cum takes to smoking, and it gets a little bit of a Weezer's cough there. But no, you can cum 10, 15 times. Some people do it.
If you want to, yeah. Some people have that, you know, that fucking factory in their balls that really gets it going right after the first one is out.
God, you know, I always hate it when the government comes in and shuts down those factories.
That's right.
The middle class is suffering.
So this guy had the same idea as Crowley. Focus on a goal during an orgasm, and the sexual energy could be harnessed to produce magical results. Randolph believed that you could solve problems related to marital discord, money matters, you could prolong your life, you could eliminate diseases, and you could even charge amulets with life force through sex magic.
I mean, I do agree. What is greater than, having an orgasm with another person? I mean, it's the best feeling on the face of the planet.
Yeah.
I completely agree.
It really is.
Except for completing a really nice paper airplane. Well, one that really gets it.
Yeah, it's really symmetrical, But isn't it all symmetry, though? Think about it.
If you lay your tongue flat, that's how you, by the way, with the woman, put your tongue flat on the...
Flat?
Yeah, flat, yeah. That's how you... Do you not know how to eat the... We'll talk about it afterwards.
We all have our different methods.
Everyone's got a method.
Yeah. No, I know for a fact how to do it right.
Tiny tornadoes.
Not tiny tornadoes.
No, tiny tornadoes.
What is it, a tongue twister?
Tiny tornadoes.
Tiny tornadoes. It's not a spelling bee. No.
Shapes.
Nah,
flat, consistent, good speed.
Feel it out, man.
Some people have got different strokes for literally different strokes for different kinds of folks.
Yeah, absolutely. No two women are the same. The flowers are all beautiful, and they are all different, Ben.
They all deserve to be appreciated by the bees and the butterflies.
We're still talking about taking a girl out to Arby's, right? That's what we're discussing? Okay. Love that horsey sauce.
Well, one of the only real differences between the sex magic approaches is that Randolph was a bit of a prude about it, which isn't surprising considering how he was operating in the mid to late 1800s. He maintained that masturbation and homosexuality wouldn't work and that it could only work between a loving heterosexual married couple. You have to admit, this is a big first step in the West.
Yes.
Just to say that sex is good and okay and you can use it for something and it's not just for procreating, it's baby steps, man.
I mean, Crowley, though, jumped ahead of everybody.
Yeah.
Because he wrote a whole book about gay sex.
Yeah.
And you find out every one of those books it was called, like, Liber 9 or something like that, where it was all about gay sex. And then he had a whole other thing that was about 69.
Yeah, this guy's like the Mike Huckabee or Rick Santorum of Satanism. I mean, what's he talking about?
But,
like, you can have fun. But not too much fun.
Yeah. Everyone knows satanic sex is with a man and one woman. Everybody knows that.
It's not satanic, Ben. It's Euless.
Euless, I'm sorry.
Euless? I'm going to have sacred sex with you, Euless, and only you.
Yeah. It sounds like a horse that they cut their hooves off of.
Your only hope, Euless.
I'm done.
All right, if you don't win this race, we're going to have to put the jockey down.
They should kill the jockey in those horse races. Good point, Henry.
Well, sex magic wasn't the only thing that Crowley wasn't the first to do. He was also not the first to eat cum and period blood. Now, as far back as the 4th century A.D., the Syrian Bibianites, who were essentially Christian Gnostics, who we'll get to in a bit, believed that releasing sexual energy was the true expression of Christian beliefs. And for them, consuming semen and menstrual blood during the Eucharist was a purer form of ritual communion than just using boring old crackers and wine.
Yeah, crackers and wine, that's for the birds. Common fucking vegetable blood. That's for people.
Oh, it's very, yeah.
Well, I also feel like there was a shortage on food. They were living in the desert.
That is true. I mean, it's the 4th century.
You making stuff will come out of your dick that not only feels good, looks like icing.
Yeah.
Tastes like gravy.
Human bread.
So the use of sex magic as Jesus.
I'm disgusted by myself.
But that's funny that you know that, Ben, because it does kind of taste a little like bread.
Stop! I'm gonna go ahead and even myself say stop eating cum, Marcus.
Yeah, just don't eat cum anymore.
I did it once.
I just feel like we don't have to talk about it. There's a lot of.
If we're gonna talk about it, this is the episode to talk about it.
If I'm gonna talk about it, I'm gonna talk about it now or never.
Okay.
Dog Meat was making his own dog soup. That's what that's what you got to say next time you're having sex with Carl. And be like, "Oh, time to serve up a ladle of dog soup."
No, would you? The images. No, I don't
man.
like it. All right. Marcus doesn't have sex.
So the use of sex magic has continued throughout the years when it concerns the left-hand path, mainly through the Church of Satan and its creator, Anton LaVey.
Woo! Celebrate good times. Come on. It's a cell of Satan. Yeah, Anton LaVey. Love this guy.
So Satanism does have also a path that extends back hundreds of years. Pre-LaVeyan Satanists were more religious than magical, believing God to be the enemy with Satan as the hero.
It's very interesting because the Gnostics and the Yesides also believed in this concept.
Yes. Well, that's the thing, is that if you needed any more proof that the Bible can be interpreted to say pretty much anything you want it to say, there's scripture to back this up.
Since the very beginning of the Bible.
Since the very beginning of the Bible and since the very beginning of Christianity. See, the great-grandfathers of Satanism, Christian Gnostics, were the first to point out these Bible verses. And the story of the temptation in the wilderness, the devil offers Jesus, quote, all the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them, with a very clear implication that he has that power, that he can do it, that he's not just lying to him, he's not trying to trick him, that if Jesus wants these things, the devil will give them to him. Or not the devil, Satan. Two very different things, and two very different important things to say.
God is the landlord and Satan is the super.
Right.
Actually, that's a very good way of putting it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And when Moses went through the desert for 40 years...
He was just lost. He should have had a fucking Google Maps.
Yeah, the manna from heaven was just come.
Yes.
Well, the Gnostics, they're New Testament people. Yeah, a lot of the Old Testament, because that's what another thing that they look at the Old Testament as, is that they look at, because the Old Testament God is evil. Like, he is an absolute...
He's angry.
He is an angry, evil prick all throughout. And that's what the Gnostics pointed towards, is that, look at this guy, look at all of the awful things that he did. This Satan guy was only trying to bring us knowledge. He was only trying to show us exactly what's really going on in this world.
With the key, the idea that God made... The Christian Gnostics were actually so pure that they believed that God made this flawed world. God made the world filled with sin and filled with disease and filled with bad luck, and that Satan was there to help you stand it.
Yeah.
To be like, embrace it. Like, come with me, and like, this is also our description of Christian Gnosticism. Again, I always want to say with these topics, hundreds of literally intellectual volumes have been written about these topics. We are not the first and foremost experts.
No. Let us please once again stress this, that on all of this stuff, we are not the first and foremost experts.
We are.
If you're
What's wrong with you people?
Let's say
we are the experts on Christian. What
you don't even know.
How do you spell Gnosticism, Ben?
B-E-N.
Oh, you are
K-I-S-S-E-L.
You're just being fun. He is fun. You're feeling fun today.
I am feeling fun. Thank you.
And there's other things in the Bible to back this up. In St. John's Gospel, the devil is called, quote, the ruler of this world. St. Paul calls him, quote, the God of this world. And as I just said, it was also said that in Eden, Satan was trying to free mankind from the evil God by encouraging them to eat from the true tree of knowledge. And some said that once one reaches gnosis, Gnosticism, gnosis, or a true understanding of the nature of this world, he or she could indulge in all of the lusts and desires of this world without fear of corruption. That's what they're saying, is that if you reach a true understanding of the world, then and only then would you be able to YOLO.
All right. Very good. Now that we broke it down to a hashtag I can understand,
See?
I really enjoy it.
See?
And so while this idea would snake its way through the left-hand path for centuries, it would reach its natural conclusion with modern Satanism. So if the God of the Old Testament is evil, then it follows that the Ten Commandments were intended to keep humanity in subjugation to him.
Did they organically came together? Like, was Crowley a Satanist to begin with?
No.
So that had nothing.
No.
Like, so he was just a magician type person.
He didn't even talk about Satan, really.
The bridge to Satanism as a whole. Of course, we can do an entire episode about Satanism. It's Anton LaVey took the readings of Aleister Crowley and took all this stuff and met with a bunch of guys. They took the symbol of Satan as the adversary in order to Satanism itself is essentially a satirical religion that's used to make fun of organized Christian-based beliefs.
Yeah, and so, of course, but they also monetize it in its own self as a religion.
On purpose. It's all on purpose. Read Satanic Bible, it's hilarious. But the whole point, Satan was just used in this context to be like, we're rooting for the Joker.
Was Crowley happy when the Satanist sort of
he wasn't around
his
for
point
it.
of view?
He was dead.
Do you think he would have been happy with it?
No,
because it would have taken the focus away from him. Because Crowley liked being the one.
Right.
He liked being the only guy.
He would not have liked Anton LaVey.
No, he would have hated Anton
And the
LaVey.
two of
Because
them
they get lumped together so much.
But because one's a natural predecessor of the other, because Anton LaVey also used the showmanship shit of it. Again, and you read about his life, it's very interesting. He was, a carny. And
if you believe that version of his life, there's a lot of conjecture as to what Anton LaVey's upbringing actually was.
It's pretty fun. It's a fun, but the idea is you keep him guessing.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's but Aleister Crowley wanted to be all about him. He also took it deadly, deadly seriously. Anton LaVey blew up the whole thing of saying this whole thing's a joke.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and in response to those 10 commandments, Anton LaVey created the 9 satanic statements. Of course, we'd read them on here before, but they always bear repeating. Henry? Number 1.
Satan represents indulgence instead of abstinence.
Number 2.
Satan represents vital existence instead of spiritual pipe dreams.
3.
Satan represents undefiled wisdom instead of hypocritical self-defeat.
4.
Satan represents kindness to those who deserve it instead of love wasted on ingrates.
5.
Satan represents vengeance instead of turning the other cheek.
6.
Satan represents responsibility to the responsible instead of concern for psychic vampires.
7.
Satan represents man as just another animal. Sometimes better, more often worse than those that walk on all fours, who, because of spiritual and intellectual development, unquote, has become the most vicious animal of all.
8.
Satan represents all of these so-called sins, as they all lead to physical, mental, or emotional gratification.
And 9.
Satan has been the best friend the church has ever had, as he has kept it in business all these years.
Kind of a smug 9.
Oh, it's a smug religion.
It's among the most smug, but later on we'll get to the guy who managed to make it even more smug.
There are rules.
Got to.
But yeah, LaVey, it was all about having fun with it. He was we do know that he was a former carnival barker, beautiful at the calliope. And he really was a beautiful calliope player.
What's a calliope? You can't be beautiful at that. If you perfect it, it sounds terrible.
It's a music a clown dance slowly to.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
see.
Yeah, it's among my favorite. I've got a whole record of calliope, quote-unquote, hits that I listen to all the time. It's just a lonesome, echoey calliope. If you get right next to them, they'll make you deaf.
It's not for friends and family.
No.
Tried playing it for friends once. No one wanted it. No one wanted it.
It's bad at parties.
So LaVey, he conducted services which began and ended with satanic hymns, a ritual invocation to Satan involving a naked woman as a quote-unquote altar.
It's pretty sweet.
The typical ceremony would involve the ringing of bells, sprinkling the congregation with a mixture of semen and water, symbolic of the creative force. A sword and a chalice rested strategically in the pubic area of the woman altar.
It was all pretty metal. It's all pretty sweet. It's pretty Aussie.
Usually when you get hit in the face with water, you're not happy. But then when you realize it could otherwise be cum, you're like, thank God.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
All right,
I'll take
I'm
the
fine with
water.
this. I'll take
Yeah,
it.
water to the face, yeah.
So LaVey, he celebrated Christian sins as virtues for the practice of having things backwards, upside down, the wrong way around, or otherwise subverted are at the essence of Satanism and its rejection of Christian values, hence the upside down cross, the subversion of the mass and all that sorts of
Yeah,
stuff.
it was all making fun of the
It's all making fun of it,
self-seriousness
yeah.
of the Christian imagery.
Yeah. And although Satanists say that all sexual indulgence is good, most agree that stops at hurting anyone else.
Well, all good Satanists agree that you're not supposed to hurt somebody else. You're not supposed to tread in somebody's territory. You're not supposed to make someone do something they don't want to do.
Yeah.
Everybody's supposed to volunteer because that's what makes it work.
Yeah. And LaVeyan Satanism, it's not to be taken literally, as Henry said. It's more of a philosophy than a magical discipline. However, there are some Satanists who take the complete opposite approach, such as Michael Aquino of the Temple of Set.
Yeah, this guy. Have you read the Temple of Set book?
No.
I try to make it all the way through. There's a lot of fucking math in it.
Too much math, huh?
Yeah, I just get to a point where I just glaze over. The Satanic Bible is hilarious. Again, it's so much fun to read.
Snappy.
Yeah, and the Temple of Set manual is just like, oh.
Yeah.
I can't talk about this to people at parties.
Yeah, that's for sure.
See, the Temple of Set, they prefer a more philosophical approach to Satanism. In other words, they took all the fucking out of it. They took all the fun out of it.
Right. So it was Crowley, then it was LaVey, and now this Aquino.
Michael Aquino jumped off of that.
Yeah, Michael Aquino jumped out. Like, they were contemporaries, because what happened is
they all got into a fight or something.
Yeah, Anton LaVey said...
and what a nerd fight that was.
Yeah, they went to like a Benihana and they just got super mad that Anton LaVey kept bringing girls with no tops to the Benihana. He's like, this is an invocation ceremony. This is supposed to be sacred. And Anton LaVey is just like, I'm getting blown right now.
Right.
I wish you'd leave, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was formed after Anton LaVey said in the Satanist newsletter that all higher degrees of initiation would only be available to those who make contributions of money, real estate, or valuable works of art.
Yeah, because he was making money. Now he's just like, oh, now we're doing this. Oh, we want to make a secret club? You got to pay to be in the secret club. And there was no secret club.
Yeah.
Well, now it becomes a religion.
Well, no, I mean, it was actually, it was...
He needed money.
He needed money. Yeah, he just needed money. He was a con man, definitely. He was a carny. It was like the old P.T. Barnum trick where you get people to pay 5 cents to see the egress, and egress is just Latin for exit. So they'd go outside and then they'd have to come back in and pay for admission one more time. It's all carny tricks. But this is how Aquino put his the split between the Church of Satan and the Temple of Set.
The Church of Satan has been arrogantly sensationalist. The Temple of Set was cautiously philosophical.
And so the Temple of Set, a.k.a. Nerd Satanism, was born. The change in name came from Aquino when he summoned Satan, who told him that the true name of the Dark Lord was Set, an Egyptian god, and that he was to no longer use the, quote,
bastard title of a Hebrew fiend.
That's what it says there.
Yeah, yeah, that's what he wrote. Is that Satan was the bastard title of a Hebrew fiend.
Interesting.
And Set told Aquino that he was the successor to Crowley and was to be Magus, 5th degree of the Aeon of Set, whose sacred magical word was Xeper, Zepper, but it was pronounced Kepher for some reason, which translates to I have come into being.
Try to convince your whole fucking bake sale team to call you that.
Right. So what was the rivalry? Was it very intense, the rivalry between these two living people?
Yes,
Crowley's
he did
dead.
not enjoy LaVey. They did not like each other.
Yeah, they hated each other. But it was more LaVey just like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And Aquino would be like, I don't believe that you're using the ideas of Aleister Crowley in the ways that they were meant to. And then he believed that during one of his magical rituals, that Aleister Crowley, or that Set came to him at night and told him that, hey, you're the new Aleister Crowley. That old Aeon, by the way, it was real fucking short. It was just like 1904 to 1970 something, 1980 something.
We got a new one.
We got a
now.
new one, and now you're the guy in the new one.
And was the Temple of Britney Spears? It's a new Aeon of midriffs.
Yeah.
Power pop.
Was there so the followers of LaVey, did they ever go over to this other fella?
Some did.
Yeah, some did. There's always, anytime there's a schism, there's always a split. Some people are going to jump to one side, some people are going to jump to the other.
I can pretty much guarantee it was the ones that weren't getting laid.
Yeah.
See, while LaVey, he used Satan as more of a symbol, the Temple of Set believes that their god is very real.
They believe that Set will come to Earth. They want to open up the channels, which is also fun that Michael Aquino worked for the U.S. Army.
Yeah, we'll get to that here in a second. They believed that the god was very tangible. You could have a very tangible power relationship with Set. And Lilith Sinclair, Michael Aquino's wife and high priestess, she called it a, quote,
a very quiet, serene, beautiful touching of minds. Well, that's the idea, that he wasn't necessarily evil. He wasn't here to destroy anybody. He was just super, super, super ancient.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And so the Temple of Set is a return to magic as an elite undertaking that sets them apart from others. They believe they're superior beings with the knowledge of a deeper universe, and they also believe that Setian magic can allow you to conquer death.
Which brings it all the way back to the Golden Dawn.
Yeah, this brings it all the way back, is that the Temple of Set is a return back to the days when you had to, like Henry said, understand all this stupid math that doesn't make any sense.
It was about the eliteness. It was about basically you have to be like rich and powerful to even do magic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
who do you think Crowley would choose? as far as like the person who actually took his
I don't
principles.
think he would ever choose anybody.
No.
It's
Not
whoever he
Aquino
would
or-
fuck. I guess he would see what Anton LaVey was doing and be like, I get it. But unless Anton LaVey was willing to suck his dick, I don't think they ever would have been friends.
I see.
Yeah, it's like they ripped Crowley in half.
I see.
Like Aquino went with the ritual side, and LaVey went with the fun side.
Crowley was the real deal.
Right.
Crowley was the guy who was the old school guy who made the new rules. He was like how would you put it? He was sort of like the Keith Richards.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say that, Aquino is sort of like the Jason Mraz. And then Anton LaVey is like the Black Keys. He's like the guy from Black Keys, a little bit cooler.
Maybe the fat guitar drummer there, or piano player.
The guy from Blues Traveler?
Blues Traveler,
No,
John Pop.
the Black Keys. The guitar or the pianist on the Black Keys is fat now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he gained a lot of weight.
That's great. I like to hear that. I like to see a fat musician.
Love it.
And as a bit of a coda to this episode, some of you might recognize the name Michael Aquino from Satanism and the Government Part 1. Allegedly, he was involved in a government pedophile ring based out of the Presidio Army Base, where Aquino was deputy director of reserve training at the time. And while it's possible that Aquino got swept up in the Satanic Panic, this was like 1987, the evidence that Aquino was involved in some really terrible shit is pretty compelling, and coupled with his involvement with the government in the creation of Mind War, which is still used to this day, and also his claims that maybe the Nazis were, quote, onto something with their magical ideas.
Never say that publicly. As like any sort of
He
public
wrote
figure.
it in a book.
Yeah.
He had chapters and chapters and chapters about it.
Well, you can't say the Nazis weren't on to something. I mean, they were definitely.
They were on to something,
Yeah, something
but
I don't know.
terrible, but-
No. It sounds positive.
No, I mean they were. Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's, like he was saying they were on to something like in a positive way.
Yeah, I mean, it's not kids at a sock hop. I mean, they were on to different things than that. But
Yeah, but they were never right about whatever it is they were on to. You know what I mean? It's not like they
Yeah.
kind of, because it sounds like you're saying, well, the Nazis really had it going on. Yeah. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So let's say here, well, I think we can say here at Last Podcast that we're not what you'd call Aquino fans. So, in other words, when you hail Satan, please hail responsibly.
Realize what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay? Which is having a great time, living a heavy metal life, getting laid, if it's with somebody else or with yourself. I'll say that. I'll
That's
even
not
say
getting
that.
laid.
No,
That's-
I'm going to give you the credit of saying you are choosing to masturbate yourself, because you could maybe not even masturbate that day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
You have to
it's still
find
a-
yourself just sexy enough to make yourself hard.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say about masturbating for a living.
You don't look at yourself when you masturbate. You close your eyes and fantasize.
You got to at least like your dick a little bit.
Mm-hmm. You got to like it enough to touch it.
No one looks at their dick when they masturbate, though.
I'm sure some do.
Huh. All right. Well, what an interesting episode.
Yeah, that's
I
the
love
left-hand path. We're going to be covering Chaos Magic here in the future. We don't know exactly when it's going to be, because next episode 200, it's going to be a special one. You guys are going to absolutely love what we're doing.
So, okay, so I'm with you. I support Crowley then, huh?
Well, I would say more LaVey.
LaVey.
But myself, I support Austin Spare.
Why?
It's a
It's a
chaos.
whole- it's a chaos
It's a whole
magic
chaos
thing.
magic thing. Yeah,
See,
I don't really.
If
I
you
don't
guys didn't both have girlfriends, no other woman will talk to you.
I mean, personally, I think LaVey's a little much.
I think LaVey's a lot of fun, but I also I am more of this. I believe in more of this cybernetic, which is a form of magic, which is the idea that your neurons, as above, so below, your brain is the exact same shape as the universe, and like the universe, and your brain, you stimulate neurons, and that creates butterfly effect type changes throughout the entire universe, and that's how your magical will works.
Mm-hmm. So that's you can follow Henry on Twitter. At Henry Loves You. Amazing. Such a fun episode.
Yeah, great episode. Guys, don't forget, this Saturday, we're going to be in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
for the DC Podfest. It's going to be at 8 p.m. Go to dcpodfest.com to find out exactly where the show is. We're going to need to figure that out.
Yes, we
do. We, as a matter of fact, tell us. Find out where the show is and let us know, and we will be there.
Yeah, you can get tickets at dcpodfest.com. Get them now because they are almost sold out.
And we are definitely going to be drinking.
Definitely going to be drinking, having a good time in Washington, D.C. Guys, let us know what the fuck's going on. It's going to be an early show, so we're going to have a late night.
So if anybody's got any clearance as well, get us into a building. That'd be pretty sweet.
Yes, that'd be wonderful. And the next day, on November 8th, that is the Cave Comedy Radio Sausage Fest, in which you're going to have all of your favorite Cave Comedy Radio podcasts doing a little live thing downstairs in the garage.
And hopefully this year we'll get one woman to come.
One woman.
I can't wait. I'm also single, so if you are a senator's daughter, reach out to me. I'm looking to date up.
Yeah, that's a bit up.
It's a bit up for me, yeah.
Maybe you want to make a lateral.
No, not a congresswoman's daughter.
Oh, okay.
Just a senator's daughter. I'm not asking for Malia here. I mean,
and we
Are
also
you going to try and date Malia Obama?
No, I'm saying I'm not.
She
I'm going for
is
senator.
17 years old, Benjamin.
What is wrong with you
17
perverts?
years old trying to have sex with the president's daughter.
Oh, leave it alone.
We'll be in town, though, so Malia, if you listen to the show, which I'm sure you do.
Sasha's a big fan.
And as far as thank yous this week go, we got to thank Jeremy for sending us these amazing paper mache masks.
Dude, it's so cool.
That are being hung up on the studio walls. We're going to take a picture, put it on the Facebook group. Go join the Facebook group. And we also want to thank whoever sent us these amazing books. Final Warning, A History of the New World Order is one of the ones that I got. Ben got one about the psychosis of Nixon.
Richard Nixon, a psychobiography. I'm actually going to read this book, and it will be my first book I've read since Confederacy of Dunces 4 years ago.
Mine is called, I got 3 called UFO Religion, one called The UFO Files, and one called Ambassadors Between Worlds.
I love it.
The other ones I got were Men in Black, Aliens Among Us, Secret Black Projects of the New World Order, and the Special Collector's Edition of History Classics, Secret Society.
I can't wait to have an even harder time talking to people.
and those were shipped to us from Midtown Scholar Bookstore in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
That is incredible. So check that out. Buy books from them.
Reflections of a Peacemaker, Chapter 9, page 119. Already my favorite sentence. Nixon's brother, Donald, had no trouble recalling that Dick was the peacemaker. So isn't that exciting?
I'm afraid of this new chapter in your life when you start emulating Nixon.
Oh, I can't wait. I am not a podcaster.
Yes, that is Midtown Scholar Bookstore. Used, rare, and new books in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. They're fucking amazing. And you can search their bookshelves and order online. It seems like, I'm looking at pictures of it right now, it looks like an amazing place. They got a big Liberty Bell in there.
So hail sweet Satan. Let him make changes in your life. You heard about how to do it today. If you're going to eat cum, make sure you're thinking about making money while doing it, because if not, you're just wasting cum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How much cum have you wasted this week, Ben?
Actually, not that much, sadly enough.
I consider not an ounce of my cum to be wasted.
Yeah.
I waste quite a bit.
All right, so hail yourselves. Thank you guys so much for supporting the shows here on CCR Top Hat Roundtable, page 7, Sex and Other Human Activities. Henry's show, check it out on NBC. It's on Thursday at 8 p.m. It's called Heroes Reborn.
Yeah, but I'm dead, and I don't know if I'm coming back.
Did you die in the show?
I don't know if I'm coming back.
Did you die?
Yeah.
I can't.
And I don't know if I'm coming back.
Guys,
Weird.
is Henry coming back?
I don't know.
And also, if you want a t-shirt, cavecomedyradio.com/merch is where you go to for that. And I think that's a Heil Geen on that one.
Heil Geen. Follow Marcus Parks on Twitter at Marcus Parks. I'm at Ben Kissel. Henry loves you.
Hail Satan.
Yep,
Hail
that's
me.
it.
For more shows like the one you just listened to, go to cavecomedyradio.com.
There's no place to escape to. This is the last podcast. On the left. That's when the cannibalism started. What was that?
Okay, guys, listen. We'll be talking a lot of smack, but I think what's important before we start today's episode, we each name one thing that we love and cherish about white culture. Choose something. No, choose something. What do you love? What do you celebrate? What celebrates white people? Celebrate them.
Kolaches. The fidget spinners. I don't know. What the hell? What? I have no idea.
Comic-Cons.
Okay.
That's finally some positivity besides just never being arrested for a crime and always being president.
All right. This is the last podcast on the left. I am Ben Kissel. That's Marcus Parks. And I don't think I introduced us last time, as a matter of fact.
I bet you didn't. I don't think you did.
I don't know.
We're sitting here. We're in my Los Angeles apartment.
Yeah.
It's hot. My feet are up. I can smell my own balls because
It's
I'm
great.
wearing like gym shorts because it's too hot in here.
I'm 3 inches away from you. It's a really great experience. All right, well, let's get on here. We got Oklahoma City Part 4, a lot more to get to in the Timothy McVeigh saga.
So in September of 1994, President Bill Clinton approved the 10-year assault rifle ban, and with that, the gathering of the explosives and components needed for the April 19th bombing truly began.
Now, in conspiratorial thought, let's take a little break from rationality for a second. I mean, honestly, guys, we're always so rational and logical.
That's exactly how I describe you.
Now, would that maybe be the conspiratorial arm of being like, basically they make a gun ban, and that's what allows them to send in covert agents into the different white nationalist groups in order to spur revolutionary attitude. Basically, they create the legislature and then create the backbone of sending in sheep.
Do you have any idea what it takes to pass a fucking bill?
No. I never watched Schoolhouse Rock.
Yeah, there's a cartoon that explains it. This whole thing is ridiculous, though. It got totally blown out of proportion. The Brady bill was kind of wrapped up into this. They weren't going after weapons that were already sold as assault rifles. They weren't going into people's homes and taking them. They were just putting a halt on the sale of assault rifles.
Just like, you know what? We got enough assault rifles.
So many of
you
them.
guys can sell assault rifles to each other. That's totally cool. You can do that whenever and wherever you want. We're just not going to make any more of them.
If I was president, I would also put a 10-year ban on pornography. We're good. We have enough.
What is wrong with you?
We have so much.
What are you talking about?
This town, Los Angeles, will grind to a halt.
I'm sorry,
This
never
is
mind.
Northern California.
It's off the
I
table.
saw a gangbang video this morning that I'd never seen before, and it made me happy.
Congrats.
Well,
Thank you.
that was an immediate democracy. Thank you for the town hall. I have now changed my position.
Now, there is a very interesting connection to Elohim City concerning September of 1994, the same month that the assault rifle ban was signed. The only 2 recorded instances of McVeigh being near Elohim City was a ticket in the fall of 1993, not too long after McVeigh met Strassmeyer, and a night McVeigh spent in a motel just over the Arkansas state line near Elohim City on September 12, 1994, the day before the assault rifle ban was signed into law.
Can you imagine being the poor woman or man that works at that hotel that has to clean up the room after Timothy McVeigh?
Every single time, just having to deal with all the different hair clippings from keeping his brush cut tight.
I feel like they actually go and like untuck the sheets a little bit. They're like, this man must be a sociopath. These sheets are so tucked.
I think he's the kind of guy that eats the soap, thinking it's food.
So in October of 1994, McVeigh took over a storage locker in Harrington, Kansas, which Terry Nichols had planned to use to store furniture. And McVeigh started loading it up with all the material needed for the bomb.
Now, Tim, I definitely, I give you an inch. And you took a mile, and when it comes down to it, where am I going to put these duvets? I have piles and piles of duvets. I have a levee chair. I forgot what it's called, the laison, where you lay down it so you look impressively bored. I have one of those chairs, a chaise lounge.
I like that. You know what if we fill it with ammonium nitrate instead?
Whatever you want, Tim. I guess you're my boss now.
I would love to see that this storage locker opened on Storage Wars. Just be like, what do we got there? Oh, all the makings of a bomb.
Close up the storage. Can we close up the shed?
So the nuts and bolts materials McVeigh and Terry acquired from a quarry robbery. The fuel came from racing tracks and hobby stores who both sold nitromethane for different reasons.
Cool.
Oh, not to make homemade bombs?
Interesting.
No, racing tracks sold it for nitro, and hobby stores sold it for model airplanes.
Oh, making model airplanes, they say.
There is a hidden demographic of sniffers and huffers, and they're all in the model airplane business.
So the ammonium nitrate was purchased in 8 different locations, with McVeigh and Nichols stopping off at every feed store they could find to eventually amass 4,000 pounds of the stuff. And after the two had spent a couple months gathering up all this material, Nichols started getting a little suspicious about the whole stockpiling explosives things, as he said he thought at this point that the whole thing was just kind of a lark.
Because honestly, it started with his obsession with Pop Rocks, and I thought at that point, I was like, I don't even like them because it hurts my gums. I don't like it, but he loved it. And it started with Pop Rocks, and then immediately he killed a dog with a hand grenade.
What do you think? Terry Nichols just tried to wash his hands of all this, right? He had to know something was going on.
Of course.
Yeah, he knew something was going on, but Nichols was two things. He was a coward, of course.
Yes.
And he was also very good at denial.
Well, they're also very private.
Yes.
All of these guys are very much so that weird sovereign citizen thing of like, don't remember anything about me.
Right.
Almost.
Now, when Nichols confronted McVeigh, Tim came clean about
about the plan, and when Nichols said he wouldn't have any part of it, Nichols said that McVeigh pulled his jacket back and showed him the .45 in his shoulder holster. Nichols said McVeigh told him that if he didn't go through with it, McVeigh would kill his son, his brother, and his mother. This, Nichols said, was his main motivation for helping Tim all the way to the end.
I don't know about that. Is that a threat or a promise, Tim? Why don't you kill somebody that doesn't make me sad all the time?
That's what I'm thinking. Just flip it and be like, here are their home addresses. Perfect. Thank you.
And in order to pay for the whole bombing operation, McVeigh said Nichols was going to have to procure the money by robbing McVeigh's old friend from the gun circuit, Roger Moore, whom McVeigh referred to as Bob from Arkansas. Because Bob Miller was the name that Roger Moore would use at gun shows. Because a lot of times these gun show guys, they didn't use their real names there. They didn't trust each other.
It's like how Robert De Niro, if you know him in a movie and you have to like do some kind of talk about him, like on the side for like a BTS or kind of interview, you call him Bobby.
Yeah. So they're going to rob their friend.
They're going to rob their friend. Now, the motivations here are actually a little unclear. McVeigh said that he learned Roger's security system while he was there visiting, and that Roger deserved it because he was a plastic patriot who would turn his stockpile over to the FBI without a fight. Now, it is very possible that Roger knew the whole thing was coming and that the robbery was set up in order to conceal where the bombing, a kind of like backwoods money laundering type operation.
Kind of like him basically getting a hotel room next to Elohim City so he can go stay there without there being any sort of trail leading him over there. Because you can say, oh, look, here, I was actually staying at a hotel.
I do love it when you know the person robbing you. We're just like, Terry, what are you doing? Put the gun down. But now, was this a part of Operation Clean Sweep?
No.
He just gave up his guns?
No, he didn't give up his guns. McVeigh said that if Roger Moore had his property raided, then Roger Moore would just give up his guns without a fight. But he said he was a
They speculated that.
Yeah, they speculated.
I see.
He's a poser.
Yeah, he was exactly. He was a poser because McVeigh thought that if you had a bunch of guns and the government stormed your property, then you needed to fight to the death
And commit
for those
suicide.
guns.
Yeah, that's the idea.
I
That's
see.
a real patriot does.
Yeah.
They stupidly die.
Well, the reason why some people think that Roger Moore was forewarned about it and was even in on this robbery was because for months afterwards, McVeigh and Moore exchanged a series of bizarre cryptic letters, even though it was obvious that McVeigh was behind the whole thing. And Moore made sure to say that Timothy McVeigh was behind the robbery loudly and often.
Best friend, Timothy McVeigh, came all the way to Arkansas just to steal my gold. Because he kept his money in gold.
Oh, of course.
No, he did, but he stole a bunch of gold, a bunch of silver, and a lot of precious jewels.
What is this, the
emeralds.
Goonies? We were talking about this the other day. At the end of the Goonies, these kids think that like just emeralds and rubies are good. Like, could it not be just? It's difficult to fence these.
So that Snickers bar will be $1.25. I only have pirates' money.
One sapphire.
It's a marble.
No, in one of those cryptic letters, Moore wrote to McVeigh 9 days before the bombing. Moore wrote,
Plan is to bring the country down and have a few more things happen. The important thing is to make it as effective as possible.
Moore signed the letter Bob and wrote burn in uppercase letters next to his signature. And when the FBI questioned Moore, he said that he was just trying to lure McVeigh to his ranch so McVeigh could be arrested for the robbery.
Because that's how it always works.
A bunch of heroes.
Burn.
Wow.
Bring your raccoon net.
It's a W that yours starts with.
What?
Yeah, it's a W.
It's a Y.
I'm
Jesus Christ. What is wrong with you?
Y starts with a W, however.
Are you from Elohim City?
Are you running for Brooklyn?
No, you know
Brooklyn
what?
Bureau President. You cannot spell the word your.
It has been a long week stuck in traffic, and the LA sun does take your brain cells out.
It absolutely does.
But honestly, Tim, when you do come into town, bring your raccoon net because my whole fucking compound is infested, and I'm not doing cute racist raccoon. I mean real dog-shaped guy raccoon.
It's like buffalo in here.
And as for the effective as possible line, Moore said he just couldn't remember what he meant by that. He's like, yeah. So the FBI came and asked, so what did you mean by this line? It must be as effective as possible. He was like, you know what? I just don't remember.
Honestly, I was talking about minoxidil.
Isn't that wild?
And as shitty of an answer as that was, the FBI totally believed him and set him free without any follow-up. Now, it could be that Moore, who had much more experience with explosives than either McVeigh or Nichols, had more to do with the plot than anyone is letting on.
except Terry Nichols. Nichols told investigators fairly recently that a pack of the explosive component kinesticks could be found on his property with Bob Moore's fingerprints on them. The FBI did find the kinesticks, but they didn't test them for fingerprints for another 3 years. And after those 3 years, the prints were deemed unreadable. Moore also claimed to be a protected government witness at one point, but on the other hand, a lot of these guys claim to be protected government witnesses.
Because it's a fun idea.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah,
But-
Strassmeyer said that same thing.
But that is how the FBI gets these people. They flip them and force them to rat on other people. So it's possible.
Honestly, they probably were fishing.
Well,
They're probably asking him to see what he knew, to see if he'd be willing to flip, and he'd be like, no. But secretly,
a
thinking
couple of
that maybe
winks.
he could. Yeah.
Well, it's actually oddly plausible to think that these different government agencies who weren't talking to each other at all had so many protected government witnesses out there that these guys were just yes-anding each other into carrying this shit out.
Whoa.
In fact, one ATF agent told a story about how the ATF and the FBI were supposed to get together to share information about Elohim City. And according to the agent, the two agencies met in a conference room, had small talk, and left without mentioning Elohim City once, all because each agency didn't trust the other one. And if there was a big bust to be had at Elohim City, that specific agency wanted the credit for it.
Thank you so much for having us over, FBI. Couldn't help but notice in this conference room you have so many squeaky chairs.
Nice to see you, CIA. Man, these chairs are squeaky.
Would be a shame if someone came in here and oiled some of these squeaky chairs.
These chairs could use some oil.
Because the squeaking I'm hearing is damn near unacceptable.
Man, this is a heck of a meeting.
Right? It's kind of fun.
Kind of fun.
Can you feel a weird, it's like tension?
Are you playing Genesis?
Yes. Yes, I got it from when I was a child. It's my Game Gear.
No, this sort of interdepartmental rivalry was the exact same behavior that led to 9/11 just 6 years later when the CIA and the FBI weren't talking to each other. Nothing was learned from Oklahoma City by these people, and thousands of people died because of it.
Do you ever think of the paperwork, though, Marcus?
Yeah.
Honestly, how much paperwork? So much they avoided. They saved the trees.
Mm-hmm. I love that the CIA and the FBI were like that comic strip, The Lockhorns, just never getting along. It's really funny in the strip, but then in reality, it leads to domestic terrorism.
Mm-hmm. Now, after the robbery was done, Nichols decided the heat was getting a little too high, so he fucked off to the Philippines with Marifé for a couple of months, even though Nichols was terrified that Marifé's ex-boyfriend, Jojo Angelito Florida, was going to come calling.
Hey, do you see how many baskets of ripe papayas I have? Marife, where is my sweet, sweet Marife?
I would have loved to see that fight.
Him just slapping him with sashes and throwing papayas at him.
No.
Just fuck my wife. I'll let you fuck my wife, please.
Now, when McVeigh realized that Nichols had left the country, he turned to Michael Fortier to help him out.
Michael, my best friend Michael. How do we never see each other?
No, not Jojo Angelito Florida. Timothy McVeigh turned to Michael Fortier. Jesus Christ.
Jojo is my favorite name ever on this podcast, by the way.
Jojo Angelito Florida?
Yeah, it's just a lot of fun.
Now, McVeigh, once he hooked back up with Michael Fortier, he laid out the entire bombing play for the Fortier family, even going so far as to show Fortier's wife how he planned to position the barrels in the truck using 15 cans of soup as a visual aid.
Now, tell me now, are these cans gonna actually be filled with soup?
No, ammonium nitrate.
So you can't even say the name. How am I supposed to trust you're gonna take this building down? I'm thinking we just use soup, and we slowly kill them with sodium.
The world's biggest soup bomb.
So in December of 1994, McVeigh and Fortier went to the Alfred P. Murrah building to case the joint. McVeigh, despite his many protests to the opposite, was seen inside the Murrah building that day. And not only that, McVeigh actually talked to one of the women who worked at the daycare specifically about the daycare center.
What a scumbag.
McVeigh said that he had 2 young kids and was planning to move into the area. He asked no questions about the daycare operations themselves and was only interested in the layout, where the entrances were, where the exits were, and he was very interested in the plate glass windows next to the infant's nap area.
If someone that looks like Timothy McVeigh says they have 2 young kids,
Go find them and return them to their parents.
Now, according to the woman he talked to, McVeigh kept repeating, "There's just so much glass," over and over and over again.
Can I just ask you? Can I just see an infant? Because I just want to feel how soft it is.
It's a creepy question, Tim.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I obviously have 2 kids of my own, so I know how soft they are.
What's the name of your children?
Ram Jam and Daycare Center.
But as this woman was talking to Timothy McVeigh, her fiance showed up. So McVeigh hid behind a corner and ran away through the back door.
There's also a witness that put Strassmeyer there with him.
On that day.
On that day that Strassmeyer was around. And again, the way you can tell that fucking Strassmeyer was there was that they said there was a buck-toothed man with a German accent. And it's very difficult to miss. I feel like if you are you're an agent, you're trying to hide your identity from people, you wear a bandana.
Yeah.
Or you change your teeth. Or you at least pretend to have another accent. I do it all the time.
It just seems like a stupid Quentin Tarantino movie. So we had the German was there.
I mean, it's definitely closer to Bottle Rocket than Pulp Fiction.
Yes, that's true. So the German was there, Fortier was there, and McVeigh. All 3 of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we don't know for sure if Strassmeyer was there, but we definitely know McVeigh and Fortier were there. Now, the only reason why this daycare center encounter wasn't introduced into trial was because that witness confused that incident with another incident with a weirdo that happened in March when the FBI knew McVeigh was in Arizona. But this visit coincided completely with Michael Fortier's testimony that they were in Oklahoma City in December of 1994, and this woman gave this statement prior to that being public knowledge. 1994 is also when a couple of characters named Dennis Mahon and Carol Howe walk onto the Elohim City, Oklahoma City stage.
Finally, this is their star moment.
It just gets dumber.
Now, Andreas Strassmeyer was friends with a white supremacist named Dennis Mahon, who was considered to be so dangerous by the UK and Canada that they barred him from entering their countries on the grounds that he was an international terrorist.
But honestly, he just did not like the Toronto Raptors.
I don't think they were around yet.
Mahon is a former Imperial Dragon of the KKK and is also the leader of the White Aryan Resistance, a.k.a. WAR, in Tulsa.
Which is around still.
Yeah, definitely still around. He is also on camera saying that one day there will be a 100-foot tall statue of Timothy McVeigh, celebrated patriot.
Wow, a 100-foot statue.
Wow. 100 foot.
Wow.
Now, John Millar, son of Robert Millar and the current patriarch of Elohim City, considers Dennis Mahon to be a friend.
Oh.
Good.
Now, let's hear a little from John Millar about his thoughts on people like Dennis Mahon and their beliefs.
I would say I don't realize why being a racialist makes you a hater. You have people today, they'll raise quarter horses, and they're very peculiar with each quarter horse and how they, breed them in order to get a show horse, or with, bulldogs or Pomeranians or any other animal like that. So in order to, save the integrity of each species, it's important that they stay within their own group. And that's the way we feel and what we feel the scripture teaches, like that.
Yeah, the scripture of Looney Tunes, the book of Elmer Fudd.
I don't want to malign people with interesting voices.
You can't absolutely malign his fucking ass. He's got a shitty voice. Sounds like an idiot.
I've never heard the term racialist before.
No, you never heard the term wasoist.
Oh, wasoist.
And on to say this in an article about Elohim City about Dennis Mahon.
No, I don't know what he's done in his life. He seemed like a decent man to me. I agree with some of his thoughts. Not all of them, not by a long shot. But I do agree with some of his thoughts.
He sounds like someone who's just constantly getting his gums numbed by a dentist.
Mr. Millar, what thoughts do you agree on?
We all like a milkshake, and we all agree that the races should be separated and ice cream should be separated. I hate the mix of ice cream when you put the chocolate and the vanilla together. It's just a shame. I hate the screw.
It's one of the best combos there is.
And Mahon's girlfriend was a woman named Carol Howe. Those two met when Howe called Mahan's dial a racist hotline after she had what sounded like a minor confrontation with some black dudes at a party.
Dial a racist?
Dial a racist.
What was the number?
Well, I'm not even gonna say.
Please don't. Please don't.
No, it was a phone number that people could call to report incidents with races other than white people. Bad experiences.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Carol Howe was a Tulsa debutante whose brand of rebellion was joining a white supremacist group and getting a big black swastika tattooed on her back. She started dating Mahan, but when she tried to leave, he raped her. She filed charges, which is when the FBI, looking for an informant to infiltrate right-wing extremist groups, recruited her.
It's the best way to get a fucking an informant. Ex-girlfriends.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Now, she reconnected with Mahan in late 1994 and started reporting back what she was seeing and hearing. Apparently, Mahan was spending his time detonating homemade hand grenades and was planning to blow up a Mexican-owned video store, but the ATF sat on it.
Look at right there, it's got a Mexican name right on it. It's a video.
Just video.
Video story. Some kind of Mexican talking, getting there, the damn Mexicans dancing with joy, celebration, drinking beers, being relaxed, celebrating, working hard, and supporting their families. I hate them damn video stories.
What a jackass.
And when Mahan bragged about setting off a 500-pound ammonium nitrate bomb in Michigan, the ATF still did nothing. Now, Howe was just supposed to keep tabs on Mahan, but when she eventually made her way to Elohim City, she found Strassmeyer's boot camp and was told by the FBI to refocus on Strassfire, goofy or not.
Honestly, I saw a video of Dennis Mahan when he was doing training at the CSA, and it showed him firing various guns. And then he had a Dillinger, and he was struggling to put it on top of his head and covering it with his hat. Like he was trying to show that he could have a gun under his hat, and he would put it on hat, and it was sliding back and forth with his hat going, and he kept trying to take off the hat and reveal the Derringer at the same time, and it looks like a Chris Farley movie.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
In December 1994, the same month that McVeigh and Fortier went to case the Mura building, Howe filed a report that Strassmeyer was planning to take action with assassinations, mass shootings, and bombings. That same month, Robert Millar instructed his troops in a fiery sermon to finally take action. Howe was also told that something was being planned for April, but she wasn't far enough into the inner circle to find out what exactly. In other words, the government had way more reason to raid Elohim City than they had to raid Waco. Mahan had hand grenades, large explosions using ammonium nitrate, and violent rhetoric, while Strassmeyer, who was an illegal alien and could have been arrested at any time, was arming and training a combat force.
And I heard he has guns under his hat.
You don't know what I got in my shoes.
Guns.
Feet. It's feet. My feet are gross, though. They are gross.
Okay. But because the ATF and the FBI were still reeling from the bad press of Waco, they recalled Carol Howe, declaring her an unreliable witness, and just hoped that everything was going to work itself out.
That's what I want out of my government agencies. Hope.
But honestly,
that's good.
Carol Howe herself was very unreliable. I would say her specifically.
She was contradictory, but a lot of her information was corroborated.
Because she kept going back and forth, fucking Mahan and not. Because they got back together. The part of it, when she came back as an informant, she was like around the area and hanging out and watching everything, still in his vicinity. But he got her back. And so when they began to date again, she went off the radar. And then when they broke up again, she came back and started talking to the FBI.
Yeah, maybe not the most trustworthy person.
But she did have a fair amount of information. Her information about these people was being corroborated by shit they already knew about these people. And the ATF director at the time, John McGaugh, said in 2010 that the only reason why they didn't go into Elohim City was because the ATF hadn't been properly retrained after Waco and they weren't ready for a proper full-scale assault. And McGaugh also acknowledged in 2010 that the decision to not go into Elohim City might have cost the ATF their one slim chance to prevent Oklahoma City. But it must also be said that Howe never gave information about April 19th, 1995, specifically until the bombing had already happened.
But also, these groups learned from Waco as well. And they learned how to cover their tracks a little bit more. And I think that's a part of it, too. The guys that are really in charge, I always believe there's kind of a trickle-down of intelligence in these groups, where the guys that are in charge, like Millar, Ellison, they are actually very smart. As the ranks get lower and lower, people get dumber and dumber.
In the context of white supremacists.
Yes. And so what I think that they did is they understand is that what you do is you hire dummies that don't know what they're doing that you can pawn off. Lots of patsies. You have many patsies everywhere. You also have no proof, no written proof, no paper trails. None of the, and so they did that. They did that very well. It would be very difficult for them to actually pull together the legal case to get the warrant to go into Elohim City. And then once they do it, how do you prosecute them if they hide all their fucking weapons?
There's an illegal German with guns under his hat.
Well, you got that guy.
Arrest him.
But that's the thing. You get that guy, and then you got that guy, and that's
Then you
it.
flip that guy.
No, he can't be flipped. Look at his teeth.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that argument right there, we're going to get into later on in the episode because that is the exact same argument that the government used to not go after all these guys. And it is a shitty fucking argument.
Yes, of course.
Today's sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is Stamps.com. Avoid the hassle of the post office and mail everything from postcards to envelopes to packages, domestic or international, with Stamps.com. Stamps.com lets you buy and print official U.S. postage for any letter, any package, any class of mail using your own computer and printer. Simply click, print, mail, and you're done. And unlike the post office, Stamps.com never closes. Print postage for letters or packages at your convenience 24/7. Plus, they'll even send you a digital scale that automatically calculates exact postage and help you decide the best class of mail based on your needs. Stamps.com brings all the services of the U.S. Postal Service right to your fingertips. We've used Stamps.com here at Last Podcast on the Left, and we have been very happy with it. And right now, you too can enjoy the Stamps.com service with a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale without long-term commitments. Just go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone at the top of the homepage, and type in LEFT. That's Stamps.com. Enter LEFT. Stamps.com. Never go to the post office again. Our other sponsor today is Ring. Ring's mission is to make neighborhoods safer. Today, over 1 million people use the amazing Ring video doorbell to help protect their homes. Ring knows home security begins at the front door, but it doesn't end there. So now they're extending that same level of security to the rest of your home with the Ring Floodlight Cam. Just like Ring's amazing doorbell, Floodlight Cam is a motion-activated camera and floodlight that connects right to your phone with HD video and two-way audio that lets you know the moment anyone steps onto your property. See and speak to visitors. Even set off an alarm right from your phone. With Ring's Floodlight Cam, when things go bump in the night, you'll immediately know what it is. Whether you're home or away, the Ring Floodlight Cam lets you keep an eye on your home from anywhere. Ring Floodlight offers the ultimate in home security with high visibility floodlights and a powerful HD camera that puts security in your hands. With Ring, you're always home. Save up to $150 off a Ring of Security kit when you go to ring.com/LEFT. That's ring.com/LEFT. That's ring.com/LEFT. So let me ask you. Y'all ready to get sexy?
Oh, I don't know. I was in the context of Timothy McVeigh in Oklahoma City.
I woke up this morning.
Ready to get sexy?
Am I ready to get sexy like now?
Sexy!
I had a dream last night. Rose McGowan was my dream. And I was eating a bagel, nude. This is true. I woke up. Ding, 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 hard.
Was it the bagel or Rose McGowan that got you aroused?
I don't know. I'm ready for the story.
Okay.
So in February of 1995, Timothy McVeigh was picked up as he was walking across a bridge near Bullhead, Arizona, by a man in a Ford Mustang.
This is getting spicy now. I don't want to think about what is about to happen.
McVeigh offered the guy $5 to give him a ride to Kingman. The guy, named Richard Rogers.
Dickie Rogers.
He said he wouldn't take a dime. But he would be interested in a little fucking, as he had been at a casino all night and was feeling, quote, a little horny.
There's something about you go to that slot machine and you pull that long pole and it's got the thick head on the top and then berries go whipping past your face.
This guy, without a doubt, had the ass gas or grass bumper sticker with a Calvin and Hobbes pissing on like a Ford logo or something.
Funny thing was, Rogers said he immediately recognized McVeigh from another roadside encounter he'd had the year before.
Aren't you the centerfold, the July centerfold of Brush Cut Monthly?
I'm flattered you remembered. Favorite things, talking about Waco. Loading my gun, sucking dick.
Now, the first time Rogers had picked up little Timothy McVeigh, Timothy took his dick out and asked Rogers if he wanted to party, which is slang for homosexual sex.
Thank you, Marcus.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So that's what all these Facebook invites are about?
Interesting.
Rogers said no the first time, but yes the second. And the two ended up in Rogers' trailer outside Kingman.
When the trailers are rocking, do come a knocking, because I am fighting a snake.
Now, the only thing that makes me think this story is true is that Rogers said as soon as they got into the trailer, McVeigh immediately just started talking about Waco.
Oh no, that's a total boner killer.
He always does this, not for when you're on the far right. It's a boner fucking feeder.
I guess so.
But when they finally got down to business, Rogers said McVeigh's throat and tongue action was, quote,
incredible.
Ugh, throat and tongue action. God.
4 stars on Yelp. I would have given him 5 stars if he had made me Yelp. Again, Yelp is about yelling.
I understand. I never want to think about this ever again.
Actually, the thing was that Rogers said that neither one of them reached climax that night because they were just both too tired.
I don't understand. You would go so far as to pay another weird militant man to have sex with you, and you're not going to come?
This was all free.
He refused payment, Henry.
He refused payment.
He's not a plastic patriot.
You don't monetize love.
Now, in the morning, Rogers made McVeigh bacon and eggs. McVeigh left, and the two never had another experience aside from a couple of awkward run-ins at the grocery store.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get around you to over here to the cucumbers. Hey, Tim?
You know, my cart's got a squeaky wheel.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I guess I could really use some lubricant.
Man, a sale on pretzels.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, kind of like a bunch of legs all wrapped around each other in a trailer deep in the Ozarks.
Anyway. Reader's Digest.
Yeah. Well, not too long after that, McVeigh forged a driver's license at the Fortier house using the alias Robert Kling so he could rent the Ryder truck he would eventually use for the bombing in Oklahoma City on April 19th. McVeigh chose Kling partly because he knew a soldier named Kling who kind of looked like him, but mostly because Kling was short for Klingon, because if you'll remember, McVeigh was a massive fucking nerd.
Wow. What is going on?
Because the Klingon's a warrior.
Yeah, I understand.
Worf.
He is such...
Worf was the true warrior. Casual homosexual Worf.
This is what we need: football players in every community that would just bully Timothy McVeigh.
No, on April 5th, McVeigh called Elohim City for just under 2 minutes, which we know for a fact because McVeigh used a calling card for all of his long-distance calls. We actually know quite a bit about the places that McVeigh called in the months leading up to the bombing.
Because he had a calling card.
Yeah.
He used one of those cards where you pay it, and then you can use it at various payphones, and that's how they basically ping him everywhere he goes. We know that he was probably at Elohim City. We know the fact that all of these concepts, the idea of bombing a federal building, especially in Oklahoma City, specifically the Murrah building, have been floating around Elohim City. And he definitely had contact to Strassmeyer. They probably cased the Murrah building together.
Do you think they kissed?
I don't know. I don't think Strassmeyer was type. He needs something more gruff.
I guess.
And when McVeigh called Elohim City, Millar's daughter-in-law was the one who answered, and she told the FBI that McVeigh was looking for Strassmeyer. McVeigh told her that he was thinking of visiting soon, and Millar's daughter-in-law said that any friend of Andy's was a friend of Elohim City.
Isn't that nice? Did I mention I'm African-American? Oh, never mind.
Oh, yikes.
Now, the reason why this call was significant was because it was made directly after McVeigh had called a rental spot in Havasu City near Kingman, inquiring about a Ryder truck. It gets even more interesting when you take into account another call that was made from McVeigh to Elohim City right after McVeigh secured the Ryder truck rental in Junction City, Kansas. Now, it could be that McVeigh was calling Strassmeyer to update him on the progress of their mission, if Strassmeyer was indeed involved. Or it could be that McVeigh was just looking for a place to hide out after the bombing. However, McVeigh did once tell one of his defense lawyers that Elohim City was, quote,
pretty fucking hardcore.
And that he and Strassmeyer were, quote,
brothers in arms. Cool. Literally in each other's arms.
So a few days after that second call, McVeigh was seen at a strip club in Tulsa called Lady Godiva's, which only has 3 stars on Yelp.
She died by fucking a horse.
Really?
No.
Lady Godiva.
No, Lady Godiva rode a horse naked. And you're thinking of the Catherine the Great urban legend that she died fucking a horse.
Marcus is very serious about this. I don't know. I don't know who to believe, quite frankly.
It's fake news. Believe me.
I don't know.
Believe me.
I
Who's
heard,
the one that does all the research here?
I heard Lady Godiva had intercourse with a horse.
See?
That then led to her inevitable death.
And that's
what
how
I
you
know.
make truth happen.
Oh, other thing about Lady Godiva's, though, is that they have a daily lunch special, and on Fridays you can get a BLT for just $5.
Wow. And who doesn't want a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich from a strip club?
Tuesdays are quesadillas.
Wow.
I love
hey, see how I'm making here. I go over here. Name's Gunther. It's been so nice to see you around.
I'm just
you
here
want
for
a
the
BLT?
I'm just here for that, yeah.
I could tell you know why? Because your lips kind of look like little strips of bacon, and that makes my okay. Look over here. First, I gotta open up this loaf of bread using just my feet.
Okay, I just want the BLT.
Oh, yeah. Now I get this slice of bread. Then the funny thing about
You know,
my
I'm
little
going to come back
here.
for quesadilla Tuesdays.
No, you gotta let me make
think
this sandwich for you.
well-
Look, let me show you why they call me the octopus downstairs. I take off my big old sailor panties, and you see how long my vagina is?
BLT's kind of a healthy alternative
Watch
to a
this.
hamburger.
Slap a tentacle on top of that pizza bread. Drag it over. Yeah, this is how I get my squats in.
I really...
And then you got fried and bacon. Oh, my other tentacle. My other tentacle's getting all burned up by the oil splits.
It's actually a really good sandwich, thank you.
You're welcome. Takes $3.
A stripper working that night specifically remembered McVeigh being there with an annoying buck-toothed German.
Oh.
Now, I'm sure you're thinking, Ben, that it's...
What? Yeah. Don't address this to me.
I'm just saying that, you know, they seem to have, a lot of times strippers have short-term memories.
Yeah, it's odd that a stripper would remember one customer out of the no doubt dozens that they had over the month of April
I mean, if
1995.
they're 6'7" and red-haired and just out there.
I don't know. I think they want to forget most of the customers they see.
I think so.
Yeah.
But here's audio from the stripper's dressing room captured the night that Timothy McVeigh was there.
And I think we should say sex worker.
They're not sex
They're not
workers.
sex workers, they're dancers.
They're exotic dancers.
Strippers.
Yeah, the strippers. They're not sex workers.
Yeah, they're not jerking off always. Unless
If
you pester
if
them.
they were jerking dudes off in the back room, then we would say sex workers.
Okay.
But right now, they're just exotic dancers.
Fancy.
They might be sex workers.
They're
though.
strippers.
I don't know.
It's Lady Godiva's.
Oh, Lady Godiva. I heard she had
It's a
intercourse with a
Tulsa.
horse.
It is a Tulsa, Oklahoma strip club.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, you know what else is in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
What?
The Bottoms Up Club.
What happens there?
Bottoms up, bottoms up.
That's where Polish people park their bikes. 'Cause that's what they say when Polish people die they're bored with their asses sticking out of the grave.
Well, here is a clip. This is the audio from the video surveillance footage that was in the stripper's dressing room that night.
I'm a very smart man. I said, you are? And he goes, yeah. And you're going to remember me on April of 1995. You're going to remember me for the rest of your life.
Shit.
What did she say there?
She said, "You're gonna remember me," because McVeigh sat down. McVeigh was getting a lap dance, and he told her, "I'm a really smart guy." And then he went further, saying, "On April 19th, 1995, you're gonna remember me for the rest of your life."
Interesting.
Yeah,
Honestly,
so
our strippers are the front lines of American intelligence because you can get so much information out of a man if you're dancing on his hard penis.
I guess I would. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, along with McVeigh and Strassmeyer was an olive-skinned, dark-complected man who bore a strong resemblance to John Doe number 2, who will now finally make his appearance. God, I've been waiting for 3 episodes to talk about John Doe number 2.
Comes from a long line of John Does. His father was John Doe number 1.
So on April 17th, 1995, Timothy McVeigh went to Junction City, Kansas, checked into the Dreamland Motel, and traveled over to Elliott's Body Shop, where he rented the Ryder truck he used in the bombing. Now, as we said in episode 1, when the axle from the Ryder truck was found in downtown Oklahoma City after the bombing, it was traced to Elliott's Body Shop in Junction City, Kansas, and a sketch was done of McVeigh. But according to the witnesses who described McVeigh, he was not alone. A second sketch was done of a man, still known to this day only as John Doe number 2. All 3 witnesses who saw McVeigh that day all agreed that McVeigh was not alone, and they all agreed on the basic physical characteristics of JD2, namely that he was short, stocky, and dark-skinned. Now, the sketch of John Doe number 2 that we know is actually all wrong. Nobody really knows quite how that sketch got to be the sketch of record, but the people who describe JD2 have said on multiple occasions that that's not the guy they saw. In fact, no one has ever really recognized the guy in that sketch. But when a second sketch of John Doe number 2 was done, more and more people started saying that they'd seen the man with the olive skin with McVeigh, particularly on the morning of the bombing itself. A property owner in Missouri said McVeigh, Nichols, and JD2 showed up a couple of months before the bombing inquiring about a property with a cave, possibly a place where McVeigh could hide out after the bombing.
Interesting. You wanted to be a cave dweller?
I guess so.
It's a good place to hide out. The property owner described McVeigh with uncanny detail, right down to a discolored eye tooth on the upper right side of his mouth and a filling McVeigh had showing through his enamel.
Why is he looking at his mouth
Yeah,
so
that
much?
seems like way intense information to have.
And this guy, he actually did. Well, this was when the defense attorneys were going around, McVeigh's defense attorneys were going around trying to find out if there was anyone else involved in this. They found this guy, and this guy he had a photographic memory. He described the eye tooth, he described the filling, and then the defense attorney went back to McVeigh and got him to smile. And when McVeigh smiled, he saw that he had the discolored eye tooth and the enamel filling.
I guess it's true because
did they just bring a bunch of construction workers into the courtroom and just be like, smile? Hey, why don't you smile a little bit?
Smile for me, smile.
Can you imagine watching Timothy McVeigh forced to smile? How awkward that would be.
No, he told a funny joke and he made him laugh.
It is funny because when I do describe you, Marcus, I think about you. I mean, like, he looks like a haunted man with monkey arms and a big butt.
Well, that's nice.
You're not gonna fucking bring in a mouthful of teeth like broken glass?
See, only if you're smiling, but you don't normally smile.
I'm not doing this show, yes.
You can force a good smile.
I can force a very good smile. Now, JD2 gave his name as Robert Jacks, although that's proved to be an alias. However, the name Jacks is found written in Mary Faye Nichols' address book in a number of different spellings.
She was learning the language.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Now, the FBI's explanation of JD2 was that the eyewitnesses at the writer shop, all three, confused the day on which they saw JD2. That JD2 was actually a guy named Todd Bunting who would come in the day after.
My grandfather changed the name from Cunting.
Todd Bunting of the Bunting family.
But the eyewitnesses maintained that the man in the second sketch is the person who was with Timothy McVeigh on that day, and Todd Bunting was a guy they all actually knew.
My grandfather felt that the name Cunting would not allow his dentistry industry to really take off.
That makes Bunting is a much better name.
And interestingly, JD2 shares quite a few similarities with Richard Guthrie, the ARA bank robber we discussed last episode.
Now, is Richard Guthrie possibly another U.S. government plant, however, trying to force the bombing to happen from the inside? I'm not saying it's always sheep-dipped.
It's never sheep-dipped. They don't do that.
No, it wouldn't.
No,
really, there wouldn't be.
There is.
I don't think the FBI would really want that to happen.
In the Vietnam War, there was several members. Basically, they continued the Vietnam War for about a year with like a bunch of CIA operatives that were fighting with no identities, fighting in Vietnam for a long time.
That's kind of fun. I do think when you mention those things, which that actually might be accurate, you should have a McDonald's cup, and I will put change in it.
So on April 16th, the day before the rental, Lee McGowan, the owner of the Dreamland Motel where McVeigh stayed in Junction City, said she heard voices coming from McVeigh's room. She also maintained that these men had access to the room independent of McVeigh, who was dropping off the getaway car in downtown Oklahoma City when McGowan heard them speaking. McGowan remembered she heard, in her words, a velvety male voice that she recognized from an earlier phone call to room 25 where McVeigh was staying.
It sounded like he would have really good throat and tonsil action.
Yes.
It's one of those voices.
And she wasn't the only one. On April 15th, a Chinese food delivery boy named Jeff Davis.
Very good. Very good name.
Authentic.
Now, son, with this name, no one will know that you're Chinese.
Jeff Davis said he brought food to the room and someone other than McVeigh answered the door. That man was short, stocky, dark complected.
And loved dumplings.
Actually, it was Mugu Gai Pan.
Ooh, that is good. I like that.
I like Mugu. It's a little slimy, though.
That's fine.
Deep cut on the menu. That's how I can tell.
I've never seen you be disgusted by food before, so that's interesting.
So on April 18th, the day before the bombing, McVeigh said he met up with Terry Nichols at the storage locker they shared. The two loaded up all the bomb-making materials they gathered, and they drove it all out to Geary Lake State Park in Kansas. There, they allegedly mixed the material and wired up the whole operation in just a day, supposedly all by themselves. And after they were done, McVeigh said Nichols headed home while McVeigh slept with the bomb for the night.
Did he, like, cuddle it?
He slept in the cab and the bomb was in the back. And then when he
okay.
said when he got up the next morning, he ate a whole bunch of spaghetti and then went to Oklahoma City.
Oh, everybody who goes to Oklahoma City's got a belly full of spaghetti.
That's right.
Well, he liked to eat MREs, meals ready to eat.
I am sick of these militiamen. They all live like shit. They think that this is the way to go. You have to like live some weird soldier's life where it's just like, just go in your home, go to get a burger, get Burger King.
Yeah, just make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, put it in a bag, bring it with you.
Spaghetti's kind of good, though.
Yeah, but the stories witnesses in Oklahoma City on April 19th told about what happened that day suggest a very different story besides just McVeigh and Nichols being involved in this. Our last sponsor today on Last Podcast on the Left is, you guessed it, Blue Apron. Picnics, potlucks, dinner parties, barbecues. Good food is essential to a successful summer. And now it's easier than ever to create delicious summer meals with Blue Apron. Because for less than $10 a meal, Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes along with pre-portioned ingredients right to your door. Blue Apron is completely flexible, so you can customize your recipes each week and choose a delivery option that fits your needs. And Blue Apron's freshness guarantee promises that every ingredient arrives ready to cook, or they'll make it right. I've actually used Blue Apron before. It's fun. Some of the meals available in July include seared chicken and creamy pasta salad with summer squash and sweet peppers, creamy shrimp rolls with quick pickles and sweet potato wedges, fresh basil fettuccine pasta with sweet corn and cubanelle pepper, chili, butter steaks with Parmesan potatoes and spinach. That's also there on the menu. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/LEFT. You'll love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron, so don't wait. That's blueapron.com/LEFT. Blue Apron, a better way to cook. The first sighting of the Ryder truck on April 19th was at around 8 a.m. At least 24 people saw the truck over the next hour, with many of them reporting it was in a convoy with the yellow Mercury Marquis, a brown truck, and a white sedan. 3 witnesses said a man with a military cut, accompanied by a man with olive skin, driving a yellow Ryder truck, asked them for directions to the Mura building that morning. Danny Wilkerson, the guy who ran the convenience store down the street from the Mura building, said McVeigh came in around 8:40 a.m. and bought 2 Cokes and a pack of Marlboros, even though McVeigh was not a smoker. And Wilkerson remembered this encounter because of the Ryder truck parked outside.
Maybe he did that because of Bad Boys, the film Bad Boys, where he saw them lighting a cigarette, walking away from the explosion. Thinking to make him look real cool.
Or did he buy it for John Doe number 2?
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
That's what we're saying.
That is actually...
I also thought it could be because of Bad Boys. Godiva.
Get fucked by a horse.
Isn't that weird?
No, Wilkerson asked McVeigh when he saw the Ryder truck if McVeigh was moving in, and McVeigh said he wasn't. And when McVeigh walked out to the truck, Wilkerson said he saw another guy waiting in the cab. None of the eyewitnesses, nor the other 19 people who saw McVeigh either with a group or with at least another guy that morning were called to trial because the FBI determined that every single one of them was mistaken.
Now remember, we have been through this before with Columbine, when people saw multiple shooters that were not just the 2 boys. This is a thing that does happen. There is such a thing as like imagining and piecing together different witness accounts, and it all brings together. But the problem is that what you're looking at is over several days, showing that he is with multiple people. Whether he's renting the truck, whether he is putting together the bomb. I feel like that there is a bunch of loose evidence that can show that he at least had a group supporting him, and at least had like a team around him that were going to try to get him to the getaway car, that they weren't going to, he was going to basically set off the explosive himself.
Well, that seems very plausible. It's a huge bomb, and no way he and Nichols could just do it alone.
Well, I mean, there is actually evidence. There was a guy who saw the yellow Ryder truck at Geary Lake on that day.
Yes,
so we
a
do
family
know,
saw the 2 of them together, him and Nichols up together. They were basically building the bomb.
Yeah, they were building the bomb there, but we don't know if anybody gave them instructions or if Nichols and McVeigh were just putting the finishing touches on the bomb. There's a lot of unknowns here. And, and it could be that all these witnesses, they heard reports of John Doe number 2, and they concocted a story in their head about seeing McVeigh with a dark-skinned gentleman that
perhaps.
But the convoy of the brown truck, white sedan, and yellow Marquis, that wasn't reported at the time. And multiple people told the FBI that they saw them together. And multiple people saw this convoy struggling to get to their destination.
Also, it was his yellow Marquis, right? That was his car. Yeah, we know that for a fact.
We know the yellow Marquis was his car.
If he is driving the Ryder truck, who is driving that car?
Exactly.
Somebody's driving the car.
Yeah.
And it's a big, obvious, gross like grossly yellow, all fucked up.
A 1978 Mercury Marquis is a gigantic fucking car.
Yeah, it sticks out, so somebody's helping him.
Who's behind the wheel?
Yeah. And the people that saw them trying to struggle to their destination, they saw those cars driving in and out of the underground parking garage below the Mura building.
Because this is when he realized that he did not measure the goddamn parking garage entrance and he couldn't get it through.
Yeah, he couldn't get the Ryder truck was too tall. He tried driving it in there. They had this whole big plan, and then they realized that the truck was just too high. They had neglected to do their due diligence on possibly the most important part of the entire operation.
It's unbelievable. One job.
Now the backup plan maybe was to park the truck in the alley between the federal courthouse and the old post office building. We know this because an Oklahoma State trooper saw the truck pull into the alley and back out again when they saw it was blocked by a U.S. Marshals Service truck. As Andrew Gumbel wrote in Oklahoma City what the investigation missed, one can only imagine these dipshits frantically trying to decide what the hell to do when their great master plan failed.
It is just a bunch of dunces trying to pull this off.
Yeah, but of course we all know what they ended up doing. You know, they parked it in the handicap spot on the building's north side. But witnesses saw both the Marquis and the brown truck on either side of the Ryder truck. They also witnessed a woman with long blonde hair waving the truck into position who very well could have been ARA bank robber Pete Langen in drag.
Imagine if he showed up in full costume, like he was like dressed as a woman, being a woman, and they never saw that before, and all of a sudden he just shows up on the big day.
Pete, what you doing?
I'm finally me. On today of all days.
Fuck it, go. We ain't got time to deal with this. You fuck it. Now, the main witness who was watching from the fourth floor of a nearby building made note of the 1979 Mercury Marquis because that guy had a Mercury Marquis just like it. Oh. And so he actually, it wasn't one of those things where he remembered later, like, oh, there was a Mercury Marquis there. He remembered looking down, seeing a yellow Mercury Marquis, thinking about days of yore.
Probably like, what a piece of shit car that is.
Yeah. I'm glad I don't own a fucking Mercury Marquis anymore. But he also noticed like there was a Ryder truck parked in the handicap spot because that's a pretty big dick move.
Right.
Then there was Dana Bradley, the woman who had to have her leg sawed off at the knee after being trapped in the rubble. She said when she was walking into the building, she saw a guy with olive skin wearing a jacket get out of the truck and quickly walk away. And yet another person, a truck driver named Rodney Johnson, had to...
I love it. That's a great name for a truck driver. Great name.
He had to swerve to miss two people who had walked out into the road from his right. One he identified as McVeigh. The other, he identified as a stocky man with olive skin wearing a jacket. He said to his left was a brown truck, to his right was the Ryder truck. Again, none of this stuff was made public. These people were not contaminated by media coverage. These sightings were all done independently, and none of them, aside from Dana Bradley's, were made public until just a few years ago when new documents were finally released. A lot of these, this didn't actually come from news reports. These came from FBI files that were finally released in 2010.
Now, what is the point of not releasing this information to the public earlier? Is it just to make it a simple case?
Yes. The whole point is to just
close it.
Get Timothy McVeigh,
right?
Kill him by the death penalty, so the case is over. So there's closure, and then also technically you are not feeding the far right. I think there's a part of it too where it's if they made it a big attack on the far right, they thought that they were going to incite more and more of this, which in the end is wrong. In the end, they bolstered them, and they technically
that's a tricky thing though.
It did take a lot of wind out of their sails, especially when it came out just how many kids that were murdered in the explosion.
Yeah, of course.
And it did fuck up, but technically it just made them go deeper underground. And now they're there, and now they're electing people.
They regrouped. They absolutely regrouped.
They went legit.
Yeah. So after lighting the fuse, the group got into their respective getaway cars and sped away. But there's the question of the Marquis. If there was such a large group, why was McVeigh alone in a car that had no license plate and was sure to get pulled over? Well, there are a couple of possible explanations here. One, McVeigh might not have meant to drive the car for very long. If he was working with Langen and Guthrie, he would have been playing by bank robber rules. See, a lot of times when a bank robbery is committed, the perpetrators use a drop car, meaning they leave in one car, drive it to a second location where their real getaway car is parked, and they leave the drop car behind. The Marquis could have been just such a car.
Also, he was probably making his money robbing banks for a period of time with the ARA. So that's exactly the type of training that he's already gotten.
Or two, McVeigh meant to be caught. He was the sacrificial lamb, the one who would spread their message to the world, the spokesman. And when you compare McVeigh to the rest of these assholes, he was the obvious choice.
He's a perfect patsy.
Yeah. He was a clean-cut war hero. He was fairly well-spoken, and he had no criminal record whatsoever aside from a few traffic tickets.
So he'd look like a good American soldier, like the head of the Patriot movement.
Yep, and if anyone out of that group of dickheads could sound even halfway reasonable, it would have been McVeigh. All the rest of them, what are you going to put Strassmeyer out front?
No, with his buck teeth.
Yeah, put
Goose-stepping
Strassmeyer out
everywhere.
there.
No, he's not camera ready. Timothy McVeigh is camera ready. Terry Nichols has got all the fucking best. Terry Nichols looks like the main nerd from Revenge of the Nerds.
It's possible.
No, Terry Nichols has those little beady eyes. He's constantly nervous. You can't put Langan or Guthrie out there. They're fucking bank robbers. Dennis Mahan is a big fat nightmare.
Right.
Fucking the Millar guy talks like Elmer Fudd. Yeah. McVeigh's the only one they have.
He's the Jim Parsons.
I guess so. Yeah, in this bizarre world of local yokels, he is the dreamboat,
He's
I
also,
suppose.
in terms of articulate, he's been coached.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what to say. He's been listening to these fucking idiots for so long. You don't think Millar and Ellison weren't piping literally the exact words, what to say as soon as you're caught, the literature he had? And then he was obsessed with Patrick Henry already. And then when you found on his dashboard, he had an envelope of documents that were filled with, Patrick Henry, various different far-right writers. It's all like he had his weird thesis statement ready to go.
And the thesis statement, that's our theory, is that a lot of people thought that McVeigh was going to drive the car, leave it, and then leave that little envelope of articles and whatnot for police to find, essentially taunting them.
Yes.
But also the thing is about McVeigh is that McVeigh wanted this. You can tell in every interview he gave that he loved every second of his notoriety. When everyone saw him for the first time during that first perp walk, you do not see the face of a person scared shitless like Nichols was when he was arrested. You see the face of a stoic soldier who had done his duty.
Which shows the unflappable and scary arm of the CSA, like the idea of someone being like, we are here to start the revolution.
And with, if he ran out of things to say, he could always charm people with his Star Trek knowledge and with all of the different
his
sort of
dick-sucking
things.
skills.
Yeah, he can talk about that.
Incredible.
They say it's incredible. Great throat and tongue action.
No, there is definitely Marquis-related evidence to suggest McVeigh acted alone, though. There's the note that suggests the car was dropped days earlier, and the license plate that was missing was stashed in the storage locker where McVeigh and Nichols stored the explosives. But that's the big rub with this case.
I thought the big rub was Timothy McVeigh and that guy.
Yeah, that dude,
Richard Rogers.
Yeah. Richard Rogers, the big rub.
See, so much of this evidence can be interpreted either way. You can either interpret it as McVeigh being an idiot, or you can interpret it as McVeigh setting himself up to be the lone wolf. Now, we would know for sure if there were more people involved in the bombing, and especially if more people were in the truck with McVeigh had the security cameras on the northwest and northeast corners of the Mira building been working. But as a cost-cutting measure, the cameras were hooked to nothing and hadn't been functional for 10 years.
How much money did they save? How much money did that
They said 18 grand in the end was all the fixes they didn't make in the building?
No, 18 grand was the construction cost. This was probably, $40.
Oh my God.
But they this is again where the conspiracy arm takes a hold when people say that the government did that on purpose.
No,
because the government was trying to save money because they were a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, and that's when you talk to the guy who was in charge of security and said that he had been screaming for years to get the cameras fixed.
A nerd. He's being annoying. You got to learn how to sell it.
Well, that's the thing is that, there were, of course, rumors of the footage being suppressed because there was a report that the Secret Service had made saying, we found the footage from the Mira building, but that was done in error. They thought that they had footage of the Mira building.
And they do not.
Because this is such a huge, fast-paced operation. There were hundreds of people working on this case all at once. But the thing is, as Gumbel writes, in Oklahoma City, the incompetence here is a far greater crime than the cover-up. Because there was chatter among these right-wing groups for months leading up to it. They knew something was coming.
There's also been the dialogue on the internet that showed that obviously takes certain footage that has been found from around the Murrah building in order to say, look, you could see here, basically pointing out that there were multiple people in the cab. The problem is there's no time signatures. There's no way to know. And also, I watched 2 different documentaries, Terror from Within, which is fucking incredible, we basically build this entire timeline of the white power groups helping Timothy McVeigh set up the Oklahoma City bombing. And then there's another one called The Secret Life of Timothy McVeigh, which is the complete conspiracy one. And they both use the same footage to say different things, one proving that he's a lone warrior and one proving that he's a part of the U.S. government as a sheep-dipped officer.
Do they get into how he earned the nickname The Rub? Means Tim the Rub McVeigh.
Wide palms.
Ugh.
Well, at any rate, the FBI either ignored or half-heartedly explained away most of the evidence we've talked about today. See, they didn't want to uncover a conspiracy. They wanted a straightforward, no-nonsense conviction, and they got two, as Nichols turned himself in after just a couple of days, because Timothy McVeigh had written down in the Dreamland Motel Register, as his address, he wrote the address of the Nichols family farm.
Very nice of him. Very nice.
Just couldn't think of another address.
Different kind of numbers that aren't real. Oh, man.
Dang, I can't be making up addresses all day.
Well, the 1988 sedition trial we mentioned in the last episode also had a lot to do with this. See, the FBI had decided that if they ever had another case against white supremacists, they would go for the slam dunk and not involve too many people. They were afraid if they went for all, they would get none, just as they had before. And this was against every instinct of every FBI agent to focus on just one guy. There were plenty of FBI agents out there crying to be let loose.
Because they are very thorough. The one thing about the FBI is that they are very dogged. They go after
Bureau of Investigation.
Yes.
That's what they do, investigate.
But the higher-ups wouldn't go for it, even though there were so many guys saying, please, like this guy Bob Ricks. Like, Bob Ricks had spent most of his career chasing white supremacists, but for some reason the higher-ups just wouldn't let him loose. See, it's almost unheard of for the FBI to ignore evidence that could lead him to bigger fish, but that could have led him to another Waco.
Or Ruby Ridge. Yeah.
Or Ruby Ridge, or another failed sedition trial.
And it's more egg on their face. And then the more weird, bad PR they get, the harder it is for them to do other things within the government, because again, the government has to make political decisions, and so if you don't have the political movement on your side, there's not many things that you can get done.
Right. And the FBI tried its hardest to convince all the witnesses who said they saw McVeigh with another man to change their story. Some did and were put on the witness stand, others didn't and weren't. Now again, there is no direct evidence that McVeigh was ever in Elohim City at any point, but it has been strongly suggested by a number of people, both in the far right and in law enforcement, that he was.
Because you remember, he also called Cause, which is essentially the White Power ACLU. It is a group of lawyers. Someone called in asking what to do about this bombing, whether or not they should bomb this building or not. I feel like that was another clue. There's another like a sidebar of this whole world where it's like he was also trying to get their legal team involved.
Yeah, it's a small world. This white supremacist world.
They have their own. They have their own little weird ecosystem going.
Right.
Yeah, because they learned it from the Turner Diaries, because it sets it up within the Turner Diaries of how militias should communicate to each other.
But neither